manipulation just in time. Keyboy with a toss up. It looks like they're gonna be
Adalah
able to
dia
punish Flat
anu
TZ. That's a 1-for-1
mulai
trade.
OT
Both
mana
EXP laners down.
kelar refresh lah tuh.
One for one,
mulai.
but I
Ah,
can't help but think it's
19.
worth it for Falcons. Way more worth it for
Oh
Falcons.
yeah.
Because on esports,
Helah orang ngarek nanya saji deui. Ieu lamun anu last match result kan eta anu aya skip hiji teh berarti
pushing Falcons back. Oh,
Dilewat, iya,
kick
dilewat satu
by
data.
the master. Too quick to see,
Dari
but
lebih
Keyboy even
diambil,
quicker
satu
with his
data
own
dilewat.
flicker just to get out the
Oh,
safety.
oke.
And Team Falcons will not get the pick.
Yeah, again, when you
Siap,
are
siap.
in the lead, when you have this kind of composition, you need to make things fast. You
Okay.
cannot
Oh,
give
kayak deal,
Falcons,
non-deal.
space to breathe.
Siap.
So far, Falcons
Kita
are
lanjut
the
DA.
first out
Orang
of
nggak
these
jemput
ones
lah ya.
to be in the game.
Because of that force engage, Super Marco gonna land the SOD. It looks like Team Falcons are gonna go for the post-objective punish. Electrifying beats already popped, but Onyx Esports smartly backs off instantly. So they'll march in with the Lord even though they lost Keyboy.
Okay, there you go. There you're starting to see on esports finally sacrificing, a few of these members to get the kill. Unfortunately, though, for Onyx Esports, Mr. Few is starting to get online. Those abyssal arrows are coming out very quick, always on a very short cooldown too.
Yeah.
And they also just gave a shutdown over. Keyboy was holding 3 kills in his KD, and that's a big bounty to be given out to Falcons, who have been, I think, floating around their power spike, and now they are truly within the realm of coming back.
Yeah, it's a slight gold lead for Onyx Esports, but definitely Team Falcons are in the right setup to be able to, well, force something, anything with any of their pick-off-centered heroes in the Cho and the Selena. Few's been man-marking so well, but Onyx Esports, it's like they're just running through the... It's not even a wall. It's like they're just running through security right now. You can see them in the CCTV. They're block them as you will. They're just hammering through all of the security. Team Falcons will hold on to the tower in the mid. Is Ogwin going to push it? And no, it's Keyboy with the toss-up onto Ogwin. A slight moment of hesitation gets punished by Keyboy's jawhead. Oh, wow.
A lot of damage. Kyle TZ, what item is he on? Bloodwings, 3rd item. Knows that it has been quite difficult for him to actually dive in. A lot of these times he's been shredded down by the physical defense shred of the missiles, plus the physical damage they have here. Keyboy, Seal? No.
Is he going to commit? No. He held on to the flicker. Just wanted to do the old recall TP. If you can't do it physically, mechanically, then you're going to do it mentally,
Absolutely. It's a mental game that they are playing too. 7-6 currently in the 12-minute mark. For Team Falcons, they're still desperately waiting for the comfort time for them to actually look for these fights. I don't know what it's gonna be. Maybe the Melfic gun for Moskov? Are they really gonna have to wait for full items at this point for Moskov before they're comfortable enough to go and look for a fight? Kyle is also on the way. Oh, Black Easy.
He's already showing himself up. He's diving in. It looks like they really want to fight this. Look, brought low Sans, real world manipulation a little bit early.
Moskov.
That's a big signal. Moskov, SOD lads, is going to commit it. But look, Super Marco pushing in the top side because Onyx were hunting for kills. Super Marco was hunting for turrets.
The base turret is open. Severo pops. No, I thought he sprinted there. I think it was the GDS.
Yeah,
That's why it was so quick right after the heavy crossbow. And it forced Team Falcons to back away from the top lane, but they've got all that they wanted. And this was what we were talking about. The comeback turn for Team Falcons. Right as we get into that 10-minute mark, and Falcons were scaling up pretty well despite the 2,000 gold lead, means that they'll be very, very comfortable at this time. And again, like we were waiting for, Melfic gun is on the way. Mr. Super Marco has just picked up that Fury Hammer.
Okay.
Ogwin's has been playing a very annoying game at Cho, right? Like, he hasn't been looking for a lot of these picks. He hasn't been able to get a lot of these picks, but he's been quite annoying. Always just constantly lingering around and making Onyx Esports think that it's a possible pick.
Yeah, he gets picked or
Keyboy?
tries to pick. Oh, Keyboy. Oh, fast. Super Marco able to avoid it. Keyboy no longer has conceal and the flicker as well. Are they just gonna decide to push this out? Looks like they will get a TZ brought low. Severo with the pick onto the jungler. Another TZ falls. Could be Few up next, but Severo gets stunned. Ogwin with a kick, but will they be able to take down this Aerithel? And they do. But the punish is real. 3 are down on the side of Falcons, and it looks like Ogwin will be the 4th as Super Marco will be left in the map. and Oakland finally falls with the Lord marching out of Onyx base.
Oh, it all started with what looked to be a small blunder. Keyboy tried to predict the step of Super Marco. Instead, he flickers awkwardly into the turret and gets nothing. It looked good for Team Falcons, but then out of nowhere, Calteezy, I think there was a bit of miscommunication on their side too. They wanted to go in, but it was only Calteezy. Marco was not in a position to actually dive in, and he didn't really have an angle to SOD inside. So it ended up being very awkward, even more so for Team Falcons than it was for Onyx Esports. Savero took control, and they were just damage controlling at that point for Falcons. They tried to go for Savero, who overextended, and then it kind of collapsed. Luckily, though, Onyx Esports were kind of staggered, and they weren't able to manage the waves properly. So should just be a tier 2 up top here, taken by Onyx.
Still have the control. You see the pokes now onto this hill. The flap TZ already gets taken out. A kick and a stun. Sam gets taken out as well. Super Marco, his SOD did not land. Kyrie falls to few. Calteezy trying to get away as Severo. Lutfi and Keyboy will chase him down. 2 for 2. Will Team Falcons try to? No, they're not going to try to look for anything else. They're just going to both level things out.
Tier 2. Only Tier 2 taken up top. The rest of the waves are safe for Team Falcons. And you can start to see Melthic BANTU for Savero. So both of the gold laners at full items. It is still Marco who has a bit of that gold lead on the Moscow, but it's, you know, again, due to him just split pushing and getting farm across the map. He'll have more gold to swap these items as we get into these fights. But the Savero!
Sudden aggression! SOD's gonna land and Super Marco with the Wind of Nature. He pops it. Keyboy's gonna get kicked, zoned out, and now Keyboy will fall as well. A sudden decision by Onyx, by Savero to be the explosive Savero suddenly gets turned around in front of them.
That is the experience that we've kind of been foreshadowing all the way from the pre-show. Team Falcons, they will not make such a mistake going in greedily for a kill when they are still, you know, very much in the advantage. And for Onyx Esports, Savero, that young blood, got him really, really baited by Team Falcons. Oakland
finds the kick, but Sans able to survive. Oakland gets punished, but Team Falcons want towers. It's only one base turret remaining for Onyx Esports, but Flat TZ gets stunned by Kyrie. It gets damaged by Kyrie. Kyle TZ goes in, and he gets punished as well. As Kyrie, we thought he was down, but he was able to get away just in time from Kyle.
All right, never mind. Scratch what I said. Experience. What? Savero made a mistake. Falcons have just made a bigger one. They got a base turret in the mid lane, but it's for a Lord. At this point of the game, 3-0 in a way the trade becomes. If you want to count Savero in, it's a 3-for-1 then. If Savero overextended, what did Falcons do? They overflew.
Yeah, and the Onyx Esports, you see now, from aggression, from a little bit of, what the heck are you doing? Why are you so aggressive? Where's the discipline? Suddenly, they slowed down that Lord and waited for the SOD, and then they continued it. Yeah, what happened there in the mid lane was terrible if you're a Team Falcons fan, because suddenly your advantage is gone. Flap TZ might be gone next up in the docket. They're chasing after the hill, but Savero again going in. Punish Kyle TZ with the electrifying beats. Keyboy could be up next. Team Falcons looks like they're gonna be able to get more. They get two, and suddenly this Lord is amounting to nothing as Ogun with a kick onto Lutfi right now onto the CC, but Super Marco goes into the mid. Vengeance by the Moscow. Lutfi's still alive, but Marco, Ogun, and Flap too much for him to handle.
What is going on? We saw a masterclass MLBB match in our first match, game number 2. And in the next one, it is a slugfest, a battle of blunders. And so far, it's been Savero with a mistake, Falcons with a mistake, and then back to Savero and the rest of the team falling in every single time. Now, it's Sans who is forced to defend together with Kyrie. There are no big waves available though, only one in the mid lane, and it will be cleared out. So technically, we could have gone and erased all those blunders, and it will still be the same game.
But, you know, I like it. I like what we're seeing.
It's a slugfest.
We could have gotten MLBB in the sheets. We got MLBB for the streets. And come on, man. This is Onyx. This is Falcons. The members of Falcons, the rivalry they've had for so long. I feel like we deserve this kind of MLBB.
They're both so tired of playing it the normal way, the clinical way, the template. What? Clean MLBB, we know each other so well. Clean MLBB isn't going to work. We're just going to slug it out and see who has the better mechanics.
Team Falcons and Onyx Esports. What a show they're putting on. But yeah, I think at this point now, the next big error will definitely be costly. It's getting closer to 20 minutes now. A wipeout could potentially lead to your loss and the victory for the team that caused the wipeout.
Definitely. A lot of these fights, though, for Team Falcons have looked way better compared to early and mid. Why? It's because Sans has been struggling to actually use the real-world manipulation to nail people down. The mobility for Falcons, especially the Joy and the Moskov, is at an all-time high. So if they're able to bait out the RWM, that kind of stops Onyx from doing what they've been able to do their full game, almost the entire duration of this game, which is punishing the dive of Team Falcons.
Okay, they're both parallel right now. Their positioning. Flapteezy's going to show himself. He finds Sans Keyboy. Keyboy tosses Flapteezy. The Abyssal Arrow, unfortunately, will not land. But Onyx not full committing. Okay, despite things getting quite scrappy, we didn't see a full wipeout. There's always at least one or two, maybe sometimes even three on the side of Onyx Esports, because usually it's just been Lutpi, Severo, Keyboy Severo, that variation, but no full wipeouts just yet. And that's why no one has taken the considerable lead.
So close to being an Abyssal Arrow on Severo in the mid lane alone. Few's been throwing these out, very, very accurate, but hasn't been able to find the right target just yet at the right time. He finds Kyrie, he finds Lutpi a couple of times, but the timing and the follow-up is just not there. He needs to find the perfect one, and those are flying out so quick, and it's on. Whoa.
Okay.
That's Lutpi with an Oracle and Radiant Armor. By the way, that's not a glass cannon CC. That's a pretty tanky CC, and Kyle just did that.
Yeah, that's all. That's like 50% of Lutpi's health gone right away. He had to heal through. I believe it was a Scaled Lizard that was right there. Good thing for him. But Onyx Esports, they're spending a lot of time topside. They have to send bodies to the bottom lane because there's a wave pushing down there. Let's see how many Onyx Esports will show on the map for Team Falcons to say it's time for us to Lord. Ogwin goes in with a flicker and the kick onto Lutpi. Lutpi will be able to get away. Abyssal Arrow toss up by Keyboy to save him. And real world manipulation was committed by Eve. So big ticket ultimate's gone for both. Now this time Onyx has positional advantage in the Lord, but look at the minion waves in the side lanes.
Lutpi will be sent down below Keyboy!
Oh, with the toss-up onto Ogwin. Immortality pop. Here comes Flapteezy in the backline trying to go after Severo. SLD will answer for Marco. Is able to find Severo. When the Abyssal Arrow gets tossed, no one gets hit. Meanwhile, in the Lord pit, Sans is up next on the dock. That's 2 down for Onyx. And Team Falcon smells a win on the way. The minion waves are crashing in. But Team Falcon slowing things down, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Ogwin again with a kick onto Keyboy. Keyboy trying to hold on. Lutpi gets blasted by Kyle. Kyrie trying to defend. The minions crashing in. And the Falcons will soar over Onyx in game 1.
Team Falcons fly high in the sky. Too high for the Sky Kings to reach in game number 1. After a crazy battle in the field. That was them both going from the sky to the ground and saying, let's duke it out. Let's just go for the sluggy fest.
Boys, this is what I call some good old MLBB, some classic type games. I love it. I love it. Every single time we see these two teams fight, we always get a proud moment for MLBB. But as you mentioned, it was quite the slugfest. Both sides throwing big haymakers, and some of them kind of punch in the air.
They threw the haymakers, and they were just praying to God that it landed.
Yeah, think about it. It was a round 1, but they treated it in like a round 11 out of 12 in a heavyweight matchup. Both of them were just like, all right, come on, man, let's try. We're doing our own impression of a Creed or a Rocky movie at this point.
They were blocking punches with their faces for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They had to smother them somehow, right? 6-18, the final kill score. And, I mean, it was a very close game between both of them. However, Falcons were slowly gaining the advantage. And I think once those inhibitors were down, it became so difficult for Onyx. Somebody shows bot side, insta-fight.
You know, again, we should trademark that. That was MLBB for the streets. And where did we all begin at one point in our careers? In the streets, man. That scrappy MLBB. What is it about formations? Everyone was just loco in the beginning, and I like how these two embodied it.
That's what M1 and M2 style, cabrón.
Yeah, M1 and M2 style.
Oh boy, the good old days. Truly, truly, this gave me a lot of nostalgia with the way that they were playing the game. You're trying to out-mechanic your opponents, but generally the decisions being made in both of these games were correct. They were forcing when necessary and not just because they could. However, I think there is a bit of an X factor coming in with Fuse Arrows, definitely opening up some pretty wild opportunities to actually initiate.
He was the deterrent. I mean, we did see a couple of times where the arrow would land and then that would be their setup, similar to what we saw with Super Friends and Brusco. But there were a lot of times where it was just like, hey, Onyx getting into position. Ah, damn, one of us got abyssal arrowed. We gave info. Getting into position. Oh, we stepped on a trap. We have to back up now. So it's like a lot of the little things that Fuse set up actually paid off big time for Falcons.
I think the biggest smother is when he hit Sans on the top side of the map just before the Lord was like about to start collapsing in. That changed the game entirely for Falcons. And kind of the beauty of Selena coming, well, technically, can we say that it's come back into meta at this point?
I guess so, but it really depends on the team, right? It's not everybody can actually pull the Selena off. Few Super Friends, those are the two guys that you would expect to pull off the Selena and actually make it work. And we do get to see that here. For Team Falcons, such a weird game of MLBB because the core fundamentals of the MLBB meta right now is you need the mid control. You need to constantly be controlling neutral objectives. I think whoever gets first turtle has already an enormous advantage getting into the game and to actually take the game. But here they gave it away. I think the first two turtles were just given away. They didn't really try to do that much, and it was actually super messy. Ogre tried to go for a pick. They tried to go for random fights to stabilize. But in the end, they got it. They went for so many random fights that it became so chaotic. And in the end, it works for them. They want to be chaotic with this composition. They never want it to be a clean front to back.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned how messy and scrappy it got. Despite all of those skirmishes and team fights, it was rare that we got the full wipeout.
Oh, yeah.
There was always at least 1 to 2, sometimes even 3 alive. Sometimes that was a condition for Onyx. Oh, Lutpi and Keyboy are down. Okay, let's back up. We can just give this up. It's okay. Let's find another win in the map. Same thing goes for Team Falcons. Oh, Oakland's down. Let's back up a little bit, reposition, and if we really can't get anything, then we go. So despite it being uncharacteristic of these two in terms of the discipline in the textbook, you could still see some of that bleeding in with them deciding to, hey, let's just back off instead of continuing to fight.
I mean, yes, the fights were extremely fragmented in terms of the amount of consequence put upon their opponents. However, Super Marco, as our MVP of the game, steady as ever. It looks like he replenished the armor plating this time around to stay bulletproof as much as he can. Yes, he did make a couple of mistakes, but macro-wise, I think the fact that they got that first inhibitor up top side, and as you were mentioning, Mirko, this kind of bleeds into your point. Yes, we were expecting mid-control, but I think a lot of what this game was about coming in from Team Falcons is like, yeah, you can have mid-control, but I can slow you down on that rotate anyways, which is why we saw Team Falcons actually get away so much in those side waves.
And that's why the Moskov has been seeing a crazy resurgence in like win rate and pick rates. It's because, we gotta talk about this first though. What was going on here? This was the start of like the Blunderfest, right? It was a pretty relatively like clean game. It wasn't too clean. It was kind of dirty too, but that was just like, ooh, what? And then the mid lane, we didn't get to see it here, but this was the blunder right after Falcon's blunder, and then Lutpi decides to go in 1v3, and then everything just, all hell breaks loose after that. It was just like, all right, if you want to go, come here.
Yeah, come here. I will not, if he auto-attacked me, I have to get one back
Battle of ego at that point.
It felt like, I think it was around the first Lord or one of the major objectives when, right, Severo was so low-key for a good amount of the game until then. Suddenly he goes in, surprise. It was him being suddenly aggressive that rewarded Onyx Esports. It felt like Severo never let go of that. It's like, hey, I can be aggressive too and get wins. And he kept doing it and doing it, then not without realizing, or maybe he did realize, that Team Falcons PH got to adjust to it. Because it happened 2 more times after that initial win for Severo. The next 2, Team Falcons PH were ready to respond to him suddenly going in with a heavy crossbow.
Unfortunately, the rule of 3 still apply, even to MLBB. As much as you want to break the code and try to like keep it at just 2 times. 2 times. The 3rd time, people are expecting it. It's right. I think it is a rough game, but we need to talk about adjustments here. Because again, this is an elimination match, and right now Team Falcons are up 1 point to Onyx Esports. Can Onyx Esports adjust to this? Because now that they've kind of, well, tried to play their style, what needs to change?
For me, it's just a cleaner game. I think the game plan was right. They got the early game. They got everything in their hands up until Severo heavy crossbowed forward. Got a little bit too greedy. Got, the young blood took over. The emotions ran high, and he was like, oh, I need to get this big play to happen. It didn't work out. But also I think the tilt was visible too for Savero.
Yes.
Right after that,
Yes.
he made another big mistake.
Yeah.
He again, heavy crossbow. I think same location too.
Yeah, same area, right behind that pit
Yeah.
at the bottom side.
And there was no adaptation after that. Usually, especially after dying to Super Marco twice like that, you would swap out the Rose Gold for the Wind of Nature, which Super Marco had. That's why when he overextended, when he went in and it looked like it was in a bad spot, he
fine.
always had a Wind of Nature to deal with it. I understand the Rose Gold. I understand you have to respect Caltizi, but after 2 times of being, just gunned down or speared down by Super Marco, I think you need to change a bit of the respect. You gotta like adapt. Okay,
Yeah.
deal with this guy and maybe swap it for Rose Gold later.
If you guys want to watch these public executions live, check out Mobile Masters. For the international stage, you get to see the tilt happen in real time in Jakarta. Bring your family, bring your loved ones to check out the game that we all love desperately, and hopefully one day it will love us back. With that being said, remember, the stakes are high between both of these teams, and Onyx Esports are on the cusp of elimination. Can they equalize? Will they bring this back? We'll find out right after this break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
We both faded, so we're about to go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your 4-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up.
The series continues. Team Falcons currently a point up against Onyx Esport on the cusp of elimination. Live in Prasada, Johor, the Snapdragon proceeds continue. Man, boys, this is gonna be a tough one. After not having the cleanest game in game number 1, this could be it for Onyx. And I mean, we already talked about adjustments.
Boys.
It needed to be cleaner. And I think that right now, even for Team Falcons, right, they're not coming up with any new tech.
Well, you can't
Selena
tell
is new
Selena's
tech,
tech, right?
It's like the Falcons Ube was patch 1.0. That was 0.5.
That's fair.
But it's newer tech.
Newer tech.
It makes sense because Few just got married. Selena, something old,
When you
something
gaze
new,
into the
something brown,
abyss.
something blue.
It all adds up. Don't worry, it's the same for some of the older generation, Mirko.
Oh,
Yeah.
they just did it again. They're like,
Oh, whoa, they're just running it back.
hey, if you want to go for the same draft, we can do the same thing.
Do it one more time. Except the Moskov is banned now for the side of Team Falcons,
Yeah.
though.
You think this is their way of saying that, okay, this is how we're responding to Sans' Eve?
Ooh,
Yeah.
maybe. I mean, Joy is already a pretty good way of doing it, but you add that, especially when you have an off angle with Selena, you can definitely reduce the effectiveness of the RWM's DPS. However, Onyx does make a bit of an adjustment. Instead of going for the draw head, this time they got the Gatot already locked in. I'm guessing it's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, but that's a slower man. That's a slow boy, right? The jawhead, what makes him so good with this composition is you had someone going fast to make pickoffs happen against, Team Falcons, who in the early game are pretty vulnerable. The Gatot is a way to be like, all right, you're not going to fight, but we're also not going to get that massive advantage through pickoffs. It's just, it's safer.
Yeah, and at the same time, one thing I've also realized seeing SPS a little bit more is that the Gata Kacha, okay, when you're up against pickoff, there's always that chance for you to just waste abilities and just fly out with an Avatar of Guardian. At the same time, if the Selena or the Cho entry at the wrong time, suddenly it gets turned around on them, they get taunted, and then there's a moment for the Gata Kacha's teammates to back him up.
Okay. That's a fair point here, but coming into that second phase, I'm seeing Lucas bans. I'm also seeing Hilda bans, so a very big emphasis on the EXP side of things.
Yeah, I'll also have to say, though, in that game, we were talking about Savera, obviously, because that was a glaring blunder, but I think Ludpi kind of had a stinker. It was not the best game for Ludpi. A lot of miscoordinations. He played like a Phoveus on the CC. He went in, dude, every time, and he got punished for it, like, every time too. I think it was 0-5 in the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like CC in a nutshell, right? If you're like really hard dominating on CC, the game is basically over anyways, right? It's a force multiplier, and it doesn't really save you from a bad scenario anyways. We do see the high loss follow-up ban coming in from Onyx Esports. Keep in mind, Onyx Esports on the red side and Team Falcons on the blue. Final ban coming up for the side of Team Falcons, and maybe this might give us an idea of where they want to go, because as for mentioned, right, now that the mid trios have kind of been secured for either side, the only real difference that we're going to see are picks in the gold.
There's one pick that I think the two teams have to watch out for. That's the glue. Because the glue is still on the map if they want to rock with it. I think it's slot in well for Team Falcons now at this point. So they run it back again, the Earthel again. Oh, they go Granger.
Wow.
I'm actually totally okay with this.
Yeah.
With the way that Marco plays, like it's now the patches, it really suits his style and the way that he wants to build.
This is his Granger.
This is his Granger, yeah. Coming into this though, we still need that final pick. Team Falcons must show who their EXP lane matchup is going to be. And I don't think there's much safe options other than like Glue, I guess.
Because no record yet for Ludpi actually using this Gatot Kacha. It is a high chance that's going into the hands of... oh, no, I just saw what it is.
Oh, man.
It's a stinker!
Even though the other one's open.
And obviously, it's the Uranus. And it's... I wonder what Onyx Esports going to pick.
Oh,
CC
no.
was banned, right? No, it was not. Oh, wow. What a surprise.
Huge surprises here.
Man. What's up with the Uranus? Seriously.
Yeah, is there something we don't know?
It probably has been dominating in scrims. What other reason would it be so, like, Brio over CC?
I think the only thing is if the lanes go even prior to level 4 and Uranus is able to get some steel leggings to kind of survive the early laning phase, then technically, as long as they scale at equal gold, they should. Eventually, Uranus will be like, I'm going to waste like 2 minutes worth of your life.
Yeah. It feels like I'm seeing what happened in MPL Philippines last season, where people were still picking Arlot into Phoveus, and then after the 6 straight wins by Phoveus against Arlot, no one still got that Arlot just pretty much empowers Phoveus a lot. So, I don't know what's going on.
Hey, we don't know what's going to go on. I'll leave it to you boys to catch the action here. Good luck to all of our viewers out there trying to make a prediction on this. Mirko, Rimar, take it away.
All right, folks, it's the battle again. Once and for all for Falcons to beat and eliminate Onyx ID, to march forward to lower brackets. Lower bracket finals it is.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take flight once again as we see the battle of the skies. Team Falcons versus Onyx Esports.
Okay, so from everything we've learned about Uranus versus CC so far in the SPS is that it's a dead lane, but then there's a point where CC just leaves the Uranus in the EXP lane while it becomes a 5v4 in the map because the Uranus is just there not being able to help his own teammates.
Yeah, it's a sussy lane. It definitely is a
Yes.
sussy lane, right? Here though, good clear. Amazing actually from Team Falcons. They have the Cho that can actually match the mid-prio this time around. Against the Jawhead, maybe you have a bit more pressure to play with for Onyx Esports, but now that it's a Cho versus Gatot, Cho has a way to clear very, very fast too with Concussive Blast. Onyx ID though will definitely be looking to invade early, and that's what they're doing here.
Okay, you get the little arrow combo a little bit onto Kyrie. Spellvamp is already going to be gone, but the Revitalize is there to help out Kyrie. No level 4s just yet for the jungler, so I like this. Aggressive poking and taking of the green camps.
Team Falcons still get away. Flicker though, burnt out by few. Kyrie level 4. He's trying to make his way, has the retribution to stop Kyle.
Oh, and he commits it. Able to take away the Scaled Lizard, and now it's a slight advantage for Kyrie. Actually, no, at this point, yeah, like 30% of an advantage for Kyrie in terms of the XP.
No level 3, no level 4 here for Kyle TZ. He's gonna have to wait for purple buff before he gets it.
Yeah.
Turtle number 1 should be better for Onyx Esports in general, even without that lead, but now even more so. Oakland forced to recall, I believe.
Yeah. Are they really going to try to get this, or does he just want to get a bit of that XP grab? Because that's 4 members of Onyx Esports in the turtle. It looks like Team Falcons want to commit it. They want to try. Kyrie's still able to win the retribution battle. Real world manipulation. Kyrie's still alive. Ogwin with a flicker. Jeet Kundo takes down Kyrie. Ogwin gets first blood against the jungler of Onyx Esports. While it's only Flap easy down for Team Falcons. It's a longer fight, and a longer fight that did not go well for either two teams. Keyboy brought low. That's a 2-for-2 trade. They're just scrapping again.
Oh man, you can never escape it when Onyx and Team Falcons go at it. These are the two bitter rivals of the past, of the entire year of 2023. We just saw these two battle it out, and again, they know each other so well. It's gotten to a point of stand here and throw your punches.
Come on, we've done this for so long. Let's just not stop. Let's just keep fighting. I had to correct myself. It's actually a 3-2 trade that happened after that long engagement. But yeah, that just went on for so long that people are just coming back a little bit because the respawn timers are just fast at this point in the game. So that's a signal for both of these two teams. Like, nothing is gonna come easy. I really thought Team Falcons would back off there, but they still committed.
The fact that they still committed into what looked like a losing fight and they won it means that they're just doing things really, really well here, right? Team Falcons were able to actually kind of like make it super messy against Sans. If he doesn't get a proper front to back, it's really tough to play the composition. And now they're trying to invade again.
Oakland gonna get blasted down. Real world manipulation by Sans. AOG by Keyboy on the dot. Gets Flap TZ. Onyx Esports can still take this purple buff away. Kyrie with a stun at the Flap TZ, and the Uranus goes down. One of the disadvantages of having an EXP laner with no crowd control or barely any hard crowd control is that you're just a sponge, and it's hard to stop invades.
Hold up though, I just realized that this is a different version. Kyrie stunned.
Okay, Kyle TZ, electrifying beats committed already. Ludwig able to tell Kyle TZ you need to back off.
Okay, back to my point here. Unless they want to go, nah, it's just Abyssal Traps. Kyrie has to respect this. Doesn't know where the joy is. Throws another Abyssal Arrow, and these two are stuck up top. Few is zoning them. Look at Kyrie, he's not even going to recall. He's like, all right, you have taken the turtle. Your pressure has given the turtle to your team.
That's just the Selena stopping the CC and the Suyo. Man marked and spotted by Few. If you don't know, this is Few's old favorite back in Season 2 of MPL Philippines. He was the Selena of the country.
He was him, or he was her, Selena? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Both are right.
Both are right. Team Falcons, they are playing such a chaotic game, and again, it's always good for Team Falcons with this kind of composition. Onyx are the ones, they want to be clean with it. They want to be the ones controlling neutral objectives. They want to be the ones to have a say in the fights through the sheets. But Team Falcons are like, no, you're in the streets here, we're gonna come in through all angles, you know, drive by, all that. And more up top again, it's a drive-by.
Oh no, Ludwig committing the vengeance, trying to survive. He's getting chased by the Joy and the Uranus. Yo-Yo Blitz is not gonna stop anything. And now I think we're seeing the positive side of the Uranus CC matchup.
They even have the electrifying beats, fool. Oh man, they got the beats to play for this matchup. And again, Uranus revitalized. That's the difference that we've seen here compared to the other games. It's been Purify for Luke and for Lutpi, and then we saw it one more time, I believe, right?
Yeah.
It was also Purify. So first time that we are seeing a revitalize here in the SPS for Uranus, and it might be the best choice. I thought that was going to be what we saw from the first game when Luke picked it up. I thought it would just be revitalized Uranus.
So it seems like if you control the center of the map well enough so that the CC doesn't help, CC can just actually get stuck and then gank while the Uranus is winning lane. I mean, that was the one time it happened, but maybe that's why they're picking the Uranus at the CC.
Maybe they're just that confident now, right? Because it's very chaotic, and technically, if Lutpi wants to hit Uranus, Kaltiz is gonna have a frenzy. Marco's gonna be free too. Go ahead, revitalize this time. So the regen that you're already stacking up on me with your basic attacks, plus the revitalize, I ain't dying. Uranus will be free, and Onyx still wants to contest for Turtle 3.
Okay, Missile arrow lands at the key boy. That could be big, but Sands with the Starfield right away, punishing the Uranus that gets deleted. Advantage for Onyx Esports, but they don't have a big ticket ultimate. AOG though, Keyboy not gonna land it. Ogwin getting zoned out. Kyle TZ still here. Few gets taken out by Severo in the mid lane, and that means Team Falcons needs to back off away from this as Kyle TZ already used the beats.
Another brawl, but this time it's Onyx Esports who get the dub. It wasn't fully coordinated by Team Falcons. Flap TZ walked up, baited some resources, but Kyle wasn't able to get past the wall for the electrifying beats on all the low members of Onyx Esports. And on top of the turtle, that's Kyrie with a steal on orange buff.
So it'll just be a purple for this Joy. And now Severo doing the same thing at around this time in the game. Third turtle, get aggro. Suddenly surprise a few, and suddenly with a kick, it's Ogwin surprising Lutpi this time around. Super Marco getting his first kill onto the board. Boy still spots Flap TZ, and since Super Marco has the Sky Piercer, that is his first set of stacks on that.
I wonder why Lutpi, dashed away and then boing back. It's like,
yeah, he could have just jumped away after that.
But I guess he didn't expect Ogwin to pull off, Kung Fu kick there, back again, and we're back to finally a slower game, or back to like slow tempo. It seems that pickoff has really given both teams, a reality check of like, guys, just calm down a bit. There are no neutral objectives. Maybe we shouldn't be brawling all the time.
It also seems like continuing the trend of game number 1, Ogwin just has his eye set on Lutpi, that if Lutpi just shows an inch of getting kicked, then Ogwin will like, I'm still gonna commit it. And it's wild to see Ogwin go back-to-back choke, because again, even during the height, even though it is still the height of picking Cho into the roam, Ogwin still decided to pick up other options that were available. Team Falcons, this roster, even when they were still AP Brand Esports, they didn't pick the Cho as much, and now it's, again, just annoying the heck out of the front line of Onyx.
I'm telling you, man, the way that Ogwin has been playing the Cho, it hasn't been, the super crazy pickoff, Yaoi style. It's been it's been Ogwin style.
Yeah.
Ha! That's it.
I mean, that's true. Like, the old masters for Kung Fu or martial arts, they're always the tricky ones, right? Well, the young bloods, go for the, they gotta outsmart the young ones who just always want to go for the aggressive move. Sometimes you just gotta, kick them in the face and just to heat check them.
Exactly. In this case, it's literally a kick to the face to Luki. Like 4 times now it's been. Very close to Severo.
Way too close.
No follow-up ready though, so if that did connect, it would have been okay.
Yeah.
Onyx gotta be careful though, because if they do start playing with the Lord, they are getting chunked by a lot. The AoE damage of the Lord and the new Lord dance doesn't really work that well if you're squishy. Sans gets kicked.
Okay, no more ultimate for the Joe. Committed. Heavy crossbow. Severo sees Kaltiz yet again, but this time Keyboy with the taunt, saving his gold laner, punishing the aggression of Kyle TZ. What a save by Keyboy. Now on Esports, this Lord looks good for them. 5v4. Kyle TZ not here. Team Falcons are just softly contesting this, and they give it up.
And that's the difference maker for Onyx Esports here. We were talking about the Gatot and the Jawhead. It is a safer pick, and it works out. The safer pick becomes the best pick for Onyx Esports because they know the Team Falcons have been brawling it out a lot. Yeah. So if Kyle wants to jump in, Keyboy is very happy to let that happen and
Yeah.
just taunt him up, lock him down for the rest of the team to punish him. So now the Savero overextensions might be used as bait.
Yep, exactly what we discussed in the panel earlier. When the Joe, Selena, Joy want to get close, high chance Keyboy's already thinking about using the taunt to stop Team Falcon's engagement. Now Onyx Esports in a much better spot compared to game number 1. AOG and the real world manipulation takes down the Granger, all the reach and all the set. As Kyle Teasy gets pushed back by Kyrie, and Onyx Esports are pushing into the base of Team Falcons, threatening all of their turrets.
One more minion wave. Sans, no RWM, a lot of ults already used. 4 ultimates to be exact. Kaltizi still has the electrifying beats, but Keyboy, there you go. The Gata Kacha zones them away.
Onyx Esports are still here. They're still Hella Towers top side, but they're just so confident with the lead that they have. And Flap Teasy can only stand and watch. He cannot get the entry because it's not him making the entry. He's waiting for someone to get a catch, and then he goes in.
Reynes is just there. He's existing. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of times we see in these games, Team Falcons are back to just housekeeping. They need to deal with the waves constantly coming down, and I don't think they'll be able to actually deal with the top wave here. Onyx have a bit too many resources, have too much manpower for Falcons to defend it. So even with the Granger here, it is just Onyx Esports with the control up top, and Team Falcons will try to go for a steal. They will be able to take it.
It's like the opposite of he is him. It's just he's just there.
He's just there.
He's just there. He's just doing what he can, providing the vision, but with no hard CC, you can't set as the EXP laner. All the set is coming from the skill shots of the Cho and the Selena. And Onyx Esports will continue and can continue this aggression that they're showing in the jungle of Team Falcons as Flap TZ is man-checking Savero right now. Abyssal Arrow entry, and that's going to be a kick by Ogwin onto Ludwig. Vengeance up, and the Starfield perfect as well. Savero going in with the entry, but disciplined this time around. But the gold leader of Onyx Esports, no kick, no more sets, and Onyx Esports will just back off, but Abyssal Arrow lands, but everyone else is too far to follow up.
Okay. Back again to Onyx Esports taking a lot of punches. Team Falcons also, but no one dies. They're just taking a whole lot of punches, and they are back to waiting for the neutral objective. Let's take the item check here. All the leads towards the right side here.
Yep.
Onyx Esports holding all the leads, especially again in the mid lane. Sans has been the guy who's had the biggest lead. So far though, from game 1 at least, from what we've seen, as we get into the late game, Sans' lead doesn't really amount to much because the items that he has gotten is for damage, and the damage that he needs to push out is through real-world inflation.
But the damage not quite there yet for this Granger, and Starfield perfect by Sans. AOG to zone out. Kaltizi cannot even get close to the Lord as Ogwin almost gets taken down by Savero. They can escape without losing a life, but another major objective gone for Team Falcons.
Again, for Sans, a lot of the damage comes through the RWM, which relies on Onyx Esports playing it clean, having a proper front to back. In that case right there, Onyx was able to create a line for Team Falcons that Falcons were not able to cross again through the pick of Gata Kacha. Now that they have the front to back already very, very clean with the Gata Kacha and with the peel they have, it seems they're just going to have a better way to tackle this game. And for Team Falcons, they'll have to be extra creative now to look for an angle of attack. Because previous game, they had a Moskov to always have, side lane control. Now they don't. Now they have Granger, who adds more in team fights. Or even then, I don't know, like adds more in poke. In team fights, Moskov, Granger, debatable.
Yeah, it's a little bit more honest this time around, the approach that Team Falcons needs to go on. But speaking of honesty, Kyle Teasy showing himself up in a flank angle. Electrifying Beast already used. The Starfield perfect. AOG does not land, but they're zoning out. Keyboy already brought low. Flap Teasy as well. A kick by Ogwin. He finds Sans. A little bit of a miracle for Team Falcons, but Onyx Esports, they just back off.
Wow.
They don't want to contest it anymore. What a kick by the Master.
Ogwin, well played. Master Ogwin with a masterful kick that has just possibly saved the game for Team Falcons. Had Onyx Esports still, had Sans in the skirmish, maybe he would be able to, poke him down a bit more. Marco now has the win of nature. Ogwin's looking for more. Harry stuns him up.
Oh, Shifu, just gets blasted by Savero. And Onyx Esports look to capitalize on the poke. What Savero looks like, he's going to get punished this time by Marco and Kyle. The members of Onyx were zoned. Savero went in alone.
glimpses of game one. Savero, way too aggressive. Goes in, heavy crossbow. He dodges away from the first few dashes already, and Kaltizi was on cooldown. Kaltizi runs away, and Onyx decide, you know, all right, let's go for the Uranus. But Savero decides, I'm going to chase Kaltizi. I have enough damage to take him down. Didn't account for Super Marco, who was still there, and the rest of the team that was there to back him up. And Onyx Esports will now have to be very, very clean. Again, it's all about playing the proper front to back. They could never get baited by Team Falcons to break formation. If they do, Falcons are the one with the advantage.
One turret, that's all that stands in their base, but they know they can't just sit back. They need to be proactive with getting positioning in the map. Flapteezy able to split push at the top. That's going to be a turret down. Even if it doesn't get taken down, I mean, it's just a tickle away. And Team Falcons are answering the split push of Kiboy. Okay, poke. There's going to be a full fight. This could make or break the game already.
And for Onyx Esports, it seems the decision is, well, they got to make a decision quick. They have to just stay decisive right now, because for Team Falcons, they're the ones, despite not having, you know, two base turrets, who have the better setup. Slow push was built down below. An Abyssal Arrow, luckily didn't land on Sans. That could have been very deadly. Onyx decided to go Lord.
Gwen and Kiboy both handling the right shrub right now. Abyssal Arrow will land to get the damage from the Lord, and on the Lutfi means that's advantage for Team Falcons. And a kick by Ogwen onto Kiboy. Kaltizi immediately finds Sans, has to cancel the star field. That's going to be a punish by Onyx Esports onto Flapteezy, but Kiboy falls down as well.
Few has been dictating the fights with the Abyssal Arrows, constantly poking Lutfi down. He was a full HP CC, and all of a sudden you see him, and he was 1 HP. Flapteezy went a bit too aggressive. Savero!
Oh, he finds Few! And Savero! Perfect timing, finally, with this aggression, finds the right mark. The man that we just mentioned has been messing up Onyx.
I gotta give him props, man. This guy has so much, like, bravery. The fact that it's ended up being a blunder 3 times, you would expect a lot of players to be like, all right, I'm never going to do that again. Savero says, no, I'll double down. I am the double-edged sword of Onyx Esports, and I will try to win the game for the team.
Ogwen lands the kick. Kaltizi there. Starfield brought down. Sans is the target. They want the Eve, but the Eve still stands. Ogwen alive. The Windtalker damage not going to be enough. The Immortality still unpopped. Lutfi Vengeance already utilized as well. 5v5 in this push with the Lord, with the minion waves. Onyx Esports, Sans is still here thanks to the Revitalize, a stun onto Kyrie, and Team Falcons holding on, doing everything they can, while Onyx Esports wants to end. Flapteezy brought low, and Onyx Esports, let's see if they're just gonna throw bodies. They have it locked in the base, the minions too much, and uno, dos, we are going to a game numero tres.
Did you really expect this old guard battle to end in a sweep? Onyx Esports and Team Falcons. This rematch will always be a full series, and we get to see it one more time.
What a workout between both these teams. I don't have much to say about it because, again, it was quite the slugfest still. This Selena pick is throwing so much spice and chaos to the clean game that we love.
It's no longer a clean game, man. When you have Selena in your composition, you gotta just fight dirty. Gotta throw sand and, you know, at your opponent's eyes and try to blind them before you throw that haymaker.
It's tough to say because there's a lot of things that we need to go through. Number one, the lack of EXP here. Like, oh man, Uranus, he's gonna do stuff. It instantly explodes. Gone. Disappeared with the wind.
For a second, at least for the early game, he wasn't as squishy as, you know, we expected him to be, especially after the previous, you know, Purify Uranus. So Revitalize is a step in the right direction, but it is still a Uranus.
I think I've seen enough of the Uranus right now that I can say, just please stop.
0% win rate, 4, 5 times now?
I get the potential theory around it. We saw it in action especially. There were times where it looked like Lutfi was losing lane at some point, but it wasn't even in the laning phase. That was just Team Falcons BH ganking him at the right time. I've had enough of the Uranus.
The best part is that Lupi doesn't even have anti-heal. He doesn't. So
Doesn't care.
it does
It was
not
only
matter.
Sans.
It literally was only Sans.
They did that. They bursted through Uranus only with one. All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, great hero design, great hero design. 8 to 10, at least this time around, the game wasn't as bloody as I was expecting it to be. Considering the game length, I was expecting it to be a lot more chaotic, but very close calls from either side. I get what Falcons are trying to do, right? They're really trying to make the Selena work.
Yep.
They're trying to give opportunities for Kyle to be that chunker, and then Supermarket comes in. We've seen this before with OP, but unfortunately, I just think that it's not as effective this time around, especially when you don't have that momentum going with you.
At the same time, we do have to recognize that Onyx Esports was sharper than this one, a little bit more disciplined. Severo eventually, all his undisciplined maneuvers was washed away, but with one great pick onto Few. But outside of Severo, who is the MVP of the game, everyone else in Onyx did really well, especially Keyboy. We talked about the Gatot Kacha coming in the third pick, red side. The taunt was utilized perfectly to be the deterrent to all the dive that Falcons had.
And it's also the follow-up to whatever Lutpi wants to do. A lot of times in game number 1, we didn't get to see the follow-up after Lutpi went in, and it ends up being a very awkward death for him. Here with the Gatot Kacha, Lutpi, you're good. I have an AOG that can follow you wherever you are. I'm Keyboy, yo.
He's got helicopter support here. He's got air support literally coming in for this guy got an avatar. But I will say at the very least for Onyx Esports, sure, it is looking a lot cleaner, but that's only like once they've kind of gotten through the phases, the templates of like the early mid, and then once we get past the 10-minute mark is where we see Onyx Esports really try and adapt and evolve. But give it up for Severo, because I gotta say he's learning a lot from Keyboy, whether it be his hair or his gameplay. Even if you fail 3 times, it's that 4th one. It's that 5th one.
That's the Keyboy way, dude. You might have a lot of like Keyboy, but you'll have a Keyboy moment one of these days. And for Severo, we didn't get to see the crazy Severo just yet.
Yeah.
That was, whoa, Severo! After Severo, 3 times. So
Right now we're at Severo. Oh,
that was pretty good. Gotta give him props though. Like the fact that he blundered so many times and it costed the game almost, right? And he still had the balls to do it.
Yeah.
Those were balls of steel, sir.
Truly. Straight up Jones.
Jones.
Man, Severo's been playing Irithyll since yesterday.
It's not his fault, man. It's like Moscow banned Herod Ben. All right.
What else can I do? Put me back on Gradation? Nah, I don't want to touch that. But even so, I still think that, like, at the very least, coming in from Onyx Esports, the team is starting to look a little better. Question being, do we eventually have to respect ban this Selena? Do we need to force back to the traditional stuff? Or honestly, is it completely fine? It's like, yes, keep it chaotic. As long as we play clean, the ball is in our court all the time.
Yeah, I think now we'll see Team Falcons switch things up. That's 2 games for the Selena. All of them, I think it did their job, but now I'd want to see Team Falcons do something different, something a little bit more familiar. That was one of the blunders of Severo here. And remember, before the series, we were talking downstairs, Gideon, about how this matchup might boil down to which gold laner can get to the opposing mid laner more, because we saw it with Keldra finding Few over and over again in the previous series. Now for this game number 2, it was Severo finding Few at the right times now compared to the wrong time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Switch it up. If you're going to play into the game anyways, pick up a Farsa of yourself, you know? Make sure that Severo pays for walking up too close. And if not, just make sure that he can completely not walk into the fight at all. Don't give him the opportunity.
If there's going to be a respect ban, what if Team Falcons just not give the Eve anymore? Just to force Onyx to switch things up as well.
I don't know. I think they're still really confident. I mean, considering what that early to mid game looked like with the Selena, oh my goodness, it was about to snowball so far out of control.
It almost looked like they want to go up against Eve, right? They've never banned it here in the series, and they've always gone for the Selena, which again, Selena Joy, actually. It wasn't the Selena Joy. Again, though, with this kind of chaotic composition, I think you need to double, triple down on it. The fact here that they went for the Granger fell out of place completely. Like, everybody wanted to go and die, and the Granger's just like,
wait, boys.
What?
Hold on. I'm still... I just finished Malefic Roar. Hunter Strike is not even there. Well, there are some things to think about here and adaptations to be made. Luckily, this goes the distance. This, remember, is an elimination match. 1-to-1 between these 2 titans of the skies. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the SBS.
oh
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Semangat. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Don't stop.
Let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. For the base, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine? Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till
And we're back with a high-stakes elimination match. Now down to a best-of-1 between these two Sky Kings, Sky Titans. Some may even call them Onyx Esports up against Team Falcons. As we're heading on into game number 3, we're going to be looking for the final adjustments these teams have because this is their last chance to make it through to the next round. Let's pull up the draft and boys, walk me through this because once again, we're expecting some significant changes here from either side.
Oh,
Maybe no changes.
maybe.
No, they're not gonna heave into Joy Selena again, are they?
Well, let's take a look at the bans. Everything is the same. No Moskov though. So I think they are just gonna Eve it.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna Joy it. And then
Selena it.
Selena.
maybe they take the Gatot first. So they go Joy, Gatot, and then Selena.
Or they could do.
They're setting Lutpi up for Phoveus. Because the Eve is usually one of the deterrents. Though there are teams who are still willing to pick the Phoveus into the Eve, I think they're now looking at the first phase as thinking about Phoveus. They got the Moskov and Harith. Severo can fortunately for him, can just Irithel yet again.
I wouldn't be too surprised if he does, but yes, I do agree with Mirko here. If they do decide to pick up Gata, again, it was one of the big game changers coming in from game number 2, and also a huge deterrent for anybody who has to like get maximized damage, especially for like Selena. You hit the arrow, you hit the empowered arrow, you also hit the trap. You can't dive in to get that big burst of damage still. As they lock in Gaton as well as Joy, we see the Suyo expected from Onyx Esports.
Yeah, now the big question is, do you still want to go Jawhead, right? Because it kind of worked in game 1. They were able to get the lead early game, but then later on when they had to play for Sans, it just became very difficult to peel for Sans with the Jawhead. Maybe the better choice would be Tigreal, but I don't know. The Tig's going to have some really, a lot of work if he has to deal with the Selena too, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Tig, Cho, maybe? Unless they want to go for a flex pick on their side?
I don't think they want to go for Cho here. Okay, they go for the Phobius. There you go. You were saying that they were setting up for the Phobius, so yeah, Phobius gets picked up for Onyx.
Yeah, he's Lutfi is no longer playing a CC like a Phobius. He's an actual Phobius this time around.
Now.
He's him. Gets a comfort. I wonder if I'm already thinking ahead to the Super Marco pick. I mean, they can't just go Granger, but then at the same time, maybe they might consider carry. But with the Eve around, that might not be the best bet, especially with the Vengeance also going to be there in the Phobius.
Just go Selena again, Falcons.
One more time.
I think they will.
There you go.
Yeah.
See the Selena again. 3 games in a row. Roy, Selenoy, Joy, plus Selena. That might just be the name of the combination now. Selenoy. Selena Joy. Or Jelena.
Jelena. That will speak to a lot of the Filipino audience.
Oh.
Fair enough. I think that Team Falcons at this point, they've been running compositions that enable this Joy, and as well as that Selena. And you might just be right. Flap might just be the key if he doesn't get his hand on Rerain. Jeez, man. Jeez. Oh, wait. Actually, Team Falcons banning out the Irithel this time round.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, he's going to be stuck with he's going to be picking the Granger, isn't he? Unless, I mean, they can still
Falcons
pair
are armed red side, so they're going to technically, if they wanted to, get the Granger first.
Yeah.
Onyx take Granger? I don't know. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Granger 0% win rate on Onyx Esports is, so they have tried the Granger before. It just has not worked out with their playstyle.
Granger carry are the 2 picks that they haven't won yet with Severo. Moskov, Irithel, Harith, all gone. Granger and carry looks like that might be the trade that they're going for here. I still want to see Glue for Team Falcons.
I think
they can put the Roam, Gatot, and then the Glue XP.
I like the Glue.
That makes a lot more. That makes a lot of sense here, especially since technically it's got soft CC in itself. It slows your opponents down, making the Abyssal Arrows easier to land. Not to mention some great zoning potential.
Yeah.
Like Suyo is like, oh man, I do not want to deal with this guy.
Does Onyx go for Mathilda here? They have a Phobius. The Yves. I don't know. The Yves Mathilda would be kind of awkward, yeah?
It would be kind of awkward. Especially since it's going to be like a little harder to game prio with both of them, since nobody's got concussive blast to really like kind of keep up the pace. Oh, good ban. Really good ban.
Yeah, a really good ban here to take away from Falcons' plan. Now, it's still confusing. It's as confusing for Severo as it is for Flapteezy right now. Like, you don't know what to pick if you're in Team Falcons for XP. And Onyx, I'm struggling to think about, the pick for gold.
They might just default.
Badang?
Oh.
I mean, it is pretty chaotic if that's what we're going for here for Team Falcons.
I think...
or you can consider the Baksha EXP again.
I don't know about the Baksha EXP. Because even if you go for these fast types of rotations, for fast ways to actually go around the map,
heard it,
I don't...
folks.
Huh? What?
You've heard Renmar say, oh no.
Hey, 0% win rate. Let's go. This time it's going to be different, boys.
No CC though. They go for the carry.
Yeah, unexpected.
Okay. I mean, at least this forces Severo to be like, hey, I can't possibly make the mistake of jumping into the back line. I have to play the front to back. No way.
Flicker forward.
Flickers forward. Changes the game.
It is not fun. The Tigreal carry, I think they're fantastic. Last 2 picks rounds out Onyx draft. It counters a lot already what Team Falcons wants to do. This is already looking shaky for Team Falcons. Even if they end up with a Granger, this is just shaky already.
Okay, they do go for the Granger, but I am not a big fan. I am not a fan at all of the Uranus, you know? Like, Team Falcons, Marco, Ogwin, Few, Cal, TZ, Flap, TZ, I respect them, but the Uranus...
It's kind of a stanker. It's kind of
0% win rate, again, just to remind all of you viewers back at home, Uranus hasn't gotten a single win, and we are still kind of like confused as to why it's so popular now.
I don't know. I think people should stop it. I think we need to put a plug on this Uranus. It's terrible. It's terrible. I don't particularly like it, but it is quite the enabler, right? It's not a force multiplier. It's more of like a soft setup, and even then, not the greatest. But I'll let you boys handle it to watch and experience it for yourselves in this elimination match. Give it up for Mirko and as well as Rimar. Bring us into the land of dawn.
Well, folks, it's Game 3, the final game of the series. I think it's time for us to see just exactly how much you support your teams. Type 1 if you think Team Falcons are going to win. Type 2 if you think Onyx Esports will get the dub as we go and enter the land of dawn for the final time in match number 2, an elimination match. It is match point for both. One last chance.
How is this gonna fare for the lineup that has a hero that is yet to win, that people have been thinking since yesterday, this is gonna be the next hot pick. Uranus has yet to win, while Keyboy ends up with a Tigreal that Team Falcons are very familiar with. And because of the hard sense of set, despite the AOG being there for Team Falcons, no one in Onyx Esports has a Purify. They don't care about the crowd control, little as it may be, that Team Falcons can dish out.
Whoa. Okay, it becomes a... Oh, Kyrie wins out that Retri battle.
Okay, early on, I had to dash out to avoid that, and this puts a lot of pressure on Few. Weirdly enough, this lineup. You know, Few and Kyle TZ. Kyle TZ to come in perfectly with the damage up against a Tigreal that, again, historically counters every CC it deals with. Wow. It's a huge deterrent. Even able to out-damage Kyle TZ a little bit there. Good pokes onto the Joy. Of course, on the Selena as well. Keyboy. Oh, Flicker already out. This is going to be a... Oh, but Keyboy, or regen just in time as well to help him survive. Oh, he regen after. Okay.
Yeah, and I wonder what this matchup is going to be for the Phobius versus the Uranus, right? Because, yeah, obviously no CC. The Phobius was picked up earlier. Oh, bottom lane, another gank down below.
Flap TZ could get punished here. Kyrie. Well, of course, that is a tanky Uranus even at level 3 early on. So, he's not going to get taken out. I wonder how heavily Team Falcons will contest this first hurdle, because based on everything that we can see right now, it looks good for Onyx Esports, but Lutfi, a bit of damage. Ogwin goes in, Abyssal Arrow gets tossed up, but Team Falcons being aggressive. This could be a bad start for the Falcons, as Ogwin already forced to use the Revitalize and Flap TZ with the zone.
Actually ends up being okay. It's not the best for Team Falcons because, again, Ogwin is very low. Lutfi very low too, gets caught by the trap.
Kyle TZ, oh, Keyboy, oh, what a sidestep by Kyle. Not gonna get controlled by the Tigreal. Keyboy already brought down really low, and Flap TZ plus Kyle will be able to take down Lutfi.
Oh, they bought so much time from Fuel with the Abyssal Arrows constantly, and now I think the orange buff might be taken as well.
Wow, pushed out of his own orange, and Kyrie forced to just focus on his purple. What a sequence by Team Falcons. I did not expect this early start for them.
Me neither. Lutfi, I don't know about this, man. Walking back up.
He trying. Oh, he still got the orange buff. What a defense by Lutfi.
So at least he claims, or, you know, secures the orange buff for his own team, though it's not on Kyrie's hands. It is still, you know, better than it being on Team Falcons' hands. So there you go. Sans, though, getting caught. Oh, a lot of damage. Down to a quarter. Forced to regen.
That's what we were saying earlier. There's a lot of pressure onto Few to land those arrows, but he's been landing it all series long.
This guy, man.
He really needs to be the Sans checker here, and anyone that he can hit and get info on. Keyboy already sees Ogwin. Revitalized, forced out, not enough damage just yet. Severo will not go forward. The Super Marco is there to deter them.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right time here to go for those kind of picks. Severo needs to wait for his item power spikes. Yeah, Carry has been buffed, but it's not a buff that'll make him much more prevalent in the early game when it comes to one-shotting Gatot Kacha. No, it's kind of a laning phase buff, skill 1, backswing, a lot faster now, which will give her a lot more room to make plays in the lane, but it's still Carry who needs to wait for the 3-item power spike attack speed.
Right now, still very level in the gold lane, while Few and Ogwin have been checking Onyx Esports relatively well. Keyboy not getting a big set just yet. but it's going to be easy for Onyx Esports to pull that off. That's why Team Falcons really need to respect their positioning in objective fights. While Flap TZ, I think we're getting a bit of an answer against this Phobias. Uranus over Phobias.
Yeah, Uranus over Phobias, and also because of the Uranus over Phobias, Kaltizi, he won the first turtle fight and now has a level lead. Has taken an orange buff again. Last time it was Lutpi, but I think that's already a win for Team Falcons, right? As long as Kyrie isn't the one who gets it, it's a dub. And you can see even though Flaptizi is gone and cut the waves, Phobias is not dealing with him good, like well at all.
Yeah, look, he's having a nightmare up against this Uranus. Seems like that's it.
Oh my goodness.
It's an answer for the Fove, and Keyboy goes in with the set and the combo as well. Onyx Esports are going to be able to get the turtle. Team Falcons, are they going to chase them down? Too much pokes, too much damage. Flap TZ goes in, Kyrie stopping Flap, and Team Falcons will concede that turtle.
Wow, great stabilization from Onyx Esports. I really did not think Falcons would be able to get that control, you know, take that away.
Yeah.
Give it away to Onyx. I mean, Onyx, they just did it quick. They did it so quick, and they had so much tempo with Keyboy flanking that Falcons were forced to concede. Flap had such a big advantage against Lutpi too.
Yeah. Flicker plus the implosion. Perfect timing by Keyboy. It wasn't the big group set, but he got who he needed to get in that one. This time, Flap TZ forced to use that wasn't the consecration, that was the purify, you're right.
This Purify is out of there, and Kaltizi is still keeping the steady lead. Was able to steal the green camp just earlier, popping that retribution. And that's what Kaltizi has always been able to do against Kyrie, all the way from Snapdragon Season 3 to M5. Falcons and Kaltizi have always had Kaltizi in a better spot to invade and take little camps away to get that lead.
Traps everywhere laid down by few. Still checking Keyboy successfully. I wonder if it's going to come back to bite Marco later, the fact that he didn't pack a Purify and then he packed the Flicker instead. Is he just really hoping that Keyboy will not find the angle on him? But then he also just needs to be super careful.
Yeah, it becomes kind of a stalemate right now. If there are no neutral objectives, it's a farming battle. Sans wants to farm up, waiting for his power spike. Granger does the same thing, and obviously for Savero on the carry, not as fast to get the item power spike as the Irithel that we've seen 2 games in a row. So it's going to be very, very slow. I think for the carry, actually, you have a better time against Selena too, because your dash comes up really quick.
Yeah.
So it's easier to dash away and dodge from the Abyssal Arrow.
Ogun poked down to close to 60% health. Abyssal Arrow not going to land. Falcons aren't going to be contesting this, but two of their frontliners are closer to 50% health. This does not look healthy for Team Falcons, but Kaltizi in a flank angle. Onyx Esports does not read and does not recognize if Pharaoh will get a bit of the damage. Kaltizi loses the retry battle, and he dashes on out of there. Flap TZ left behind, but he is not going to get chunked down by Onyx Esports as Team Falcons loses that.
That was a bit unfortunate. Letho takes the shot of the Abyssal Arrow, so Onyx are very happy to just walk forward. Savero gets a turret up top. Bottom lane turret was taken down by Team Falcons. Onyx have swung the gold lead back towards them, but it is still not really that big of a gold lead. Only 400. A taunt over to Kyrie. And for both teams, again, it's back to scaling. They don't want to fight. They know that without neutral objectives, this is not a brawl anymore as it was the first 2 games.
It's been a long while since Onyx Esports beat this roster, these players in a full series. M5 upper bracket finals.
Yep.
That was the last time. And every time they've met after that international tournament, this roster that they're up against always got the better of them. But now it looks like Onyx Esports are poised to go into around minute 10, minute 11 with a big lead, unless Falcons finds a way to turn things around.
It's going to be on the hands of Super Marco to do it with Kyle TZ. Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, and the Melfic Roar. For Super Marco, still no stacks on the Sky Piercer just yet, but one big fight could set him up to be the carry that Falcons need him to be.
Okay. The Falcons are split up right now. Same goes for Onyx. Kyle cannot see anything in the purple buff, so rebalance things out. Again, it seems like from game 1 to game 2, now game 3, things have gotten slower and slower, much more methodical for these 2 teams. Their approach has changed from that MLBB for the streets approach from game number 1.
To back to MLBB for the shields. It's all about the game on paper, the theory. of it. Item builds, we get to check on it one more time, and again, it is a big lead for the Eve, but it is as expected for the Eve versus Selena matchup. You're not a farmer on the Selena. You don't soak in waves that well, so it's a given, especially considering Selena has gone for roam boots, I think 3 games in a row, right? So it's all about the assists, it's all about the impact that he can provide in the team fights through that poke that you see on Sans.
Oh, okay. It stopped Sans' recall, was brought down really low. So slight advantage here for Team Falcons. If they recognize that Sans had to recall back, another arrow lands. And more poke means that Keyboy is going to be put in a hairy situation. But DHS now for the carry, and Flap and Ogren are going to start feeling a lot of damage from the free hits if carry can get that.
Look at the traps laid down very, very well by Few. Constantly going to reveal Onyx Esports' position. And maybe that's why we haven't seen Tigreal a lot. A lot of times for Tigreal, you want to flank, you want to look for an angle of attack that you know can get you a big set. But because of these abyssal traps, you try to conceal and you get spotted out, cancelled on the conceal, and then the whole flank, the whole initiation becomes very awkward.
It feels like that's the main effect of the Selena, and why it's gotten slower. Okay, Flap TZ, Purify already, real world manipulation committed. Flap survives, Ogwin enters, but still too far. The members of Team Falcons to follow up. Here comes Kyle TZ, he's gonna get control. Keyboy misses the implosion, it's not gonna land, and it could get punished, but Team Falcons doesn't have it just quite yet. Few lands the Abyssal Arrow. Wow, the discipline, and another arrow by Few. If he can land the third, then it's a big one. I'm going to lose my mind here as Onyx Esports wants to. Oh, it lands on the Keyboy, plus the damage from the Granger. The turnaround is underway. A double kill for Super Marco. Few still landing, this time on the Kyrie up top.
It's a big gamble when you play the Selena, but not if you're Few. Holy moly! 1 assist this game, but that does not reflect the impact that he has made on this game, single-handedly stopping Onyx Esports from taking the lead.
We saw a Selena in the hands of the Monster Mage do well. Now we're seeing it on the Golden Goat, the hero that he made the name for himself within the Philippines, still landing and hitting the mark, checking the members of Onyx Esports, and just like that, the rubber band snaps, and it goes in the favor of Falcons with the Lord pushing forward.
We were talking about it, we were foreshadowing it. One big moment, and Marco will get those Sky Piercer stacks. He's gotten 2 in that last team fight, all on the back of Few again, and now he finds another, and it's just constantly going to be coming Onyx Esports' way. We have to talk about that big whiff. Keyboy with a Keyboy moment. Flicker implosion onto Natalia.
Yeah, we just couldn't see the Natalia, but he got him 100%. But Team Falcons, immediately they knew they capitalized on that. Onyx Esports still tried to go for the Lord, but Team Falcons were in the right position to contest it and go forward. And again, the arrows of Few. This is why Selena's back. It's easier for her to be aggressive, but because of the aggressive nature of the meta, you need someone to control, and that's what the Selena provides.
He's not going to get MVP for this game. Probably not, right? Based on stats, but he's my MVP.
He's the MVP in my heart, man.
Oh
Same.
my goodness. Just the traps to cancel out so many of the flank. But look at another one on Keyboy, and he will constantly just find the Tigreal. Oh, and Severo is forced to go for Rose Gold. He has a 3-item power spike, so at least for Onyx Esports, it is not over yet. Knowing that, you know, Super Marco has gotten, oh my goodness, has gone past the early game where the nerf should hit him most. This is good for Super Marco too. He's level 14, is about to hit his he already has all 6 items. This is the best spot for Team Falcons to close things out.
But the ticking time bomb that Team Falcons has to deal with is the easier to pull off combination that Onyx has. The ultimate of the Eve, the ultimate of the Tigreal, supplemented by whatever loot we can get with his own sets as well, of course, with the Dark Wave on that Phoveus. It's easier to pull off. That's why Team Falcons, and especially if you, has been relentless with checking where Onyx Esports are at any given moment. But full on 5v5, I'm still looking at even the Tigreal that Team Falcons needs to be super careful of.
Oh man, Just one change in the draft. The Joy plus the Gatot Kacha. Now the Granger feels safe. There's so much peel. It's all really been about the Gatot Kacha. This was something that we were bringing up as well in the pre-show. How Gatot Kacha has now become the best friend of Snapdragon Pro Series, no longer the Badang, and we are seeing just how Gatot Kacha plays into games and, you know, kind of dictates the games through that ability right there. Just charge for such a long time and no one can dive within that window.
Yeah, you're threatening. You're looking, okay, you want to try to poke me, you will get taunted. I might have someone ready to set up. Onyx Esports are poised around the Lord. Kyle TZ wants to get that purple buff first, steal it away from Kyrie.
Look at the poke.
And Onyx Esports has not read it. Kyrie will go into this with just an orange buff. Yeah, Kyle TZ steals it.
I think they have read it. I think they knew the purple buff was being taken, but there's just nothing they can do about it, right? Like, they know Falcons are around the Lord, and not seeing Kyle TZ means, okay, he's probably up there, and I don't know, who's going to check? Who's going to want to face check the Joy?
No one wants to do that. Kyle TZ gets the purple buff, his own, so quick, with a minion wave marching up top. Once Severo gets seen by the minions, that might be the signal for Team Falcons to try something. Few tosses out the arrow. Kyle TZ going for Kyrie. Flap TZ going forward. Severo just cleared enough of the minion waves to say, it's my time to join yet again. Key Boy needs to go back for a quick heal up.
Now looking at it again, right, the Selena plus Uranus gives so much room for Granger to just stack up. This composition almost looks like it's built for the Granger. You got two roamers and Uranus XP. Once he gets going, that's it. Like, all the mini waves can just be soaked up by Marco and then by Kyle TZ. So scaling up to the power spike doesn't look that difficult anymore. I wonder how many stacks Marco has.
Maybe a lot right now. Should be around the 500s. 400s or 500s for this Granger. It's been landing for him. A lot of minion waves also crashing in as well. Missile Arrow sees everyone.
Joy up top though. Missile Arrow again to be thrown at, and Onyx will have to disengage. They will have to send someone up top, or do they decide against it? Do they let the turret clear it away? Yes, they do.
Minion waves turrets should be enough, but that's threatening. And I think Onyx Esports are deciding to call it the Kyle TZ. Not just here quite yet. They can go forward a little bit. That top minion wave is such a big problem for Onyx right now, what Kyle TZ's been doing in the map, and how well Team Falcons has been handling this long Lord dance.
It's been well played from Team Falcons. They've just been poking, playing the side lanes, adjusting really, really well from game one and then game number two. Again, that poke will be thrown at Onyx Esports constantly. Death Sonata, Abyssal Arrows, Abyssal Traps laid in place as well, just to be wary of Key Boy's flying potential.
Oh, hey, we finally found Badang in the playoffs.
There you go.
That's where he's been.
He's been turned to a piece of paper.
For now, Missile Arrow gonna land as the Key Boy, but he used the dash just in time. Was mid-animation. Falcons little by little pushing forward, but they're still handling minion waves. Top side, it's gonna be a big meetup. On the Onyx side of the river, Arrow will not land again. But that's the threat. One big arrow forces the dash out of Severo. Flap TZ goes forward. The ultimate, and Kyrie just easily gets it. AOG entry, but the real world manipulation is perfect. Loot P goes down. That's going to be one down. Kyle TZ going to the back line. Sans gets the flicker away. Supermarket going forward. He wants Key Boy, but Key Boy able to get away. Onyx decisive to go for the Lord, but Falcons are still here to stop that push.
Clinical decision from Onyx Esports. Now the poke back to Kyle TZ. Kyrie gets a stun.
He sees few, and Team Falcons are still on this side of the river. They have a Lord to deal with. What a call by Onyx to go for that Lord. It buys them time. It buys them space.
Gets them a whole lot more tempo on the map. Bottom lane, though, they've got to send someone there. That is a big wave. There's no wave in the mid lane. Oakwen!
It's Laro gonna land, and Oakwen gets taken out by Kyrie just in time. Just like that, it now looks bleak for Falcons as Onyx is getting so much more space.
Mid lane turret slowly but surely crumbling down to the minions. Sans will not risk walking up to take that turret down, and the turret stays alive. Team Falcons, I don't think they lost a single objective. They didn't lose a single structure, despite the Lord given over to Onyx.
Yeah, the only one who lost a turret was Onyx in the bottom lane.
Yikes.
With a minion wave, Team Falcons, okay, that was a big loss because it meant less space, but at the end, they got an inhibitor at the bottom. Sans gets spotted. Abyssal Arrow, last count, he said he's gonna try and go for it. Ludwig stops it, but Ludwig able to flicker away just in time so that he won't give a kill, but this looks threatening for Onyx as Team Falcons are marching forward. Keyboy gets stunned by the Golden Goat, leading to a mega kill for Super Marco.
A golden arrow to take the edge of the spear from Onyx Esports away without Keyboy. That is one less member they need to deal with when it comes to opening up the map. Few continuously just being a nuisance to Onyx. Another steal, this time onto the orange buff. And it's not Kyle, it's Few.
That is a wrestling finisher move name right there. The Golden Arrow landing again and again by Few. It's like super kicks left and right. Will it land? No, it won't. Gets the info. He sees Kyrie. Team Falcon still confident because they got the key pick off onto Keyboy. But it was in this very similar scenario where Keyboy concealed Flicker and got Falcons. Just to remind you, in case you forgot what happened in N5, seems like Falcons remembers and says, yeah, let's just go for the Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we saw this matchup already in the group stages. It was Onyx with a win in game 1, then Falcons with a reverse sweep, and game number 3 ended in around 21 minutes. We're about to reach the 21st minute of the game here, and it is 1-1. It's always so poetic when we talk about Team Falcons versus Onyx Esports. This roster has always been able to get Abyssal Trap. That's spotted. Has stopped Keyboy's conceal. Now the poke coming through from Marco. Fully stacked up. Severo has dealt with the wave up top, but there's a slow push building down below.
Who gets this Lord could win the game and eliminate the other. In the story of Onyx and Falcons, Kyrie already forced a dash out because Few threw out an Abyssal Arrow that he had to avoid. Flap TZ sees it. Few sees it. Onyx looks like they could get this Lord, but they're getting zoned down by the members of Team Falcons. TZ goes in for the implosion by Keyboy, but Keyboy gets taken out. TZ got the immortality, but Kyrie got out. Double kill for Super Marco, but Severo is on with a double kill onto Falcons. Marco brought low. The burn, Marco holding. He has the immortality. Few sent back, and Onyx needs to go back because there's a minion wave at the bottom.
Yves got sent to deal with the wave down below. Kyrie knows Falcons have very low HP bars, decides to shove it mid and go straight for the Lord. Here, who do they send to help Kyrie? It'll be the Yves, Kyrie, and Sans versus Few and Marco.
Few, Abyssal Arrow doesn't hit. This should be the Lord for Onyx, but Marco and Few will try and disrupt. Arrow getting tossed. It's 3 versus 2. It's too risky for the Falcons, and they have to concede. The Lord goes to Onyx 22 minutes in.
The battle of the skies, 22 minutes. Falcons versus the Sky Kings. It's been a battle of who can fly further past each other, and now Onyx Esports have secured an evolved Lord. 22 minutes in, 5-7.
Could this be the beginning of the slow death of Team Falcons as they have to wait for this Lord to get close? This lineup is great on the offensive, but difficult to pull off on the back foot.
Team Falcons defense is questionable. You have the Granger, but I'm not too sure if they have enough damage to deal with the Evolved Lord. It's not a proper high ground hero. They have poke, they have range, but not in the sense where it can deal with the Evolved Lord. It is not a Sicilian, it's a Selena. You gotta stop some crucial flanks, some crucial engages from happening if you're Few here. You gotta find the arrow, the golden one!
Oh, and Sans with the Starfield. A little bit too early, but it provides a space. Keyboy already with the conceal. He's looking for the big implosion to finally end it. The last win of Onyx was December 2023. Can they finally get the revenge? Severo with a free hit. Double kill for Severo. And Onyx Esports finally get revenge.
The Sky Kings are rebuilding the kingdom from the ground up with new members, Severo and Lutpi. Finally, after years of losing to their kryptonite, Team Falcons have finally been taken down by Onyx.
Boys, you have just witnessed history here. The longest game in the finals so far. What an epic battle between Team Falcons as well as Onyx Esports. They know how to put on a show, and both teams played their best right up to the very end.
We gotta recognize Severo in that fight for the Lord, and in the last push, he popped off and went aggro at the perfect time.
Trust the process. Keyboy, the man leading the pack right here, has said in the interview, let us cook, let us build this lineup. Give Severo time. There's a reason they chose him to play in Snapdragon this time around. And we're finally seeing it. We're finally seeing Severo rise to the occasion to beat Onyx's worst nightmare.
It's been too damn long since they beat Team Falcons, that roster that they faced, and they were still pushed to the limit. Just goes to show the history, the familiarity between these two, even though there are two newer faces for the members of Falcons to deal with in Ludwig and Severo. This must feel so good. The cathartic release for Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy.
I mean, look at them. They're enjoying every moment of that walkway, enjoying both sides of the crowd and thanking them for their support, knowing that there's Sonics in the crowd to make sure that they are cheered when that moment came. A 2-1 victory for Onyx Esports as the chant goes wild for the boys in yellow. Well done, GG, well played. We're going to be throwing it over very soon to our correspondents up on stage live in Johor Bahru, Rose, and as well as LaFell.
However, this time it is Onyx Esports coming on top, dropping the defending champions to the sending the defending champions home. Give it up for Onyx Esports!
Sans, ada banyak soalan yang kita nak tanya pada Sans. Tapi, first nak tanya soalan pasal game. Game kedua, game ketiga, Falcons menggunakan meta yang ada banyak poking damage. Dia ibaratkan macam haters dekat dalam Instagram. Dari jauh dia just Jadi macam mana Sans nak jaga position, elak tembakan Granger, elak tembakan Selena dan macam mana perasaan main dekat dalam game tadi?
Ya, game tadi sangat seru, terus karena dia Selena juga kita sangat harus berhati-hati. Kita harus pakai tank kita, factor kita untuk liatin Selenanya. Jadi harus cukup sabar aja sih untuk lawan dia.
Or do you want me to translate that?
Yes, translate it, Phil.
Wait, do I translate in Malay or English? English lah. So basically he was saying the Selena few played amazingly, and because of that they had to use their front lines, the tank, the EXP to make sure they always figure out where the traps are and making sure that they don't get caught by Selena.
All right, Sans, before the game even started, I asked you, okay, because last season they were the one who sent you home, and I asked you how you want to do it this time around, and this time you came up on top. You sent Falcons home. How are you feeling right now, proceeding to the next round, playing tomorrow? Apa perasaannya selepas hantar Falcons Esports balik kali ini? Sebab last season kan Sans cakap, they sent you guys home. So sekarang, apa perasaan Sans?
Ya pastinya senang karena beberapa story belakangan kita kalah terus sama Falcon. Jadi ya pastinya sangat senang hari ini bisa menang lawan dia.
He's very happy that they finally managed to avenge their loss from the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Okay, Sans, soalan yang terakhir dalam perlawanan tadi, boleh nampak dari dua-dua pasukan ada banyak mistake juga. Sehingga crowd pun bila nampak mistake, diorang jerit, Severo! Gerak terlampau ke depan. Jadi macam mana main lawan dengan Falcon bila mana-mana player lakukan mistake, macam mana korang kekal mental okay, pastikan tak koyak?
Ya mungkin tadi kita harus emang sabar aja, terus emang semuanya berawal dari komunikasi. Karena kalau kita salah sedikit mistake, pasti dia bakal balikin gamenya. Jadi kita emang harus berhati-hati dan harus sabar.
So basically he just said yes, in the games there were a lot of mistakes and it's all based on communications, and once they figure it out, they have to be a little bit more patient. That's where they start controlling the game. Again, Tanya, lagi sekali Sans dan juga Onyx Esports. Guys, give it up for Onyx Esports! That was an amazing game. Onyx Esports move forward, but now we're throwing you back to the panel.
Thanks, LaFell and Rose. And there you have it, a 2-1 victory for Onyx Esports. Obviously, our Indonesian caster here is going to be happy, of course. Doesn't feel too bad that they knocked BTR out now, huh?
That still feels bad, man. You know, whatever.
Sure, Onyx won, yay.
So, wait, actually, Onyx won, so best team in the world still. I don't know how the math works, but hey, you know, Copia.
Copia math.
Hey, look, I mean, it was a great game to watch, and more importantly, at least with this new patch that's just been dropped as well. We're not even getting into the Hanzo topics here, but generally speaking, it has been it's quite interesting. I think that more teams might even consider picking up the Selena from this point onwards, but as we see, it's an execution-based meta.
Yeah, again, it was easier to pull off the lineup that Onyx had. If Few wasn't Few, and that was a different Selena, other than Super Friends, of course, then it could have been a different story. It could have just been a steamroll 10, 11-minute win but for Onyx. But since Few, even Sans acknowledged it, man. It's like, that Selena was just way too difficult to go up against. It extended past 20.
I don't think anyone can debate on Few's impact in that game. I think even without winning the game, he's still my MVP. If we could choose a player of the match for that game, even from the loser side, I would still say Few was the man of the match there. But there was one pick that was just stinky, super stinky the entire time, and even there when they were winning. See, all the times we've seen Uranus, it's been, all right, Uranus has been losing from the start of the game. When you're winning, this is the time to show how the Uranus could actually, you know, dictate the game or have an impact. I didn't see it. I didn't see Uranus do anything. I think this pick is the most overrated pick after the patch. I don't know why teams keep on picking him.
Yeah, it's not even an issue about, because, again, Flap just really did what he could. It's like, with the tool that he ended up with, he went into an old school medieval war and they gave him just a really big stick. That's what it felt like.
It wasn't even a stick. A stick would do damage. That like he had no damage.
He had pillows.
He had
Okay, so I don't know, a big stack of hay? I don't know.
He's got cotton freshly sheared. I think that's as close as we can get. A super low kill score game. I think both sides started to realize, hey, we got to stop brawling, okay? We got to make sure that we have some precision to the madness. 8-9, the final kill score for 2-1 victory to Onyx. But I agree with you. I do think it is quite the stinky pick here. And then we cut back to Ludwig, who is like, I don't know what you're talking about, stinky pick, because this guy was annoying in lane. Wave proxy, can't rotate without this guy just dogging him all the way through in his own jungle, between tier 2s all the way to Turtle.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that Ludwig is 0-5-4 because he was up against a Uranus, and his impact was not felt in the game. Up until the last moments, that last 2 fights, that's when you really felt the Phobius, but for majority of it, he was shut down because of a Uranus pick.
See, that's why it's so stinky. That's why the Uranus pick is so stinky. Uranus was dismantling Ludwig. Like, Flapteasy was dominating Ludwig in lane, yet the impact that, that both of them had in the game, one being 0-5, one being ahead, was the same. They both did nothing in the first few, like, early to mid.
But one provides more than the others. Uranus is the kind of person who uses your bathroom and doesn't flush, and you're left to deal with the mess after. You're just like, who did this?
Uranus!
Why? Why couldn't anybody else do this? It's frustrating to deal with, but generally speaking, I am interested to know Team Falcons, the thought process, because at any point of time, they were okay in playing against the Eve. They tried taking away the Gato away from Keyboy after game number 2, but could it just been as simple as, let's just get rid of the Eve in the first place? Let's just put him on something else, literally anything else.
Yeah. The difficult thing about that for Team Falcons is personally, if they went into this because they really wanted to play the Selena, they had to let the Eve go. Because if they were playing the Selena, they couldn't give the juice in. The low Yi, maybe they could have dealt with, but they rather respect it. Since they are picking up the Joy anyway, they just decided, let's just pick the Eve. They picked their poison, and at this point, I would not have liked to see the alternative if that was the Loi or the Juicing that ended up with Onyx.
Yeah, Loi would have definitely been way faster tempo, right? And again, if you are waiting for the mid game, you can't really risk giving the Loi that much tempo on the map, that many ways to actually dictate the early game with the diversion.
Yeah, interesting. That was one of the more interesting graphs we've actually seen, where the EXP was definitely Onyx side and the gold coming down over to Team Falcon side. But we do have a special interview interview. Let's bring it up onto the screen here. Give it up for Keyboy coming in from Onyx Esports. Hello. Hi,
hello
Keyboy.
guys.
Great game. What an epic game that you guys put up on screen. How do you guys feel? Are you finally just like, oh, thank goodness we're done with this Selena pick?
For the first, we're very happy because like a curse, we never beat Falcons, and then now we can win. Yeah, very happy. And then the Selena, so annoying. PO Selena, so hard.
All right, was there a moment in the game, Keyboy, where you were thinking of banning the Selena? Because it was like, it almost felt like an ego battle. I'll get Yves, you get Selena the entire time. What was the plan? Was it just, yeah, let's contest? Or did you think about banning it?
No, my coach not ban, but I think I want to pick, but later. MPL.
That would have been very interesting, actually.
Ooh, we might be able to see that. So, I've been able to cast a few tournaments live where you're playing, and you are 100% the loudest player I've ever heard play. So this time around, what did you yell and scream? Because I saw you were yelling, you looked so happy. What did you yell out when you finally got to beat Falcons?
Apa itu?
Lu kalau kata Renmar, lu itu player paling berisik, paling sering kayak teriak-teriak lah. Tadi itu teriak apa ke tim Falcons pas menang?
Just nice. We got
Okay,
this.
okay. It's just that nice.
I know him, it's not just nice, but we'll play along.
Hey, come on. There's a reason why they call him the boy, right? Of course he won't throw out profanities. Final question for you, Keyboy. What was the discussion between you as well as the rest of the team with your coach for the upcoming game as well as draft as the games went by? What were the adjustments being made? What was the advice being given from Coach Adi?
Panjang, Cok.
Advice yang dikasih sama Adi ketika di dalam gamenya, adaptasi yang dikasih tahu sama Adi itu apa aja di dalam series ini?
Kalau about in game, so many the positioning, turtle, targeting, many coach have help too, and we just adapt for versus Falcons, and then we just confident, just very confident.
It's all about confidence.
Oh, it's all about confidence. Okay, final question here. Keyboy, up next, it's going to be TLID up against Onyx PH. Out of these two competitors, who would you like to face off before we end this interview?
For the first, of course, I want Onyx PH go to grand final, and we can meet in grand final. But if TLID win, it's okay because Indo versus Indo.
It's a win-win for him. It's a win-win, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Keyboy. Oh.
Yeah, the thing we win. Yeah.
Oh, that's the important thing.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, the important thing. Yeah.
W Keyboy.
Yeah. W Keyboy. Thank you so much for having this interview with us. We'll send you on your way. You've had a long day. Congratulations. You're walking away as a winner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a G, man.
Always a good time with Keyboy, you know?
And I like we're getting him for interviews more, because I know you've also, I mean, we can see that he still struggles with English, but he's still really doing his best to deliver, to give us some good answers from him. So I'm really happy to see Keyboy getting interviewed more.
He's been trying hard, man. You learn English, W mans.
Other than the fact that his team's probably bullying him. No, you do the interview, dude.
Probably.
I don't know what to say. Keyboy.
It's either Keyboy or Kyrie at this point, right? Because Lupi Sans and Xavier are like, no, please. Please,
no. Man. And then Keyboy's like, nice!
It's me again.
Nice! Oh, boy. No, I think that Onyx is coming together. I think this really, honestly, the SPS always seems to show us, you know, I keep saying this, international before the international, but we've really gotten a really good taste of some of the top teams before we even get into the regular season. All regular seasons of the MPL have not even started yet, and this is quite the appetizer.
Yeah, and since Team Falcons lost, as we heard Rose say, 100% we're going to get new champions for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
You're right. There won't be. So, for 3 seasons in a row, no back-to-back.
Yeah, no back-to-back. It's always been like the wild card tournament, and this is exactly why I love the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Me too.
Cut to Onyx Esports beating Onyx PH and going up the NCL ID, and then it's like this could be it, you boys. But even so, please. Oh, we're actually submitting your own original song, competing in our band competition. If you guys love our soundtracks here, they've worked very, very hard on creating a soundtrack list here for the SPS. That I think they've got some banger songs.
I have
there.
a rockstar friend that would love to create music for.
Tell him to send it.
This is it.
All right, Ocho Gahaba, send your music right now. Right there.
Yeah, he's a famous artist, by the way.
Famous artist.
I
dude.
didn't
He's
realize
a
that you were
rock
going
star.
for that one. Oh, he is the rock star.
He's known for his song "Systemized."
Ah, yes.
So good, so very, very good. But once again, our hearts go out to Team Falcons. This has been again an epic battle between both of these teams.
GG
Yes,
Falcons.
it definitely hurts, but we still have more matches underway. Next up is going to be a best of 5. You know who it's going to be, so please stick around for more back-to-back action. It's TLID versus Onyx PH here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Well,
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is soul vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower.
Perasaannya yang pasti senang karena sebelum kita kesini, sebelum kita ke Malai, hasil scrim kita lumayan buruk lah. Tapi setelah di turnamen di Malai ini kayak hasilnya lumayan bagus, jadi kayak senang.
Going for the finish at mid. Yes, go to flicker forward. Aaron is godlike, and Winnie gets the kill on Kyrie.
Yang gua rasa walaupun kemarin kita menang di group stage, tapi mereka kuat banget sih. Kita tetap waspada walaupun kita pernah menang, tapi kayak gua rasa mereka bakal belajar dari situ, jadi kita harus siap buat lawan mereka lagi.
Amin 5 ano eh.
masaya kami, saka sobrang na-excite kami pagkalaban talaga namin Liquid kasi parang sila talaga yung simula nung M6 pa lang sila na yung parang pinamatahan namin na gusto namin makalaban Team Liquid. Since tinalo nga rin nila kami, gusto lang namin bumawi. Ano nila, Queens as team, si Aran, wag ka nakakalibre si Aran, tapos si Fabian. Kasi ayun talaga yung parang key to victory nila si Aran tsaka si Fabian kasi ayun talaga yung nag-perform na maayos sa Team Liquid. Actually, lahat naman sila nag-perform, pero ayun talaga yung parang pinaka-nag-shine sa team nila, yung dalawa.
Kekuatan utama Onyx PH gue rasa dari gold linernya sih, Kelra, karena tiap lawan mereka Kelra can carry them all.
Of the Abyssal Arrow getting the information. Another one landed. Kicked off with a base. And Enoch goes down. Good for the entry. And response to another Abyssal Arrow. But the monster mage, a maniac for Kelra. Will he live up to the name? Chasing after Dyren. And it is a savage for the savage.
Ang masasabi ko lang sa Liquid, good luck sa atin and bigyan natin magandang laban yung viewers natin. Mga manonood.
Today is gonna be fun, bro.
The M6 rematch happens once again. It's Team Liquid ID up against Onyx PH one more time here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the semifinals, and keep in mind that both teams still have one extra life.
Man, I have to echo what Aran said. Today's gonna be fun, bro. It's been fun for the first two series, and then now we're gonna be seeing these two yet again. This time another revenge match, another Onyx revenge match, but this time for PH. But I have to side with the rest of the community, even behind the scenes. Liquid ID has just been too damn good this tournament.
Not a single defeat in the challenge finals. Team Liquid ID walking into this semi-finals bout, the upper bracket semis, with their heads up high. Even though they fell short in the M6 Grand Finals, 2025 has been their year so far. I don't think their loss here is going to come easy, nor will Onyx PH's win be something that they've... This is the first time I've seen Onyx PH struggle. I mean, we haven't even started the match yet, and Onyx PH has to come up with something that they haven't done in, what, 6 months?
I mean, they're dealing with a team that is, I think, by far the most polished-looking, pure varnish all across this beautiful wood. Team Liquid has been looking so very good. Destined rivals, destined to meet one more time. And who knows, maybe in the grand finals, they might just meet once more. And even then, it's going to be a good one. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host as well. As once again, we're bringing in the other Pinkman. It's going to be Leo and as well as Renmar to cast you this final best of 5 of today, our very final series on this broadcast. And it's this is going to be a really intense one. It's our first best of 5. We're expecting Onyx to kind of be like, okay, the last time it was only a best of 3, an 0-2, sure. But in a best of 5 is where the real game begins.
Yeah, it tests the limits of your drafting, what you're willing to trade out. There are some key picks shared between these two that it seems like every time they go up against each other, there are times where there's like, with respect, just give it, we get ours. So we're trading power picks anyway. The difference has come in like the XP picks, I guess, the mid lane picks, but they're just way too similar than I think they would care to admit.
And here's the beauty of Snapdragon Pro Series. This could turn to a trilogy. This is not the last time they'll be meeting, if ever, because, again, another extra life. Onyx, Indo waiting in the wings. This is just but a speed bump into what could be the fever pitch of this rivalry.
It could be. It really could be. I'm excited to see what it's really going to boil down to. But more importantly, we need to see who's going to be winning in today's match itself in this best of 5 series. First off, we're going to be introducing TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia. From the MDL, they climbed out to be champions of their own regions to finally bringing it to a world stage, achieving what most Indonesian teams have been struggling to achieve before, a second place finish higher than most. But now they are looking already to be world champions by the end of this year.
Completely undefeated. The cleanest performance by the team in the entirety of the SPS, not just in the challenge finals, but since the open finals. And again, it's so funny. This is the destined rivalry, but it seems like fate almost signaled that they didn't want Team Liquid ID to be here. They didn't qualify through open finals. A lot of things happened heading into challenge season, and then they were brought into the challenge season. Almost didn't make it into the challenge finals, but then something happened yet again, and now here they are in a really clean run.
They are untouchable, all of them.
Yeah.
They're just wearing. I feel like it could be plot armor for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like they have plot armor on.
They are the main character this time around, and they're so young as well. Well, now let's look at the detailed team statistics here. As we look at both sides, it's not like these are unfamiliar picks. Once again, Fabian on that Suyo and as well as Joy, no surprises. But Aaron, Cheeky, Bruno, Harith, again, no surprises.
So comfortable to fall on the picks that don't rely on the Granger, which we've seen in the first couple of days of the playoffs, is still a good pick. Like, there's a lot of power in Granger. It's just the fact that Aaron Shaky and Team Liquid ID, they're ready for a Granger-less fight. And I'm expecting that in this best of 5, again, we're going to have to dig deep. I would reckon they are not shy to do that. They will put the Moskov, they will put the Bruno, put the Harith, even the Irithel on Aaron Shaky and call it a day.
Yeah, the thing about Team Liquid ID now is that, nothing too surprising in terms of their picks, their drafts. It's just they've really improved their discipline. Again, in our interview with Fabian, that's the one thing he pointed out. We really worked on our discipline, and it shows. That's why they're so clean. And to add to that, Fabian, he has the smallest hero pool of all junglers in SPS.
So Joy.
Hayabusa.
Oh, yes.
Those three. That's one single Hayabusa game, yeah. But Suyo and Joy, it's always just been that. And now that poses the question, and why I mentioned about the whole trading thing, is that are they still really going to allow Fabian to end up with those two? Or is finally Onyx going to put their foot down and say, you've been tearing it way too much, we're going to put you in a different jungler?
It's not like he's not used to the alpha. He's one of the best alphas in the 2024.
Yeah.
So if it has to come down to it, maybe force him on a Nolan?
I mean, Nolan also is one of his signature picks even prior to that. So it feels like no matter where you go, maybe Fabian isn't the person that you're looking to punish here. Maybe you have to look in other positions. Maybe you could be looking towards the EXP side of things. Aran, again, I think out of all the teammates, he's been facing the most amount of criticism from the Indonesian fans about generally the way that he plays and how he should be playing. But nowadays, I think that he's in a good spot, not to mention that the meta is actually working in his favor.
Yeah, and it's cool that you brought up Aran, and even Keller brought up Aran, because if Fabian has the smallest hero pool amongst junglers, Aran has one of the biggest hero pools amongst EXP laners, with 9 different picks already shown up in this tournament.
Speaking of which, since Kelra is going to be the point of focus for this team, Onyx PH, one more time, give it up for our current world champions. They continue to show us that even when a new patch drops, doesn't really phase them. They've still got strategies upon strategies upon strategies.
They took the scenic route to the upper bracket finals, and so far you can't say that the stumble was a fluke. How they lost to TLID in the groups, it made sense. How they struggled against RQ, when you watch that game, you understand what happened. Logically, it was tough for them to get the dub game 1. So now, with the patch all but solved, I'd reckon if there was someone to exhaust the hero pools of TLID, it would be this team.
Yeah, I think in terms of the biggest hero pools that could exhaust what TLID can show up with, it begins with Kirk. The key difference between Kirk and Aran is that Kirk has that signature Edith with him that they've shown that they are still very difficult to deal with. And most importantly, the Selena in the hands of the Super Fringe. I'm not going to backtrack that. The Super Fringe.
The Monster Fringe.
The Monster Fringe.
Although, honestly, I'm going to be curious to see how this match plays out, especially in the draft. But first, let us have a quick look at our current predictions. What did you boys go for this one? And no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Pinkman, I understand where you are coming from.
Yes,
and I
Mr.
am
Pinkman.
glad that you are able to hold on to your guns. Renmar, what are we doing here?
I'm recognizing and respecting Team Liquid Indonesia and what they've been showing. I still think, though, and yeah, spoiler alert, my prediction for tomorrow is that Onyx PH will trump Onyx ID and we see the trilogy again in the grand finals. But TLID, they're just way too good. Now, not to say that Onyx Philippines is bad, it's just that right now TLID, going into this, looks like has everything figured out. But the fact that I didn't put there 3-0, that's already a signal to say that Onyx PH will be able to add a little smidge on the record of TLID before they win tomorrow.
But it's also an exclamation that they need more time to figure out why exactly this team has so much polish.
I also gotta say this, I've been hella wrong in my predictions for the playoffs. So, hey, if this is wrong, then I can just say it was a curse. But I'm not gonna do that because I've just been wrong.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty
So
rough.
wrong.
It's been pretty rough for some of us. I was doing great during the group stage. Here, not so much. No, playoffs have been kind of rough.
I get points wrong.
Yeah, that's
Most
fair.
of the time my winners are right. It's just, sometimes the sweep or the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, that's what gets me.
But at least you're getting the matches right, man. The final winner right.
We can go into the
I know King Kong.
If we can go into the nitty-gritty of it, but truly it's up to these players up on this stage as we start to move on into the draft. I'm excited to see, first off, blue side or even red side, because these small statistics matter a lot to both of these high-quality teams.
Okay, so speaking of respecting, as bans and draft, we're just waiting for the draft to come up in the bans. Okay, on PH blue side, they're instantly respecting the Phobius of Aran.
Yep.
Does that mean are they also going to look into respecting the Hilda? Because other than the Hilda, there's 3 that I'm putting into Aran's pool that you really need to respect. Phobius, Hilda, and the CC as well.
I mean, yeah, see, Aran has been doing very, very well on that CC, and now that it's been buffed up, I would expect him to keep up with it. So far, so good, but Team Liquid getting rid of the Jushin, but also getting rid of the Loyi. Now, this was the matchup I've been very excited about. Super Prince as well as Yehezkill. Because as much as Super Prince is able to pick up that Selena, I'm curious to see the traditional combo of Novaria Selena, the deadly artillery, bow and crossbow ready to go.
Only one of them could end up with that combo, right? You can't have both.
Hey, Witty might just surprise you.
But that does make, once again, Gatot Kacha such a great commodity. Both teams would want to get him. Now we see that Eve is open. The Hilda, aforementioned, is open. Gatot open. Suyo Joy, that big trade, is still open. And yeah, Liquid ID. They have one more ban. Spoiler alert, here's a hero that we don't see currently in the 5 is Fanny. You gotta lock out Fanny.
And with the Fanny gone, this could mean Joy Suyo trade. Usually, though, it's been Joy. Joy's been the pick for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So Onyx steal it away from Fabian, but that is most likely Suyo coming in later. They can get the Moskov now.
No rush, no rush.
They lock in the Moskov away. I mean, they don't have to necessarily lock in their junglers. I think a lot of us fall into that trap of having to match, roll per roll. But no need.
Wow.
Ooh, Badang. We thought we were done with him, but no, he comes back.
Aran's never done.
It's never done.
So there it is. It comes out, the Badang, which again, 9 out of 10 times, and I believe 99% should go into the hands of Aran. And the Moskov. So now Onyx PH has the onus of, I guess, thinking of a solution. Harith is out. What do you supplement here?
I mean, Eve is still available.
Yeah. High prio pick.
I would like to see them get the Eve.
Alright, Gatot comes on through. Alright, you called it. And Eve as well. Again, all the high priority picks that we've been going through the Snapdragon Pro Series getting picked up. High caught commodities and finally the Suyo at the very end. What do you think about the first 3 here? Because personally for me, I like the Badang as a potential answer to the Joy as well as being a flex pick, but Onyx PH's mid trio is looking mighty solid as a foundation.
Yeah, if I'm Onyx, you take away the Valentina from Aaron Shiki. From Yehezkill already. And up to them if they're still also going to commit the ban on a Farsa or just give it because they have the right tools for it anyway. Because if I'm on a page, again, you're looking to the fact that Super Friends was shut down by Team Liquid ID in the last time they saw each other. So they should remove picks that they can easily access the back line. What if they're thinking this Badang could go? This is 100%.
No, don't tell me.
They're locking out Witty. The show's left out, though.
I mean, no, the fact that they're getting rid of CC, I really hope to God Aran doesn't think, maybe it's my time to play Mr. Stinker.
Yep, Uranus and then put the Badang into Witty's hands.
Yeah.
That sounds like bending over backwards.
It could be brutal, but then again, we are still missing a mid-lane pick anyway. Well, we'll see whether or not Onyx PH is going to respect letting that Valentina through in the first place, or we might even see some other stuff. But the fact that Tigreal is gone is one less thing for King Kong to worry about.
if ever Jawhead and Valentina are available for Liquid ID, they can go for that. They can go Jawhead Roam, XP Badang. It's unorthodox. They're going to be up against some really tanky heroes, but I like the Jawhead Suyo combo. Big a fan of it. And the Valentina can steal away the ultimate of the Eve, and maybe that's what they're thinking more of.
There it is, the Johetsuyo, ultra fast, wave clear, can confirm 2 buffs in under a minute.
Yeah.
What does Onyx PH answer with? Still no hero for Kelra and no hero for Kirk.
I do like the bans coming out from Onyx PH, right? They understand their own playbook. They understand how the opposing team would like to operate as well, especially when you have to deal with Riddy the Wise, right? Which begs the question whether or not, like, I would have suspected maybe he wanted to go for Chip, but I think Jawhead, as you mentioned, Renmar, is a really good option as Onyx looking to close out this draft. Let's see the full composition here. Ranger gets locked in, Glue gets locked in.
The last time Onyx PH picked up a glue, they ran through RRQ.
Wait, they can just go farmers here, can't they?
Yep.
But then it doesn't do as well into the Eve.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Very interesting.
So it's really a choice for Yehezkiel, Farsa, Valen, maybe Aurora, but I'd like them to really consider the Farsa. It's not going to be the easiest game, but you can pull it off. We've seen it multiple times.
They need more burst.
And they need more burst. They already have strong physical burst. They need magic burst.
They cornered the Ghost.
Oh,
what's Yehezkiel to do? Coach St. DeLucas and Facehugger have something to think about.
Oh, wow, they actually went for it.
Living up to the name. Let's see here. The final 5 seconds.
The literal ghost.
The literal ghost of Jakarta. I mean, we're forcing this moniker on it, but it's so funny because every single time, it's a very out-of-body experience seeing Yehezkiel really pop off on this pick. But what do you boys think about it? Because right now, Team Liquid, I think that they have some interesting solutions to what we're used to in terms of traditional problems.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID accepted that, you know what? Don't need reach. We will fight you head on, and we will pick the pick that will counter the biggest problem for us, which is the glue. So I'm all for this Faramis pickup, although something about the Onyx PH lineup just shows to me like it's very solid. It should be good for them right now.
Yep, with that being said, our very first best of 5 begins here today at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, Leo and Renmar will be guiding you through the game. Please take it away.
This won't be a sprint, it'll be a marathon, baby. It's Renmar and Leo, 2/3 of the We Bear Bros on the desk couch, I guess. I'm just so excited to see if Onyx PH finally got to adjust because, again, as we pointed it out, Team Liquid ID are a different Team Liquid ID. This is something Onyx PH hasn't faced in a very long time.
They are men-possessed, playing the cleanest and the best they ever have in their whole career, looking to finally get one over Onyx PH, their faded rivals where it matters. The action starts in mid. Yehezkiel down to 1/10 of his health. Super Prince looking to finish the job, just not have enough kit to do so.
They know that the Faramis could be problematic, so they're doing what they can to push an early advantage against it. They read that Widdy would be in the purple buff, leashing for Favian.
So far, so good. Team Liquid making the most of that early explosive kit, blasting camps, blasting buffs, and that does lead to King Kong crossing over early. Check out that mini-map up top. Yehezkiel, stay in here. He needs those stacks.
Yeah, needs the stacks, plus he understands that they should be fine. Aran, though, whoa, okay, Kirk under his own turret will be safe. So I'm looking at just how aggressive Aran will continue to be potentially up against this glue. Because again, that's like the biggest problem for Team Liquid ID that they need to deal with in the team fights alongside Super Princess Eve.
Yeah, Aran can do good to just tenderize Kirk early.
Yeah.
It seems to be a battle of skill ones thrown out, you know what I mean? Just make sure they hit. But for Kirk, he has to actually touch the glueling to get the heal up like that. And now he's down to what? 2 HP. In comes Brusco to the rescue. That's kind of sad, you know. 2 meat slabs protecting each other.
Yeah, and even Aran acknowledging just how important the little glue that he left on the floor is so important for Kirk. He uses knockback just to make sure he wouldn't be able to get that interaction off, and because of that, Team Liquid ID look like they're going to be happy with his first turtle. Boost goes in.
Oh dear God, forcing an early revitalize. Fabian scores 1. Real manipulation set in by Super Prince, pushing Fabian out. A crash in by Kirk. Drawing first blood. Widdy the Wise falls.
Now Onyx PH continue their entry into the jungle of Team Liquid ID. They know that they can afford to be aggressive because, again, they have the glue.
And so far, this seems to be a feint because the orange buff isn't what King Kong wants. The beast wanted the purple, and he get the purple.
He made Team Liquid ID look here, and then turns out they have no more buff over there. What a play by Onyx PH. You know, I actually didn't see that. I was so focused into the orange buff.
That's the prestige.
Making Onyx magic right now early on here, but nothing too crazy happening. Just Onyx PH signature macro. They 4 sequences in one part of the map while they steal resources in the other.
Misdirection. First, the first blood, then the turtle feign, and then the distraction at the orange. Amazing work by Onyx. This does give them a 200, 300 gold lead, but it's going to take a lot more than that to stop Team Liquid ID from barreling on forward again. That's a lost cause, I think. It's clear that Aran is winning XP lane. How about gold, though? What's that like? Because we know that the Granger isn't as strong anymore.
Yeah, so far it's quite balanced. No clear winner in the gold lane. Oh, Kirk already commits a grab.
Got the stacks on. Fabian, Flav squished between 4 members of Onyx.
They read the rotation of Fabian correctly, and yeah, after a Fabian invade countered by Onyx, it's King Kong going XP with an ultimate, not gonna get anything, but he pushes back the EXP laner. It's looking a little bit more familiar.
Could have sworn that was an off-timing split, like a panic split, right?
Yeah.
But Kirk counted, and he saw that Fabian had stacks on him to get the jump, got the grab, and killed him.
He had the help. Aran in trouble. I think Team Liquid ID, yeah, they don't have to worry about losing their EXP laner. The turtle is up. I think Fabian's rotations are still getting quite checked by Super Friends and Onyx PH.
He's just on the way. Super Friends and Brusco able to get in the way. Widdy gets that ejector in. Turtle down to a third of its health. Oh, there's the ult, the electrifying beats, and the Nether Realm early on. And the answer back, the ult from Super Friends Zone home. SOD, Fabian falls, forcing Yezkiel to flicker away. 1v1 kill by Kelra off camera. Yezkiel down to about 2 HP. And Onyx PH, massive wins! Super Friends finishes the job!
And this is a little bit more familiar for the matchup we've seen, their rivalry that they've had in the past few months. It's Onyx PH dominating in the early game, 5-0. Going back into their previous interviews, Kirk and Onyx PH admitted that communications and overheating were their problem in their loss against Team Liquid ID. It seems like now they've learned, and it's back to what they're used to.
They are cool as a cooler. Widdy now gets popped by Super Friends Void Crystal from out of nowhere, and that will be converted into a turret push. Look at that. Keller just waiting for the perfect moment. 6-0, Onyx up 4K.
We haven't seen Team Liquid Indonesia shut down like this. The closest you could say could potentially be the Game 2 yesterday against Onyx Indonesia, but that wasn't a shutdown. That was still quite level, still close enough. But
within 2K?
Yeah, within 2K, but almost 6 minutes in, 4.5, no kills just yet, and it's their signature Jawhead Suyo combo, man.
This is the Super Fam saying, you get nothing, sir. Quite literally, across the map, across the board for kills. All that they had to concede was that one turtle, the first turtle. And so far, Onyx PH are just pushing forward. Look at this early swap.
Whoa.
The RWM sent in by Super Friends, forcing an early Nether Realm. Team Liquid out of here.
They chose to play the Faramis as the answer to glue against the counter to the Faramis, which is the Eve. And it's now working out for them in the center of the map. Fabian in dangerous position.
The grab. Looking to finish the job. AOG just to make sure everybody's in here. Look at me, says Brusco. Double kill for the monster mage.
And that's a harsh reminder for Team Liquid ID that they're facing off against, well, their nightmare for the longest time before they finally got the revenge. And it seems like whatever Onyx needed to fix after their loss against Team Liquid, they fixed it. Kirk again on this glue. He's now the one checking Fabian, and Fabian has been checked for almost 7 minutes now.
Fabian can't even cross the river, let alone get his buffs in peace. About 7 minutes in, and Onyx PH have secured the final turtle. And folks, 8 kills in for Onyx, 4 of them scored by the Monster Mage. He's straight up the Sorcerer Supreme right now. Fabian dashing on through Brusco, taunts him, takes him down, serves up a kill to Kirk, and now Witty in the crosshairs, taken down by the Savage AOG!
And Team Liquid ID are forced back NetherRealm under the real-world manipulation. They are trapped. It's a double kill for Kelra.
Triple for Onyx PH, the hat trick concluding in a tier 2 push down bottom. All this while, top lane Holy Shields get popped after a chubby wave from King Kong gets escorted in.
Everyone knows Filipino food's got too much sugar, but Onyx PH, too sweet for Flava Fave 04.
Jeez. Onyx PH approaching the 10k gold lead under 8 minutes in. This is unprecedented control, dominance by the super fam. King Kong kiting 3.
And Kirk gets tossed, but Witty gets taken down.
Kirk flickering through, takes too many turret hits, gets blasted by Yehezkiel. The Ghost finally takes one for his team on the board, is Team Liquid, but they lose all their holy shields in the process.
They are trying to hold on as they may, but the lead and the pokes too much. The pokes of Superfizz and Kelra.
RWM starting up the siege. A couple of minions still standing. Can Team Liquid ID cross the threshold? They'll have to concede this major objective penetrated up top.
0-4-0 for the Suyo that has been undefeated and the second best hero of Fabian so far in the Challenge Finals. Nay, his best hero in the Challenge Finals. And it's 10,000 and climbing, and it's only 2 items on this glue. Only an anti-cuirass and radiant armor. It feels like he's had more, but it's just solely because there's no damage whatsoever on the side of Team Liquid.
This is some Twilight Zone Bizarro world type of situation. I feel like watching Fabian on this hero, it feels like it's a different player. Onyx PH have taken away the TLID from TLID. They take this Lord for free, and there's nothing Liquid is doing to punish them. There's nothing they can do.
They could just watch, they can try, and Kirk is handling Aaron Shiki without a problem. Grab!
And here comes Kelra to punish Aaron Shiki for crossing the river too far. What was he gonna do? SOD to someone next to him?
Nothing at this point, and they could just watch AOG entry.
Coming in, blocking Widdy out, and forcing Yehezkiel to hit the NetherRealm. The RWM coming through. They take Widdy anyways. The rest of Liquid ID are able to back off. There's a wave coming through top, and they will do their best to clear it, and they're still alive, but just for how much longer? Aaron gets popped.
This could be it. Onyx Philippines, it looks really good for them. Minions crashing in, plus the Lord 2-2 down inside of ID.
Mid and bottom have already crashed in. Waves pushing in slowly. Fabian doing his darndest. Kelra is godlike, and the minions are crashing in. The bodies are falling, and game 1 has ended.
The worst loss and the only loss so far of Team Liquid ID in the Challenge Finals. A harsh reminder, yet again, of who they are up against.
Cleanest victory we've seen from Onyx PH, and one that really sends a statement that makes your spine shiver just a little. The world champions making sure that it is known that they are the ones who wear the crown. GG, well played, but this is only our very first game in a very long series to come. Boys, walk me through this, because when we're looking at the post-game stats, the fact that TLID was able to get one is because, oh, thank God we got, some CC against Glow.
Onyx got angry. They straight up got angry. Like, they did not want to let what happened in the group stage happen again. And who they're facing, I don't know if, all right, here's a real question, all right? Is this OP on a next level, or did TLID need to warm up?
Well, I do think that OP, in terms of the drafting, I feel is kind of next level. They put him in a really good position. Well, TLID in an awkward position, but put themselves in an amazing position. They get Yves, one of the best picks coming into the SPS, but also they say, hey, we're gonna throw out Glue as our final pick. If by any chance you wanna, I don't know, be a little spicy with it, picking your mage as a the Ghost of Jakarta himself. Unfortunately, that's not gonna go well into the Eve. And if you decide to deal with the Eve, guess what? Nobody can really deal with the Glue.
Yeah, one thing we might see change is if that was a reminder for TLID who they're up against. That's a reminder for us as to maybe that's why Badang disappeared from the challenge finals. I mean, I could be overreacting. That could just be one game, but the trade they had was insane. Moscow Badang, but they gave up Gatatkacha Eve.
Yeah, fundamentally on a laning phase, you are winning, right?
Yes.
You're pushing back the Glue. Pow! You got a 50-50 in the gold lane. Moskov and Granger. When it comes to team fights, you can blast the Glue. But here's the thing. Onyx Page never let it get to those points.
Oh,
They hunkered down for the first 2 minutes. Sure, Kirk was struggling. And I guess, you know, Kelra did Kelra things. And then eventually it was just too late.
Yeah, along with that, you also really have to appreciate what Super Prince and Brusco did in terms of reading Fabian's invades better. There were two key invades early on that they were able to shut down. If it wasn't Super Prince or Brusco, you saw Kirk willing to lose lane just to show, hey, Fabian's here, get someone on this guy ASAP.
And I think that's a very important distinction because I think Kirk and Aran know that it's sort of a dead lane. Nothing's really going to happen here, but you don't want to lose too much EXP at the end of the day. And I think because of those big blocks onto Fabian's side, it really allows people like King Kong to kind of do what he wants to do.
I've played many a game as a Suyo like this Suyo. It's miserable when you're trying to invade or you're trying to find farm and you just can't. There's nothing for you to do because as a Suyo, you need your core items. And Fabian barely touched the Hunter's Strike War Axe combo. You need that third item to really push it over the top. But here he was just caught out way too often and there was too much Onyx Pages putting in his way to make a difference.
Now, part of me here is thinking that because of how the very first trade in the mid lane went, it sort of closed off a few aggressive possibilities. I understand that the Jawhead Suyo are paired together because the Jawhead can leash and it's a quick, as you mentioned, what, 2 buffs in under how many seconds?
A minute.
In under a minute.
He can do that.
He can do that with that combo.
But they didn't.
No, they did. That's the thing. They sacrificed Yehezkiel's control in the mid lane. He was blasted early on, and that's why he was just standing there watching the Eve and the Gatatkacha get aggro and priority in the center.
Yeah, they went orange first together and then purple.
Yeah.
That's why when I'm looking at Super Prince's emblems here, really great options. The fact that he has not only Wilderness Blessing, but some extra penetration, making hey, you start Void Blast, what are you going to do? Walk up, bam, every single time. You just poke him.
Shows how important zoning is. They have range, yes, but before even Kelra came online, they were just picking fights where Team Liquid couldn't even run towards.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. And I think the game setter here was once Kelra was able to kind of group up with the rest of the team, right? As the convoy of 4 conquered the top side of the map and Kelra finally got unlocked from that T1 down bot, then you just can't run away anymore. The Death Sonata clips you, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, that was a low-key major condition. The fact that Kelra was able to get that solo kill onto Aaron Shiki.
Oh, yeah.
That solidified the win early on for Onyx PH. With what you mentioned, Onyx PH secured top side. It was up to Kelra to get bottom side alone. He got that, and then Onyx PH just ran rampant.
Yeah, here's that 1 kill on Kirk. I mean, they threw everything at him, but just the same.
Kirk threw himself at them also.
Yeah, he was willing to do that. And then he could have done this. I don't. Kelra just helped finish the job faster.
Yeah.
But I think Kirk would have done it anyways.
Yeah, pretty much. At the end of the day, I think that Team Liquid are going to have to relook at the way that they're going to be drafting in this case. If they have to make sacrifices, they need to make definitive decisions because unfortunately, this comp is like, I want to play early. If we don't get early, then nothing's going to happen. And unfortunately, they beat us at the early game despite our composition, and we're done.
Yeah. Well, I think they got to go back to getting a much better pick for Yehezkiel. Again, we were considering the Farsa as the last pick there because of just how good it helped control the center of the map, and you needed that control. A part of me thinks they overthought the glue a little bit.
Maybe, but it could be one of those when you're looking at the Badang as the flex pick, maybe it's just not as good, especially when you're thinking about that combo with Gatotten as well as Yeef. Actually, technically, Yeef with Badang doesn't sound too bad either, but you probably want wider AoE in those cases. It's tough to say. It's really, really tough to say.
I think it's also difficult that they gave Joy as the very first pick, and I think that was already them accepting, yeah, we're not gonna Eve here. We have a different plan. Maybe this was premeditated. Premeditated, thank you. They thought about this. They wanted to get the Faramis in the end. I think they were expecting the glue, but it just didn't turn out.
With that being said, what we did premeditate is that you guys deserve to have some codes. It's starting to get late here today, and to keep you guys excited for the first 450 players only, you are going to get some codes. You don't know when it's going to pop up. It might show up now. Whoa! At any point, it could turn for the TZ55 Arzul. Claim your advanced tournament chests now.
That's my line.
Hey, man, I had to take. I mean, we're one and the same.
I'll allow it.
We're one.
I didn't get the memo.
We are Pinkman.
We are Pinkman.
I was close.
In in all and everything, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna jump straight into game number 2 here at Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you then.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I get to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light.
The semifinals continue. We're going straight into the draft. Baby, Team LID have decided to go on blue side, Onyx PH on the red side. First pick, Joy, and the follow-up from Onyx PH. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Boys, what do you think about the draft so far?
Okay, I like how both are really respecting mages here. I appreciate Onyx PH for not giving the Eve. If they could go the entire series not giving Yihiska the Eve, that's good. Alongside the Jushin, the Loyi also getting checked.
Cut to TLID, who's just like, we don't want Camera to play any more of those marksmen, man. Maybe the Granger, but other than that, no more.
Talking about Granger, it's very much possible, but I don't think Liquid ID will ever let that slip through. The Selena is open, the Granger is open too, because that's a combo that they pulled prior, you know, the arrows into the AOGs. Team Liquid, though, looking to close up their first phase here. There you go, Witty's special, the Matilda, and of course, an Aran special in the Hilda.
Interesting.
Das Sisters coming up.
Yeah, I think it's good a good denial here, especially since Hilda does pretty well into the Suyo, especially when you get control over that side of the map. You just go and beat him up in his own jungle, take his lunch money every once in a while.
I want to see Onyx PH considering actually. I know Gatot Kacha almost always goes to Brusco in the roam.
Yep.
But if they could put in the XP and then bring in something like, I don't know, a Tig to just shake up the Joy a little bit, I'd appreciate that.
I think that would be a bad idea. There's a Matilda, and then you just rock a Purifying where it matters, and you're good. Looks like on.
Tadi Savero aja pas ditanya parfum rekomendasi buat Savero langsung wangi menyala dia.
Nah itu makanya.
Oke, Granger Band, tim Liquid ID mereka akan persempit EXP-nya nggak sih, Cici, seperti apa yang tadi sempat dibahas juga?
Iya sih Kak. Kalau aku ngerasa kayak Cici di sini cocok banget aja lah.
Tapi Povius juga open nih sebenarnya ya.
Pove sih. Kalau aku ngerasanya kayak Pove, dia bagus. Tapi kayak dalam tanda kutip masalahnya bukan target yang gampang buat dijangkau nggak sih sama Pove kayak Matilda, Joy. Dia bagus gitu loh karena ada efek dash, jadi pasifnya demonic force-nya jadi lebih gampang ke-trigger gitu loh. Ungu-ungunya bisa nyala terus.
Oke. Dan Bruno terdengar full dari Iron Shiki yang dipersempit.
Wah.
Karit udah nggak ada.
Dipaksa apa nih? Retail gitu?
Retail sih.
Dipaksa sih.
Paksa retail. Cow.
Tapi aku pernah mikir ya Om, kalau misalkan dipaksa irital malah kayaknya Onyx Philippines punya rencana tertentu deh. Ya kan Faramis.
Wow.
Dibuka Faramisnya sekarang.
Iya, dan mereka juga kayaknya Onyx Philippines menghindari nggak sih combo Matilda Faramis yang pernah beberapa kali waktu ke belakang kita lihat tuh.
Atau mereka kayak secara nggak langsung ya ngambil Faramis, mereka pengen glue-nya lebih bebas.
Ya, atau mereka bisa ya membiarkan aja Hilda Hylos yang bisa dipakai kan nanti juga. Sama tim Liquid ID.
Hilda Matilda, apa mid lanernya nih? Valentina paling memungkinkan.
Parsha. Damage jauh buat Kari.
Boleh sih kalau buat menjangkau Kari ya, minimal ngepok Karinya sih.
Tapi paling aman ya Valentina.
Iya,
bisa
karena
copy kan.
Kalau Varsha ada Gatot agak resiko.
Kalau enggak ya Vexana juga oke lah.
Boleh tuh.
Valen juga terbuka.
Tapi ya
Valentina
Valen.
dan Ixia.
Valen Ixia.
Wah, debut dari Ixia yang muncul.
Karena kebetulan ada Matilda ya, jadi cocok nih untuk bisa bermain dengan jarak tertentu.
Dan juga jaraknya jauh.
Ya.
Meng-outrange Kari.
Yes, dan juga dengan metode kumpul dari Faramis ya, yang ngebuat targeting dari full barrage nanti yang akan lebih enak.
Aku kira bakal ke Ixia dan Novaria loh.
Atau Ixia, kayak biasanya kalau dulu ngeliatnya Ixia Hylos.
Oh iya.
Combo patah kaki ya.
Tapi kalau misalkan Ixia dan Novaria ya, itu kan range-nya makin lebih jauh kan, karena hitbox-nya lebih besar gitu loh.
Kalau Ixia pakai Malefic Gun juga nambah.
Ya, tapi basic attack-nya nambah, attack speed sih yang paling berpengaruh ya. Jangan lupa kalau ultimate-nya mah tetap jaraknya segitu.
Dan Fovius lah menjadi pilihan itu dia yang tadi sempat disinggung. Apakah tim Liquid ID permainan agresif mereka akan menyamakan kedudukan sementara terlebih dahulu, atau Onyx Philippines dengan gameplay express mereka akan membawa mereka menuju ke arah match point?
Ya, bicara soal badan sebenarnya Onyx PH mereka punya badan yang sangat-sangat cukup lah. Beda dengan tim Liquid ID ya, di mana mereka masih harus main tarik ulur juga. Jadi menurutku tim Liquid ID mereka bisa menang kalau mereka bisa memberikan kebebasan untuk Aaron Shiki.
Aku merasa kayak draftnya nggak buruk-buruk banget nih buat game 2 nih. Karena emang sinergi kombinasinya masih ada lah. Buat menjalankan gamenya juga oke.
Terkonsep ya.
Ya terkonsep banget.
Alright, tapi tetap saja ya kekalahan dengan waktu yang cepat juga membuat mereka harus bounce back. Melupakan game yang pertama karena kita akan siap-siap langsung menuju ke Land of Dawn. Menyaksikan game yang kedua masih di Best of 5 Series Final Upper Bracket. Onyx Philippines versus Team Liquid ID.
Let's go! Untuk game yang kedua, walaupun mungkin di game yang pertama cukup menyakitkan Om Wawa. Tempo cepat dari Onyx Philippines. Apa jawaban di game yang kedua dan ternyata Matilda Ixia.
Matilda, Ixia dan juga mereka punya Joy. Jadi kalau kita bicara early game, Liquid ID mereka masih punya kartu untuk di early game-nya. Tapi harus hati-hati ya karena ini dia freeze lane.
2 kali loh.
Dari Super Prince.
2 kali Yehezkiel menerima treatment yang sama dari Super Prince ya. Even dengan hero yang sebenarnya digunakan sama Yehezkiel di game yang pertama.
Dan bahkan harus diusir mundur ya dia. Ya harus recall dulu nih. Buat mengisi HP-nya dan lihat jauh lebih agresif Onyx PH.
Penguasaan dari area rivernya ya. Dan Iron Shiki beradu poke damage melawan Kelra. Otomatis membuat Kelra akan bermain dengan pasifnya. Single target juga mungkin rata-rata Master Assassin kalau mau landingnya lebih kuat ya.
Dan saling tarik-menarik untuk di area mid-nya dan Aaron Shiki. Unggul dari Kelra. Tarik.
Tapi anyway, Kelranya masih ada flicker juga sih Om. Dengan adanya flicker yang digunakan sama Aaron Shiki ini bakal jadi informasi biar King Kongnya bisa menuju ke bawah. Dan Favian berusaha untuk mengambil satu monster jungle agar King Kong mengalami kerugian. Langsung ditutup juga di bagian top lane. Karena Kirk kali sudah mulai hadir. Favian dalam ancaman Retribution sudah digunakan. Bahkan Favian mau kemana? Masih ada dash tapi tertabrak tembok. First blood di tangan King Kong.
Terlalu dalam tadi kalau kita lihat dan tidak bisa kabur sama sekali. Dan bahkan 10 detik, Aran.
Langsung ada sprint digunakan. Berlari ke area rumput. Dan untungnya masih ada satu get win. Super Prince masih menang poke damage melawan Yehezkiel. Even Yehezkiel mendapatkan level 4 terlebih dahulu. Netherrealm juga coba untuk dicuri. Dan King Kong akan mendapatkan free sih Om untuk kali ini. Karena first blood barusan menabrak tembok bukan hal yang baik. Dan Aaron Shiki harus berhadapan dengan Kelra yang mendapatkan shield dari Turtle. Menangin Turtle, menangin gold lane. Rumus pasti dari Prosin. Solo kill, another solo kill bahkan dari Kelra.
Dan rumus yang lain adalah langsung masuk ke dalam jungle Liquid ID. Lihat bagian sana. Lagi-lagi ya, diambil oleh pemain Onyx PH. Dan ini belum berakhir loh. Mereka masih berupaya.
Masih ada Retribution. Langsung diamankan, dikejar begitu saja untuk King Kong di depan sana. Dan disemprot begitu saja oleh Yehezkiel, flicker out. Untuk ofensif.
Pun buff ada di kaki Yehezkiel. Tapi masih jatuh ke tangan Liquid ID. Masih cukup oke. Cuman ya, ini dia Onyx PH. Mereka dapat hampir ya 3 objektif berarti tadi dari Turtle, solo kill dengan juga isi jungle milik tim Liquid ID. Tapi gagal tadi ya yang jungle.
Untungnya ya. Kalau masih dapat, wah itu berlipat ganda banget. Dan Aran tertangkap, Soul Saver mencoba untuk bertahan hidup. Sepertinya sulit bagi Aran Netherrealm. Dipaksa oleh Yehezkiel kali ini. Team fight akan dilanjutkan. Masih ada Circling Eagle, Kirk coba untuk maju lagi. Infernal Pursue dan lihat balasannya Super Prince dengan Netherrealm. Menyelamatkan Brusco dan juga Kirk agar tidak terkena burst damage.
Dengan low HP ternyata Super Prince masih sempat untuk mengeluarkan Netherrealm dia. Dan 2 lane sekarang harus diberikan kepada Aaron Shiki yang baru punya Corrosion Sight.
Yehezkiel sebagai Valentina yang secara nggak langsung berperan sebagai hero support utility. Hanya untuk mengambil Netherrealm agar imbang dari team fight-nya.
Dan lihat tuh Brusco-nya Unbreakable menarik Widdy. Agar tidak terlalu banyak bergerak juga. Sedangkan King Kong akan berusaha untuk mengeringkan jungle dari Liquid ID dan terjadi kembali di retri.
Di retri ya, biar Favian ketinggalan 1 level. Bahkan OTW 2 sih lebih buruknya. Karena Turtle akan move up lagi dalam kurun waktu 10 detik dari sekarang. Dari menit keempat kali ini, Favian akhirnya mendapatkan level ke-7-nya. Apakah mau dikontes atau dilepaskan begitu saja? Karena kalau Onyx Philippines mendapatkannya secara cuma-cuma Om, ini akan makin lebih buruk lagi untuk menuju ke turtle yang ketiga.
Karena di bagian bawah dapetin shield juga ekstra ya. Kita lihat Arannya berusaha untuk nge-buying time agar ada Favian nanti di turtle. Aran
sprint out. Kali ini Aran masih survive dan masih mampu untuk melakukan regenerasi. Favian melakukan scouting, menunggu di mana King Kong berada. 10.000 darah dari turtle. Coba untuk take over, perbedaan satu level. Let's see apa yang akan diberikan oleh tim Liquid ID. 4 melawan 4 dalam keadaan yang tidak full HP, ditabrak oleh Widi dengan Circling Eagle. Dan kali ini langsung saja masuk terlebih dari King Kong Retribution Battle. Masih diamankan tanpa adanya pertukaran point kill. Dan kali ini After of Guardian, Favian masih dikejar. Favian mencoba untuk bertahan hidup. Favian lari, Favian tapi tidak bisa lari karena ada Super Prince dengan Ghost Bustler.
4 pemain yang mengejar langsung menuju ke Favian dan lagi. Rumusnya adalah dapatin turtle-nya, ambil isi jungle dari lawan, lead the game.
Textbook yang pasti ya dari King Kong. Invade jungle udah kayak jadi sebuah gerakan yang harus dilakukan setelah mendapatkan objektif. Dan hanya memberikan presence saja Om, kayak memberikan kehadiran aja. Mereka udah memberikan pressure secara nggak langsung.
Ya, karena level yang tertekan di sini Favian. Jadi mau gak mau ya Favian yang harus bisa diberikan keleluasan juga untuk bisa farming, entah ngambil lane EXP kali ya sekarang ya. Karena biasa kan kita tahu ya, Aran udah pasti meninggalkan lane-nya sehingga memberikan kepada Favian nih untuk EXP yang lain.
Circling Eagle, hanya untuk vision ya. Gak mendapatkan apapun di sana, hanya pertukaran HP saja. Membuat recall terlebih dahulu dari Widi. Farming beberapa juga direlakan untuk Aaron Shiki. Invade lagi dari King Kong karena show di bagian top lane. Kirk 1v1 ke arah Favian. Orange akan diambil, dilahap, dimakan oleh King Kong, sang raja jungle.
Ya, makanya Evil Queller di setup juga itu ya. Metode panahan tuh yang ditahan tadi buat Evil Queller dari Suyo. Dan memang dari Onyx PH belum lepas nih. Kanan dari mereka yang seakan-akan datang secara bertubi-tubi juga. Di bagian bottom lane, mau gak mau sekarang Aaron Shiki harus di cover dengan Matilda. Kalau sampai ditinggal, ada 3 pemain Onyx PH yang siap di bagian bawah. Mungkin itu bisa langsung menerjang juga.
Masih dipegangin manusia ungu bertemu dengan sang Leonin. Benar-benar kesulitan untuk farming. Di screen out terus, Flask of the Oasis di tangan dari Widi. Tapi apakah ini cukup Om untuk ngedinai semua burst damage? Bahkan Glowing One sudah di tangan dari Super Friends. Regen HP-nya bakal berkurang dari Aran.
Ya, tapi bisa dibilang dengan adanya Flash of the Oasis juga kan tidak terlalu tebal ya. Dan itu Netherrealm yang harus dipakai.
Oke, free jelas. Lagi. Turtle yang bebas untuk Onyx Philippine.
Turtle bebas, purple buff terbuka.
Oke, kali ini full barrage. Ada AOG. Dan Kirk mencoba untuk mengganggu ke arah Shiki. Ada gerakan tambahan lagi dan bakal ditabrak dengan Circling Eagle. Kirk tumbang, tapi kali ini Netherrealm-nya pecah begitu saja. King Kong mencoba untuk bertahan di sana, tapi masih ada di purple buff. Dan bahkan Aran yang sekarang bakal dituju. Yeskiel harus mundur ke belakang Kelra dengan flickernya. Dan bahkan Widi bakal jadi next target. Dikejar oleh Kelra. Dan kali ini masih ada basic attack tambahan. Double kill by Kelra.
Agresif dari Kelra, flicker bahkan dipakai dan ini masih dikejar Favian. No
way to run. Favian bakal tumbang terkena Ice Retribution dan last hitnya dikasih ke Super Prince.
Yap. Berbagai lini sekarang dipegang oleh Onyx PH, seakan tidak ada kesempatan untuk tim Liquid ID bisa keluar dari tekanan yang dibangun. Secara bertubi-tubi ini tidak berhenti sama sekali.
Ini nggak bagus untuk Liquid Om.
Iya.
Mereka bener-bener under, semuanya sama rata kanan. Dengan perbedaan gold lead yang sangat-sangat signifikan. 5.000 gold.
Dan bahkan dengan keunggulan semua hero dari Onyx PH. Semua hero mereka unggul goldnya. Meskipun ya tidak terlalu jauh berbeda kali ya.
Tapi yang paling berasa di Kelra sih Om.
Kelra sama si ini, Suyo.
Dia selesai di Manhunter Sword, Aran bakal jadi kerupuk nantinya.
Yep.
Bakal dimakan. Apalagi Arannya di sini juga belum siap nih dengan satu item. Dan Kelra
berani banget Kelra.
Gila, tapi damage balasannya nggak main-main. Dari the Godland standard. The greatest of all time. Demon Hunter Sword di tangan dari Kelra.
Speedy Light Wheel ya, yang memang sudah di buff juga 10 second. Cukup lama untuk Speedy Light Wheel. Aaron Shiki baru punya 1 buah Skypers.
Dan setiap hitnya menambahkan lagi physical attack. Itu buff yang luar biasa dari Kari ya.
Kari yang kita tahu dulu kan kayaknya terlalu pelan kali ya. Jadi di buff diperlama lagi untuk durasi dari Speedy Light Wheel. Favian
kejar lagi oleh Electrifying Gates. Favian menggunakan ultimate-nya Brusco dengan Unbreakable. Mungkin akan tertuju karena Favian dalam ancaman Retribution digunakan. Kali ini harus mundur ke belakang, tapi informasi retry-nya bakal sangat mahal sekali. Super Prince coba untuk dituju. Widi dalam ancaman, kena Dark Wave. Dan tidak memiliki HP yang cukup untuk team fight. Free Lord harusnya untuk Onyx Philippine.
Ya, karena informasi sangat jelas terlihat dengan 4 pemain bahkan ya dari Onyx PH. Retribution tidak ada. Lord akan dipegang oleh Onyx PH dan mereka akan meneruskan tekanan terhadap jungle dari tim Liquid ID. 3 lane di push semuanya, 3 lane diberikan pressure. dari Onyx PH. Dan pressure ini terakumulasi dengan sangat baik untuk mereka.
Nggak ada window sama sekali Om bagi tim Liquid ID. Celahnya masih belum terbuka sama sekali. Gold yang semakin jauh lagi, 7.000. Apa yang harus dilakukan Om?
Wow. Nih mau gak mau mereka harus menunggu kesalahan yang diperbuat oleh Onyx PH. Dan lihat tuh, tidak butuh Lord loh. Taratnya dicicil. Lagi dengan metode yang sama. Onyx Philippines mendapatkan base turret tanpa effort. Yap. Itu udah pecah dari protectionnya. Langsung dipecahin juga dan bahkan nantinya untuk memperkeruh suasana. Lord akan masuk dari bagian
dari top lane. Itu dia, mid lane akan coba untuk dihancurkan kembali. Protection dari mid turret juga akan hancur seketika. Begitu juga dengan bottom lane. Dan sekarang tim Liquid ID harus melakukan defense karena kalau tidak AOG akan dituju ke arah Iron Shiki. Tapi kali ini mencoba untuk bertahan terlebih dahulu. Favian kabur dengan adanya electrifying beast yang dia miliki. Netherrealm dibalas dengan Netherrealm tapi langsung menuju ke arah base. Favian tumbang, Iron Shiki juga harus hilang. Onyx Philippines akan mendapatkan match point-nya 2-0. Hanya tersisa 1 game lagi di Best of 5 series kali ini.
Lagi di bawah menit yang ke-11 terjadi. Onyx Philippines, mereka mengamuk. Mereka mendapatkan kemenangan dengan sangat cepat.
Wow.
Ya apa yang kita lihat adalah salah satu demonstrasi dari kekuatan Onyx PH di early game.
Temponya nggak turun.
Benar-benar. Dan juga pemanfaatan Ixia untuk bermain high ground defense dan late game.
Apa itu late game?
Tidak diberi sama sekali. Agresivitas Matilda dan Hilda juga belum efektif ya.
Tujuannya beda juga gak sih? Kayak dari tadi kita lihat King Kong tuh selalu jadi eksekutor gitu loh. Dateng, dia dapat kill. Dapat turtle, Kelra bisa solo kill. Timingnya juga pas terus gitu loh. Kayak tadinya pas 1v1, Kelra itu masih level 3, dapat turtle level 4. Langsung spinning like wheel jalan. Dan itu yang membuat Kelra kayak jadi selalu menang gitu loh lawan Iron Shiki.
Dan Onyx Philippines kayaknya benar-benar targeting ke Favian gak sih?
Favian
selalu loh.
Yap, dan Favian di awal tadi sempat terpick off juga kan. Yang terlalu maju tadi buat di depan dan solo kill ke Iron Shiki. Itu juga menambah segalanya. Dapat turtle, dapat solo kill.
Wah,
cakep.
Ini bukan
habis
pantun.
semua jungle.
Ini gosong sih.
Itu
gosong.
Termasak.
Ini bener-bener gosong sih Om. Ini masalahnya ya, kalaupun kita mau lihat kayak chance atau kemungkinan gitu, kalau misalkan tim Liquid ID memenangkan game yang ketiga, aku merasa gamenya bakal ketat banget gitu loh. Bukan game yang mudah untuk dijalankan, sehingga kita ngomongin balik lagi, early gamenya nih, pondasinya dulu deh dari TLID. Mereka udah tahu gitu loh, game plan early gamenya seperti apa, tapi kalau misalkan dipatahkan terus early gamenya, apalagi ya kita lihatlah perbandingan objektifnya Om ketika Suyo di tangan dari King Kong.
Yep.
Itu beda jauh banget. Perfect turtle.
Dan masih berusko dengan Gatot Kaca ya. Yang menurut ini bener-bener gangguan yang besar banget dari Gatot Kacanya. Kelihatan banget tadi. Dan Super Freeze Lane dari awal juga.
Dari awal.
Dilakukan, memaksakan adanya recall harus dipergunakan Yes.
Kayak kalau ngomongin soal mid laner ya, karena aku merasa Super Friends dan juga kayak contohnya nih Om, Coach Sandy Lucas punya background yang sama. Aku rasa kayak mereka ngerti konsep equilibrium. Jadi kayak ESKL ini kalah di equilibriumnya untuk minion di midnya. Jadi gimana pun caranya keseimbangan minion di mid itu akan selalu diuntungkan bagi Onyx Philippines. Karena TLID ngelasit atau nge-skillnya itu karena minion.
Bukan
jadi
ke hero
mereka
ya.
akan maju, iya bukan ke hero-nya. Jadi keseimbangan dari wave minionnya tuh nggak ketemu di tengah-tengah, tapi
lebih
ya Onyx
lebih
diunggulkan gitu.
Lebih ke tempatnya Onyx, jadi mereka harus nyebrang sungai gitu.
Yeah.
Oke, 11-2. 10 menit.
2 kali.
2 kali.
2 kali loh soalnya.
Karena setelah flawless gameplay dari
masih
TLID ya yang 100% gitu loh. Kayak sekalinya dibungkam bener-bener jahat gitu.
Iya, kayak banget. Masa sekalinya kalah nggak dapat poin sih gitu loh.
Iya. Dan bahkan sangat ya one sided lagi lah game kedua.
Oke.
Udah nggak bisa dipungkiri lagi memang.
Dan kira-kira apa yang membuat dari tim Liquid ID terlihat berbeda nih di match kali ini?
Draftnya sih, mereka keluar banget dari konsep yang terakhir kali mereka saling bertemu sama Onyx Philippines. Kayak mereka solid banget waktu ketemu sama Onyx Philippines sebelumnya kan di group stage. Draftnya ready banget, terus mereka kayak gak pernah tuh bawain Faramis. Tiba-tiba sekarang keluar Faramis.
Ixia juga ya.
Ixia juga yang, ya oke, let's say itu adalah salah satu part of the strategy gitu. Tapi kayak ini jauh banget gitu dari permainan Liquid yang biasanya kita saksikan.
Ya, atau mungkin mereka mencoba untuk tidak bermain template ya dengan pool hero-nya juga. Tapi ini dia Super Friends yang menjadi MVP dari awal. Semuanya ditumbangin satu persatu.
Iya,
Silih
aksen
berganti.
ya. Dan kayak ini sih, kayak banyak sekali sinergi yang coba dilakukan oleh kita. Kayak tadi contohnya nih, penyelamatan dan rem yang akhirnya jatuhnya sia-sia. Tadi Yes juga.
Iya sih, Netherrealm-nya 2 apa 3 kali tertangkap kamera kayak terbuang begitu aja.
Ya, tapi Kelrar luar biasa ya. Dia berani untuk nabrak semuanya. Nah, bahkan Favian pun ya tidak terlalu greedy untuk King Kong karena sudah kasihkan tumbang juga. Memberikan kepada Super Fridge tadi.
Dan pas momen end game sih, kayak lihat semua mata tuh benar-benar kata tertuju ke Iron Chiki, tapi Iron Chiki-nya kayak dipaksa pecah aja gitu dari Netherrealm.
Iya.
Dan ketika dalam keadaan menjadi batu, pas terkena Netherrealm ya pas pecah ya otomatis actionnya nggak bisa keluarin basic attack dong.
Meskipun ya secara teori nih ya. Ixia itu range-nya lebih jauh daripada Kari.
Benar.
Iya.
Iya kan.
Walaupun tadi sempat dijemput juga sama Matildanya.
Tapi susah juga sih.
Udah terlalu jauh ya perbedaan dari gap goldnya
Gap
juga.
goldnya 7.000.
Gap EXP-nya juga yang membawa Onyx Philippines menuju match point untuk mereka. Satu langkah lebih dekat menuju grand final.
Itu udah deket banget sih.
Udah deket banget ya. Kaki kanannya ibaratnya udah masuk grand final nih.
Udah masuk.
Apalagi 2 game yang dimainkan kan mulus banget ya.
Setuju.
Cuma ngasih 1 sama 2 kill point loh totalnya, berarti 3 dari 2 game.
Tukang somai kecebur God.
Cakep.
TLID kecebur.
Ya ampun. God.
Iya, kecebur God maksudnya kan.
God Kelra.
Goat itu Om. Ya,
tapi nggak rima dong Pak Produser ya.
Gak apa-apa, emang Bapak Produser kita try hard kok, tenang aja. Nanti akan ada aja pokoknya.
Nah kalau TLID kepleset lagi di game ketiga?
Gosong.
Gosong ya.
Aku bilang gosong, itu bukan kepleset lagi sih, itu gosong sih. Bener-bener kayak dimasak habis-habisan sama Onyx Philippines sih.
Dan ini snowball yang bener-bener ya snowball aja, kayak kita gak bisa main gitu loh. Kayak ini harus gimana buat bisa keluar karena udah habis semuanya, bener-bener dihabisin.
Ini dengan 2-0 ya, predik. Kita semua salah loh.
Benar. Masih bisa 2-2.
Ya kan udah sama.
Enggak sih 3-0 Liquid. Lebih gosong sih.
Tadi 2-2.
Ya itu ide dari Bapak
Oh
Produser.
ide aja ya.
Karena ada Umawa katanya, pasti 2 sama katanya.
Oh gitu.
Iya, bisa. Yuk,
tapi semoga kita 2 sama dulu deh.
Betul.
Minimal 2-1 dulu sih.
Iya.
Ini 2-1-nya aja aku feeling kayak sekalipun emang Liquid menang tuh
pasti try hard
banget. Ini kayak early-nya udah kayak gini soalnya.
Oke. Dan match point di depan mata ya untuk teman-teman dari Onyx Philippines. Buat tim Liquid ID, jangan khawatir, masih ada kesempatan juga.
Satu lagi nih.
Ini di Best of 5 series.
Masih ada lower juga. Jangan sih tapi sih.
Jangan.
Kalau bisa lewat langsung ke grand final.
Oke. Dan yang pasti kita akan melihat juga ya seperti apa nantinya untuk match point untuk kedua tim. Tentunya dari Onyx Philippines juga. Setelah yang menonton berikut ini, jadi kita akan segera kembali lagi.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, faster. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. No, it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been.
Oke, match point untuk Onyx Philippines yang ternyata secara mengejutkan memberikan balas dendam yang begitu menyedihkan. Tapi tenang, ini masih di best of 5 series, masih ada kesempatan untuk setidaknya reverse sweep.
Iya, tapi saya tidak tenang sih. Karena kemenangannya kan dominan ya. Iya, udah mau jadi dominan ice.
Dibantu Om, dibantu.
Dibantu karir dengan faster and faster.
Apa tuh dibantu apa?
Dibantu.
Oh, dibantu.
Ya, dibantai maksudnya kita Om. Bang, gosong bang ini bang.
Gosong.
11 menit loh.
Iya, Onyx Philippines, King Kong I love you. Terus
Wih.
digambarin ya King Kong.
Oh itu pacarnya King Kong.
Kalau ada spidol merah dimerahin tuh rambutnya.
Bener juga ya. Itu pacarnya King Kong bukan sih?
Tapi siapa yang setuju King Kong ini agak mirip Kyrie?
Emang kan versi lebih gede aja.
Oh jadi King Kong ini Kyrie versi Filipin.
Karena Kyrie kan orang Filipin bang.
Jadi memang mereka janjian kali ya. Jangan kan sama-sama berwarna rambutnya.
Kyrie dari Tegal.
Kenapa dari Tegal?
Gak apa-apa. Biar bikin isu aja kan.
Punya usaha warteg tuh.
Iya. Kyrie dari Tegal.
Kalau ini?
King Kong dari Filipina. Nah ini Aran. Ini dari kecamatan ini katanya. Kecamatan Erudisio.
Waduh.
Aran kalau gak makan nasi dia makan bubur ya?
Wah. Oh enggak.
Enggak sih pasti enggak sih.
Tapi kadang ada yang makan risol, risol apa lontong.
Fun fact ya teman-teman yang mumpung ngomongin makanan, mungkin banyak yang belum tahu Ul. Aran memang enggak makan nasi.
Betul, dari dulu dia enggak makan
Dari
nasi.
dulu. Makanya kalau dibilang lawan kita makan nasi juga enggak.
Kita semua sama aja semua makan nasi. Enggak ya, tapi
enggak.
Blue Side kali ini dihuni oleh Onyx Philippines.
Bisa dapat Eve.
Ya, karena Joy udah di ban.
Boleh badangnya di skip dulu ya.
Tapi kalau dia pakai Eve, kayaknya Selena mau keluar deh karena Matilda di ban.
Ya, make sense di sana Om. Karena Eevee bukan tipikal hero yang bisa escape juga kan.
Bisa kepatok-patok ya.
Oke.
Eve.
Nah ini pendukung Iron Shiki.
Eve dan Joy-nya kebetulan di ban ya. Jadi yang tersisa cuma Alpha.
Gak bisa kabur Alpha. Matilda di ban.
Hayabusa?
Sancho.
Eve dulu, oke. Bermain di zona aman dan itu dia Gatot kaca kuncinya ya dari tadi.
Eve Gatot tadi. 2 game itu.
Akhirnya dipegang sama tim Liquid.
Dipegang, betul.
Tapi antisipasi sih harus dari Onyx Philippines ya. Mereka udah
Iya.
akan membaca bahwa Gatot dan Yves-nya akan jatuh ke tangan dari tim Liquid ID.
Ya, mereka bisa
Aku lagi mikirin hero mid laner yang bisa menang pok aja sih.
Oh, Loi.
Oh my god.
Ini bukan menang pok sih, ini menang jalan ini mah.
Ini menang diamond sih ini.
Kita melupakan Loi.
Iya, lah tumben ya, nggak masuk dalam band list.
Karena masuk Joy yang
Joy.
Iya. Ini berarti damagernya siapa nih tim Liquid ID?
Kayaknya bakal
Hayabusa.
Kayaknya bakal bermain around Hayabusa sih Om harusnya.
Iya, Hayabusa bisa ke belakang.
Udah ada Gatot kan, seenggaknya udah ada badan nih. Yves-nya jadi terlindungi sedikit lah.
Chow?
Chow dulu bisa.
Loi yang penting badan sih.
Khalid.
Ini intinya main Loi itu tuh harus punya 2 badan gitu loh di depan. Biar Loi-nya jadi lebih bebas untuk bisa nge-deliver damage dan dia nggak bisa dikejar gitu loh sama hero-hero yang bisa invade ke belakang kayak Assassin.
Oke, ini sekarang. Kalau mau Hayabusa sekarang nih sebenarnya.
Iya. Daripada di band ya.
Atau Link Angela?
Wah, itu
Back to basic?
Back to basic aja.
template zaman Bile ya.
Bile.
Nggak zaman Bile juga sih. Karena
Buat
ya,
mereka.
Iya nggak nyampe 6 bulan ya.
Iya sih,
Kalau
bener
buat mereka
juga.
ya. Udah main Link Angela lagi nih.
Yap. Oke. Masih belum kelihatan ya apa yang akan di-priority kalau bicara tentang Cici dulu ternyata.
Wow.
Jungle-nya ditutupin.
Berarti opsi terburuknya nih. Bane bisa keluar mungkin atau
How about Nolan?
aku nggak ngerasa kayak Nolan di sini bagus karena ada Loi sih.
Oke.
Takutnya Nolan salah bush gitu kan ketemu sama Loi.
Di venue tuh ada kayak face painting buat ini ya logo-logo tim ya?
Ada kayaknya.
Emang iya?
Iya tuh hampir semuanya tuh ada yang Falcons, ada yang Onyx.
Oh, wih keren ya.
OTW kali ya?
OTW ke Malaysia.
Iya, pengen.
Lah besok gimana yang nge-cash?
Waduh.
Kan yang nge-cash bukan saya?
Iya.
Iya.
nggak salah sih.
Oke, banning phase yang kedua. Jungle yang memang belum kelihatan juga nih. Iritel dulu yang ditutup oleh tim Liquid ID, sementara jungle yang belum dimiliki oleh tim Liquid ID. Akankah dipersempit kembali?
Ya.
Opsinya emang udah pasti bakal dipersempit sih.
Nah itu Nolan.
Nolan juga ditutup ya.
Kayak kalau Hayabusa bisa ditutup si Khalid kali ya.
Iya ditahan ya.
Ini bisa
Kebetulan masih ada Hilda Om.
Nah aku baru bilang ada Khalid
Iya.
Hilda ini.
Ada Khalid Hilda soalnya.
Bisa ribut di early tuh nanti.
Mood apaan Aran?
Mode apa mood?
Mood.
Mood Aran.
Gak, ya oke, tapi
Moodnya baik.
mau ban
Baik.
Kari lagi kah? Mau persempit lagi pool Granger Kari banyak banget sebenarnya.
Granger.
Tapi harus hati-hati karena Kelra.
Iya. Kayak sebuah lagu tuh, hati-hati di jalan.
Benar.
Ya hati-hati di river sih terutama karena udah ada Khalid ya
Jangan
penguasa
sampai salah.
mapnya.
Betul, jangan sampai salah langkah ya.
Salah langkah ketemu bush yang ada abang-abangan pasir ini, waduh. Kelilipan dikit bang.
Moskov.
Maaf gitu ya.
Hayabusa?
Bisa diganggu sih kalau ada Khalid Hilda.
Yep.
Kalau mau pakai ya.
Kalau kayak bait aja ya, lepas aja Hayabusa.
Bait aja.
Wah, dilematis sih sebenarnya buat tim Liquid ID.
Pasti sih.
King kali Kong.
King Kong.
King kali Kong kaling kreatif ya memang semuanya ya.
Bagus dong kreativitasnya diuji di sana.
Benar. Last band dari Onyx Philippines yang bisa saja membawa mereka menjadi grand finalis pertama karena tinggal selangkah lagi dan Alpha di band.
Oh, Hai ini dikasih ya lagi-lagi kayak nih ambil Haya, gua dinaik pakai Hilda dan Khalid.
Ya mereka bisa buka romer dulu nih sekarang.
Ya jangan buru-buru ya.
Atau kalau enggak ya buka
Granger dulu ya.
Ya Granger.
Irita udah nggak ada. Bruno kah?
Kalau aku merasa kayak Bruno juga fine-fine aja di sini. Atau kalaupun mau main hero attack speed lagi kayak Kari tadi juga
masih
oke
ada
gitu.
masalah sih. Soalnya ada Cici kan?
Iya.
Cici Gatot Kaca.
Cici Gatot Kaca. Main ke arah Kari juga rontok sih dua hero ini. Even dengan Vengeance ya dari Cicinya gitu.
Mungkin PR-nya di outrange sama Granger aja ya dan Yves-nya.
Di level 4 itu tapi.
Dan wow.
Arlot.
Long time no see Arlot.
Apa kabar Arlot sehat?
Walaupun sempat muncul ya.
Iya itu ya. Satu kali di pick itu ternyata sama Lutfi tau gak? Sama Lutfi dan itu menang gamenya.
Oke. Cloud.
Nah Cloud ya. Rivalitas Cloud versus Granger. 6 kali pick 17% win rate. Dan apakah dengan minimnya Marksman Trinity yang sekarang emang lagi susah nih untuk bisa up to meta,
Oke.
Ini bakal jadi pick yang bagus.
Best option jungle?
Bane.
Bane atau
Martis kali ya.
Hayabusa buat mirror lane jauhnya?
Bane sih. Pusing Haya ketemu sama 2 Arlot Khalid begini.
Iya sih benar. Oke. Sebuah keputusan. Tim Liquid ID, Fabian akan mengeksekusi satu hero. Bane atau ya Julian mungkin.
Julian?
Opsinya tapi last chance untuk
Jadi
dimanfaatkan kali ini.
Apa nih yang bakal
Picknya
dibawakan?
menuju ke arah Fredrin.
Detektif Fredrin ternyata.
Ini bermain cukup berbeda ya dari segi draftnya juga. Fabian tanpa assassin dan juga kemunculannya Cloud dan Arlot yang sudah lama juga nggak jadi opsi.
Seberapa besar nih dampaknya ya Om?
Karena aku ngelihat ya tim Liquid ID mereka lack of damage terus terang aja.
Itu satu. Yang kedua Fabian Fredrin.
Iya, oke, kita udah jarang banget ngeliat Fabian main utility jungler ya.
Sayang potensi gak sih?
Ada Lavel di sana yang mewing juga ya.
Mewing jenggot.
Iya, karena ini adalah peraduan antara 2 jungler mewing yang suka adu mewing juga.
Adu mewing ya.
Itu tadi host Sigma namanya.
Ya, Skibidi.
Waduh.
Apa tuh artinya?
Ya itulah pokoknya 10.000 aura.
Oke.
Tapi untuk kali ini draft yang cukup berbeda. Di mana karakteristik mereka di group stage ini agak sedikit jauh juga nih apa yang dibawakan. Kira-kira apa yang harus dilakukan oleh tim Liquid ID untuk saat ini?
Menurutku mereka harus bertahan sih. Dalam artian karena memang mereka yang akan nge-setup temponya lebih pelan ya. Jadi mau gak mau mereka kontes di turtle-nya ini wajib juga nih untuk mereka menangkan. Yang pertama nih.
Alright. Dan match point untuk Onyx Philippines berhadapan dengan tim Liquid ID di Best of 5 Series akan segera kita saksikan.
2-0. Skor di tangan Onyx Philippines dan invade jungle karena Fabian membawakan Fredrin. Cukup dibilang rare Om. Karena kita tahu Fabian ini terlalu kuat untuk membawakan jungler-jungler mechanical play dan Kirk seperti biasa ya kalau urusan laning
bisa
berkali-kali loh. Kirk ini benar-benar dipukul mundur.
Oke, ada team fight dikit ya. Tapi aku bisa bilang ya, sebenarnya Cici kalau ketemu dengan Arlot, kalau Arlotnya main yang damage item full, Cici tuh kalah loh, Be.
Iya.
Cici kalah.
Cici tuh pokoknya kalah sama yang XP damage Om.
Yang langsung dadar langsung nggak sempat nge-regen kita.
Pakito.
Tapi Widi, harus hati-hati buat Widi.
Nah, ini bakal berat sih untuk laning terlebih dahulu. Lagi-lagi mid lane dari Liquid ID dipaksa untuk mundur 3 game in a row.
Iya, tapi Be, Fredrin berhadapan dengan Loyi. Agak sedikit kontradiktif sebenarnya. Dan lumayan bahaya buat Fredrin.
Menurutku lebih ke ini sih Om. Kalau lawan Joy, Fredrin bagus.
Betul.
Tapi kalau lawan Suyo, aku nggak rasa ini matchup yang bagus sih. Apalagi dengan adanya Impure Rage. 4% HP dari Fredrin itu pasti bakal jadi damage.
Dan Kirknya masih terpressure untuk di area top. Dan memang benar untuk kemenangan di turtle yang pertama sedang diincar oleh tim Liquid ID.
Pasti mereka mau banget sih untuk lebih nyolot ya di turtle 1. Apalagi mereka bawa Fredrin kalau lepas itu malah jadi kerugian untuk tim Liquidnya sendiri.
4 lawan 1. Itu dia. Duality effect yang bisa diberikan tadi.
skill yang gak level 4. Karena berbagi XP juga dan sekarang terkena poke damage dari Brusco. Bahkan ada satu diversion yang digunakan memaksa Flicker dikeluarkan oleh Yeheskiel di sisi lain. King Kong baru selesai dengan rotasi yang dia jalankan dan Aran mencoba untuk mengeluarkan Vengeance bertahan, tapi kali ini ada Final Slash di depan sana. Vengeance lagi dari Kirk, First Blood di tangan sang XP laner. Lanjut untuk tim fight di area sungai. Blazing Duet datang, Killra out of nowhere. Join team fight dan kali ini 2 korban jiwa dari tim Liquid ID. Tidak ada trade sama sekali. Even dengan Fredrin, turtle pertama masih di tangan dari King Kong.
Dan Fabian masih diganggu juga ya untuk mendapatkan orange buff. Tapi itu dia, Killra yang tiba-tiba meninggalkan lane dan berhasil untuk hadir dan bahkan memberikan Blazing Duet. Masuk semuanya dan lagi kemenangan untuk Onyx PH di turtle yang pertama, Be. Ini yang kita bilang, Liquid ID mereka butuh untuk kemenangan di sini, tapi mereka sudah gagal sekarang.
2 patch lalu Om, kalau nggak salah bulan Desember tuh emang targetnya kan fighter gold lane kan. Ya mungkin tujuannya kayak gitu tadi, hadir di menit 2, abis dapat turtle, ikuti arus sungai.
Biar lebih cepat ya buat kembali lagi ke bawah.
Tapi terlalu cepat sih barusan sih. Blazing Duet dapat assist dari awal, turtle juga secure. Ini Onyx Philippines bisa langsung leading 2000 gold bahkan.
Dan tadi untuk di topnya, First Blood-nya dipegang dengan Kirk. Yang kita bilang tadi, bagaimana kalau memang full item, nggak usah full item damage deh. Item defense pun bisa, selama gak sempat untuk regen jijinya. Dia bisa tumbang.
anggap kasih Fury Hammer gitu ya.
Ya, 1 Fury Hammer cukup.
Fury Hammer udah cukup banget sih. Karena kan Vengeance kalau ada pasifnya double damage. Dan kita tahu sekarang Arlot udah nggak perlu mikirin mana Om. Dia udah no mana sekarang. NM.
Mana ya.
Udah bener-bener tinggal gas aja.
Sama dengan Cloud ya. Aduh,
sakit banget semuanya all in ke arah sana. Duality combo, Aran hilang untuk kedua kalinya.
Ya, dan menjadi sedikit PR sekarang untuk Liquid ID. Lagi ya, pressure yang diberikan adalah EXP lane, yang berarti EXP tidak akan bisa melakukan setup mulus.
Ya, jangkar Om. Apalagi kan Cici, ya Onyx Philippines kayaknya tahu. Cici habis di buff, makan Cicinya aja biar dia nggak bisa play nanti ketika ada turtle setup.
Dan bahkan full plating tuh di atas buat Kirk.
Full banget sih. Ini Luoy-nya udah tinggal jalan-jalan sih Om. Visionnya terlalu luas.
Mau dipotong lagi sama Luoy.
Thunderbelt. Dengan adanya Arlot dan Luoy, ini kan menciptakan combo lama juga nih Om. Dan mulai perlahan-lahan Aran coba buat di engage terlebih dahulu. Widih.
Banyak banget tuh.
Melakukan covering fire dari area jauh dan kali ini turtle-nya masih di setup sama King Kong. Soul Saver Retribution akan ada di tangan dari King Kong. Favian masih kalah dari Battle Retribution. Belum ada korban dan Widih memilih untuk disengage. 2 turtle hilang seketika even dengan Fredrin. What happened Tim Liquid?
Ya, mereka belum bisa kontes juga ya karena King Kong jelas levelnya ada di atas dari Favian. Untuk farming speed akan selalu dipegang oleh hero-hero bertipe fighter.
Widih terdeteksi di sana, langsung ada combo duality dan Widih dieksekusi kembali. Kirk yang mendapatkan point kill dan Blazing Duet tertuju ke arah Iron Shike. Iron sendirian dapat final slash flicker double kill dari Kirk sang XP laner Onyx Philippines.
Dilanjutkan, belum berakhir ya ternyata dengan adanya satu buah diversion. Dan juga langsung menabrak dan Blazing Duet nahan sedikit, menerima 2 kali damage dari turretnya dan masuk semua pemain-pemain dari Onyx PH juga ke bagian bawah. Dan Liquid ID kembali mereka harus tertinggal dari early game. Sesuatu yang mereka butuh untuk menangkan di awal, tapi masih gagal untuk mereka dapatkan di game yang ketiga. Dan full plating, Kelra di bawah.
Udah nggak laning Om. Kirknya udah nggak laning, udah jalan-jalan nih dari tadi. Dia udah nggak peduli lagi sama minion, dia mau cari team fight.
Yap, dan sakit banget ya tadi dari dapat vengeance yang diberikan dari Kirk untuk Arlot. Dan bahkan bisa fokus nih untuk menembakkan Cici secara langsung.
Wah, ini berbahaya sekali bagi tim Liquid ID. Mereka masih belum mendapatkan window sedikit. Atau bahkan celah untuk bisa mendapatkan point kill. Belum ada korban dari Onyx Philippines. Dan kali ini mereka ingin memberikan ruang bagi King Kong untuk memperjauh level gap dari Favian. Lihat, 11-8. Dan diversion lagi yang dituju Om.
Ya, dan Kelranya juga nih dengan Cloud loh menang level 1.
Conceal play, ketahuan di sebelah sana Aran langsung tertuju dan bahkan final slash digunakan. Masih ada curtain call. Disengage dari Onyx Philippines, mereka nggak mau overextend.
Ya, masih ada Vengeance juga tadi. Dia agak sulit untuk bisa menembus pertahanan dari Aran. Dan turtle yang ketiga akan spawn. Favian bergegas menuju ke sana, tapi apakah sempat sekarang di setup?
Masih ada Kirk di belakang sana. Mencoba untuk zoning 3 pemain sekaligus. Kirk akhirnya ter-shutdown. Iron Shiki join the fight. Tapi King Kong masih mendapatkan Battle Retribution. Hilang seketika dari Brusco-nya 2. Ditukarkan dengan 0. Akhirnya tim Liquid mendapatkan celah.
Yep. Mereka bisa untuk mendapatkan 2 pemain ya. Tapi mereka harus kehilangan turtle-nya tadi. Perfect turtle untuk Onyx PH. Di bagian bawah King Kong sudah mulai berjalan-jalan juga ya. Karena yang untuk join tim fight-nya Kirk akan selalu ada. Dan ini Aran butuh waktu juga nih untuk bisa mengejar item yang tertinggal dari Kirk. Lihat bagaimana dari Iron Shiki-nya. Agak sulit. Sulit banget untuk berhadapan dengan Kelra. Kapan kita lihat terakhir?
Keluar dari konsep draft awal lah intinya.
Oke.
Iya.
Karakteristik mungkin mereka ya yang sering
Apa mau
banget
nyoba
kita
hal
lihat.
baru kali?
Mungkin ya ada biar gak terlalu terbaca mungkin juga. Apalagi kan pastinya dari Onyx Philippines udah melakukan observasi ya dengan gameplaynya juga. Tapi kita bakal interview bersama dengan salah satu perwakilan dari tim Liquid ID. Kita sudah terhubung dengan Yeskiel. Halo.
Halo.
Halo. Yes.
Halo Yeskiel.
Are you good?
Halo. Good.
Good, oke.
Oke. Pertanyaan pertama nih.
Pertanyaan pertama, apa yang terjadi dengan kalian?
Kita nggak ngelakuin yang kayak biasanya aja sih.
Iya. Kita cukup melihat itu ya, kayak dari segi draftnya, dari segi gameplaynya juga agak sedikit berbeda dengan tim Liquid ID yang kita lihat kemarin-kemarin.
Apakah kalian lagi mencoba sesuatu gitu dari draftnya? Karena ya cukup jarang kan kita melihat kayak Fredrin atau ya hero-hero utility lah, terutama untuk Favian gitu loh.
Ya kita sembari tes limit juga sebenarnya.
Tes limit.
Tapi ternyata
Di final upper bracket
Gagal.
tadi.
ya belum berhasil.
Gak apa-apa.
Gak apa-apa.
Tapi ini masalahnya udah sering loh. Liquid ini emang mau jadi habit kayaknya ya. Kalau misalkan udah di final upper bracket maunya dari lower gitu loh. Apa gimana? Apa emang ya belum ini aja, belum maksimal aja gitu loh untuk hari ini?
Ya belum maksimal aja hari ini.
Dari skala 1 sampai 10 nih ya, menurut Yes berapa sih tingkat kesulitan match tadi?
Tingkat kesulitan match tadi 7 sih.
7? Berarti harusnya masih bisa.
Masih bisa pasti.
Oke. Oke, tapi besok kalian akan bertemu dengan Onyx Esports di lower bracket.
Ya.
Dan kalau misalkan kalian menang juga kalian akan bertanding lagi di grand final. Berarti full tuh ya matchnya, best of 5, best of 7. Apa yang dipersiapkan untuk esok hari selain dari segi strategi ya?
Yang pasti tenaga sama semangat kita sih. Kita bakal tidur cepat malam ini.
Oke. Tenaga berarti makanan favorit Yeskiel selama di Malaysia apa?
Nasi kandar.
Makanan favorit Yeskiel selama di Malaysia apa?
Favian itu di sekarat Om harus recall dan
Satu Fury Hammer cukup.
Fury Hammer udah cukup banget sih. Karena kan Vengeance kalau
second. Di mereka butuh untuk kemenangan di sini, tapi mereka sudah gagal sekarang.
2 patch lalu Om, kalau nggak salah bulan Desember tuh emang targetnya kan fight.
Ya, untuk teman-teman dari Onyx Philippines. Buat tim Liquid ID, jangan khawatir, masih ada kesempatan juga.
Satu lagi nih.
Ini di best of 5 series.
Masih ada lower juga. Jangan sih tapi sih.
Jangan.
Kalau bisa lewat langsung ke grand final.
Oke. Dan yang pasti kita akan melihat juga ya seperti apa nantinya untuk match point untuk kedua tim. Tentunya dari Onyx Philippines juga. Setelah yang menurut berikut ini, jadi kita akan segera kembali lagi.
Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa.
Oke, match point untuk Onyx Philippines yang ternyata secara mengejutkan memberikan balas dendam yang begitu menyedihkan. Tapi tenang, ini masih di best of 5 series, masih ada kesempatan untuk setidaknya reverse sweep.
Iya, tapi saya tidak tenang sih, karena kemenangannya kan dominan ya. Iya, udah mau jadi dominan ice.
Dibantu Om, dibantu.
Dibantu karir dengan faster and faster.
Apa tuh dibantu apa?
Dibantu.
Oh dibantu.
Ya, dibantai maksudnya kita Om. Bang, gosong Bang ini Bang.
Gosong.
11 menit loh.
Iya, Onyx Philippines. King Kong I love you. Terus digambarin ya King Kong.
Oh itu pacarnya King Kong.
Kalau ada spidol merah dimerahin tuh rambutnya.
Bener juga ya. Itu pacarnya King Kong bukan sih?
Tapi siapa yang setuju King Kong ini agak mirip Kyrie?
Grand finals, it'll be a brave new world. Like, we just live in Onyx world, man.
Yeah. Got the Mobile Masters where we end up dropping the game to like EU, China, or even
off gets knocked off.
Onyx PH with their composition, they're going to be quick moving across the map generally, but with ID, this is so dependent on Yehezkiel and Eronchi. Everybody else is playing a supporting role.
Yeah. LaFell is looking like he's enjoying himself. He could not hold it.
Yeah.
He broke it. He broke it.
He tried. He tried.
So here's the thing, gentlemen. It's all, you're right, it's all on Yehezkiel because there's a lot of damage that Eve's deal out now. What if it doesn't work? What if Yehezkiel doesn't take off and Granger's the only one?
In TLID, we hope and pray that it's going to be enough, especially on a high-stakes match. It's match point between Onyx and TLID. Boys, Mr. Pinkman and Redmond, take us away into this game.
Well, the Cavalry of Indonesia are playing with a lineup that isn't synonymous with them. When we think of Fabian, we think of Assassins, high impact. We don't think of Fredrin. Let's see how this is gonna fare.
The last time he played Fredrin, Super Frizz stole his ult and taunted all of them.
Oh yeah, he was a Valentina in M6. How is it gonna fare this time for Team Liquid ID? They won't be going up against the Valentina of Super Frizz that could steal the Fredrin taunt, but they are going up against his Loyi. Meanwhile, in lane, Arad is making quick work of Kirk's Arlot.
All right, that's a TKO for Team Liquid ID. They get a win, sending Kirk home early. And all this while, they're playing footsies for the Little Wanderer. The Retribution securing the Little Wanderer for Onyx PH.
Out of all the 3 games we've seen so far, this draft is the best chance Team Liquid ID has of getting the first win in this and potentially maybe even pushing it to 5. The Fredrin pickup is so solid, and the Arlot, to me, I really thought this was going to go Roam. It went XP instead, and an EXP Arlot suffers against CC.
Yeah, we're throwing it back to 13 and then a wee bit to 14 and the M6 World Championship. So you have to assume that it's a Brusko Khalid. Talking about the overall picture of this draft, I agree with you. This is a solid approach. I think the keyword for me going into this against Onyx PH is stability. This is a more stable draft compared to 1 and 2.
Yeah, and we have to recognize that what Onyx PH has been doing to Fabian for the entire series so far, they cannot do against a Fredrin.
Nope.
You're not going to invade that Fredrin, and when the Fredrin invades, he should be okay. He should get away to safety. Aran also, you cannot shut down the CC if you're an Arlot single-handedly. You need to help the Arlot against the CC.
Yeah. Even with the Lu Yi in Super Friends' hands, which is definitely a power pick, you gave over the Eve. So that's priority over in most team fights.
So Onyx PH might need to play for the long game. Early might be good for Team Liquid ID, but look at Kirk are now outplaying Aran. Uses the final slash.
Oh! Finds a vengeance. By that, we mean the dash. And he draws first blood. That's a man down. King Kong secures the turtle here. Blazing the wet by Kelra. Yeah! Helping secure another kill. Weedy falls.
And it's gone also wrong for Onyx or for Team Liquid ID in a snap. How they Excuse me to be blunt, but messed that up. That first turtle, that looked good for them up until Aran overheated before the turtle started.
We saw another prestige, Renmar. You saw that, the world's longest BMI. See that Kelra got sent back all the way down to the gold lane, barely missed a beat. I didn't expect for him to be part of the fight. I just saw the blazing duet.
Yeah, when he decided to come in, I think that's a signal that he's winning lane considerably so that he can afford to go all the way to the turtle on the upper portion of the map to give Aaron Shiki just a bit of room to farm while he gets a turtle with the team.
It's like partying on a weeknight. I know I might regret this, but let me try anyways.
And it could be worth it for the mems.
And he woke up at 7 a.m. the next day. No headache, nothing at all, and he still is on point for farm. Onyx PH is about 1,000 gold ahead, and Brusco's rotating towards Kelra. Shiki's what? Down like, what, half a XP bar?
Yeah. Good play though by Aaron Shiki. He was still able to get that gold crab despite the block by Brusco using the Death Sonata.
Which makes sense because I think Aaron Shiki is locked in now. He has to be.
Yeah. Much better. Aran? Oh, surprise. Again, this is the signature low yi.
Didn't he know there were two dudes in the bush?
I think they came out of nowhere with a diversion.
There you go. See, so some things you can't get away from. The fact that Super Prince knows how to use his hero so deceptively well, even if you thought you knew all the tricks he had up his sleeves, he just pulls something out. It's Sorcerer Supreme.
You have a safer jungle, yes. Initially, I thought Aran would just continue his streak against Kirk, but again, what he did there leading up to that turtle messed up the advantage that he had. And now, you're a much slower rotation because you're a Fredrin jungle. You have to win the next one. Kirk is just beating Aran right now in lane.
Oh, dear God. That could have been a 4v1. And if anything, Kirk wanted that to happen because that would distract the rest of Team Liquid ID. In comes the Gatot Weedy. Finds an AOG. No one home. The turtle still secured by Onyx PH. A very pacifist take at a major objective.
Some baffling micro and macro decisions coming in right now by Team Liquid ID that Onyx PH are capitalizing on. Decisive diversions by Super Friends, and here comes another one going bot.
Wybush catches Witty off guard, and the yin-yang effect keeps him where they want him, and they're now moving on to Aaron Shiki.
Kelra under tower, blazing the well in a final slash!
God! They touched him! Aaron Shiki down as early as 5 minutes in. The Granger needs time to farm, the space to make up for that nerf. And now, even his lane ain't safe.
Aran really needed to check this R-Lot, and now Kirk is just running all over the map. 3-0-2. How it all went wrong again. Small mistakes that Onyx PH said, all right, do that. We're going to win this. And it's a repeat of game number 1 all over again.
Opportunity costs for Team Liquid ID to make these decisions are just so much more expensive than Onyx PH thinking of what to do. This is mechanics and instinct on a whole nother level for Onyx PH. I guess this is what you call the synergy, the chemistry of the Super Fam, making their decisions so much more expedited to execute. Look at this, another ultimate from Kirk, the final slash, scaring the rest of Liquid ID from even crossing their own river.
If game number 2, that third pick carry by Kelra was sort of him saying, you know what, just pick whatever you want, I got the matchup. This feels like a Kirk call now. It's like, yeah, no, I'm feeling my R-Lot. And not again!
Oh, the Raging Sandstorm catches him, and the final slash putting him where Onyx PH want him. And they do spend a good amount of skills there.
Yeah.
But it's enough to, you know, put the fear of God into Aran and say, never mind. No, but still, they're not going to take the line down.
Yeah.
They still contest.
Sandstorm won't be back for a while, but the final slash should be.
Weedy down to a third of his health. The massive taunt from Fabian all the way deep in. King Kong does secure the turtle, and the jump in by Weedy pushing back the rest of Onyx PH after the 2 kills scored by Liquid ID. So it's a fair trade. Liquid ID on the board.
Liquid ID fighting back, a little bit of an overheat coming in from Kirk and Brusco, but that was a perfect real-world manipulation laid down by Yehezkiel. Aaron Shiki was in a good spot as well to free hit, got the double. Now Onyx PH needs to be a little bit more careful and start respecting the lineup of Team Liquid ID.
Yehezkiel a step forward towards going ghost. He's about to hit Danny Phantom levels here because they didn't account for that RWM underneath. And now this massive brush jigs up. He threw out a Death Sonata, so there's no deception there. And so far, Team Liquid ID holding strong. This is good formation by Liquid ID, taking what few major wins they can.
Yeah. Already a Malefic Roar for the Granger, so Aaron Shiki's fine. He's built up. So waiting for the DHS on the side of the Claude. Diversion bot side, interesting choice.
Yep, into that Pixel Brush, but no one from Team Liquid ID to catch.
Okay, I think they were thinking at that point a member of TLID could have been there. But no, purple buff is going to be up for both. Well, both junglers have acknowledged, but no deep invade by Onyx PH.
Yep, about half a minute till the the Lord spawns lower quarter of the map. And this whole time, Kelra making the most of the peace and quiet. Aran sent to take care of the Savage. What's the gold difference like between these two? Kelra at about 6,700. Wow, Shiki up by about 200 gold actually.
Yeah, just like a creep or a minion or two. Widdy, oh, he finds Kirk.
RWM forcing Kirk to flicker on out of there, so that's a major resource spent by Onyx PH. The RWM by Liquid won't be in for the Lord Dance.
Yeah, so the past few experiences that Kirk has been feeling is the norm. Oh, King Kong!
Raging Sandstorm to start it up. Witty compromise. The final slash forcing the rest of Liquid ID to have an odd formation, and they do call it quits. They back on out of here.
Oh, what a sudden trigger by both of these two teams, but Onyx PH got to recover quicker. The final slash actually was sort of the, all right, now we can't do this anymore. They got repositioned, they got damaged into the Blazing Duet, and it's a good call that Team Liquid ID respected that and decided to back off.
Brusco and Kirk's ults used to make Team Liquid ID think of the engage, and once you've done that, I think that's half the job. The fact that you made them doubt what they're capable of. Now Brusco gets caught out here, down to 10th of his health. And now they're going to start threatening this mid lane tier 1. Friends very low, looking for the taunt. Appraiser's Wrath taking down the Monster Mage.
And Fabian got to take him down. Lord marching up top though. An advantage slightly for Team Liquid ID. Let's see what turrets Onyx PH might be able to get with this one.
Renmar, that was a pick-off of a lifetime. You rarely see Super Prince in a position like that.
Yep.
RWM placing Kelra in position here. Kirk hits the final slash, but it seems like it was his final slash as Brusco falls as well. Disengaging with an AOG. Widdy happy with the 2 free pickoffs.
And it was a perfect taunt by Fabian as well. Got to, that secured the victory in that fight in the mid lane under the tower. But they've given up. They've wanted to get that Lord. Fabian's in his jungle. They give up their turret in the mid without a problem for Onyx PH. There's a minion wave down bottom. Oh, this could actually be a costly trade for Team Liquid.
The lives of Kirk and Brusco for a turret in mid and in bottom. And it's a rotation that happens fairly quickly, for free, easily for Onyx PH as they retreat to the safety of their tier 1 in mid. This is what you get with a Lo Yi in your lineup.
Well, I guess it's been a while since we've seen that big Onyx PH signature trade wherein you lose some, but you get a lot more. And since Team Liquid ID spent a lot just to get those 2 kills in the mid, they had nothing to defend within in their own mid lane turret.
Yep, they couldn't even think of, all right, what are we going to do with down bottom? We don't have no ults, gentlemen. Don't do it. All right, then we let them wait. So now, top lane up next on the docket. Kelra gets it. Oh my god! Puts Yehezkiel down to a third of his health with just basics. What is Kelra packing?
That, he's just up to Winter Nature. He went
4 items deep.
Yeah, 4 items already. No wonder. Well, Yehezkiel just got a second. Well, a few minutes earlier. Yeah, a minute or 2 earlier with the Magic Lantern. And now Team Liquid ID, yeah, they can, honestly, they don't need to be super proactive.
Widdy gets caught by the Raging Sandstorm. No one home. A final slash for good measure, too. He spent his own Revitalize, so that's everything but the kitchen sink.
Just when I said they don't need to be too proactive, Widdy got caught out. And Fabian got his purple buff stolen.
That's Grand Theft Purple. The beast wants his num-nums. And look at Kelra, the positioning here. The taunt on the King Kong. Can he survive this? No, he won't. Despite everything, the Blazing Duet coming in from Kelra. He takes out Yehezkiel, another Appraiser's Wrath. But the Usurper will not survive. Down bottom, take us out. Shiki takes one down, and look at the back. The AOG maybe 2 seconds too late. Kirk gets 2.
But Aaron Shiki, he's stuck, but no, Widdy says, you know what? Super Prince, Kelra, Kirk, you guys got to back, or you could risk getting outplayed by 2 when you are 3. Onyx Philippines, Kelra's entry was perfect. Team Liquid ID didn't get to see or check the bush that he entered, hence why Yehezkiel got taken down fast.
So the positioning once more of Onyx PH, their understanding of bush warfare, allowing for them to actually win out in the trade. Well, fortunately for both, actually, their junglers fell, right? King Kong down sooner than Fabian, and that allowed for this Lord to still stand. So we're sitting at about equilibrium. And if you're considering the position that these two teams were in prior to that fight, that scramble, that means Onyx PH is still ahead.
Yeah, it's 5,000, so much more in the map, so much more in this zone right here in the Lord. Team Liquid ID, are they going to risk it?
Lord now down to a fourth of its health. They can't afford to do this. The diversion set up. They send Kelra down all the way to the bottom lane. And here comes the world's longest BMI. Just a little bit of a pew-pew down bottom to make sure that a chubby wave crashes, giving TLID something to think about. And King Kong secures a Lord. This one is enhanced.
A few basic attacks from Keller brought Widdy down from 100 to around 75% health. That was just like 3 triggers of his basic. And that's how much damage he dealt to the roamer of Team Liquid.
And that is a chunkiest member of the Young Stallions lineup. I would hate to think what he would do to the likes of Aaron Shiki, what he would do to Yehezkiel if ever he found him. Super Prince now building a Bloodwing, so you know, that one kill that happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Should be safer now.
A little bit better, again, has Team Liquid ID been in this game compared to the rest of the series, but a little better is not enough to crack what has been just an Onyx PH controlled Game 1, Game 2, and Game number 3.
So far, Onyx PH taking it slow. They want to sink all these waves. Bottom lane has that Lord. Mid has all the members. And top lane had that wave escorted in by King Kong.
Lord going in already. Onyx PH. They cannot overheat here though. The punish for Team Liquid ID is very strong. If they dive way too deep, way too early, they could find themselves in a massive 4 to 5K gold swing.
Good news for the heralds of the new era for both the Philippines and Indonesia.
Slash.
Here we go! Final slash started up by Kirk. A vengeance started up too. The clapback Kirk and Brusco down just as quickly, but all of Liquid ID are folding. They're also low. Weedy down. King Kong not done yet. Shiki down to a fourth of his health.
And Aaron Shiki survived the onslaught of Kelra's blazing duet because he created space. King Kong went in. Exactly what we just said. If Onyx PH are too eager, go in at the wrong time, Team Liquid ID's punish is strong.
He surged the wrong way, my friend. And now Team Liquid so quick to punish, pushing tier 1 in mid. Oh, they forgot there's a chubby wave up top. Oh, they might get penetrated there too.
It was a big gold swing diversion by Super Friends. Could he get a big one here?
It's a feint.
It's a feint. They decide not to commit it. It's still a lead for Onyx PH, but again, that's a heat check for them. They now really got to respect what Team Liquid ID brought to the table. Gone are the shenanigans he showed in majority of the game. It's at that point where Team Liquid ID are a strong team fight, and everything, all of the entry of Kirk, Brusco, and Kelra are all the more riskier.
Gotta be more calculated.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the final slash where it happened. It's just they did not account for the clapback, the firepower that Team Liquid ID are packing right now. Brusco playing footsies with Weedy and the rest of them. I love how Fabian is actually late entering into these fights.
Yeah.
He makes sure that his stacks are up so that he can come in with a taunt, and that all the more scrambles on PH. It's beautiful how they suddenly stop an almost perfect final slash entry.
Kelra checked Aaron Shiki in that last one, but he just wasn't able to get that last proc of the Blazing Duet off. Gets knocked off.
Oh, defensive final slash. RWM keeping him in, and that is a free pickoff. Team Liquid ID making a beeline for the Lord. All 5 members here. Yehezkiel retreating underneath tier 3 in mid. Super Prince relocating himself. That's all of the members crashing on the Brusco. Kelra blazing duet into 2. He's forcing the use of Erashiki's Wind of Nature. 2 for 2 so far the trade. Kelra shut down by Fabian.
King Kong and Super Friends still fighting against Fabian and Yehezkiel. 2 members of Onyx PH remain, but Widdy and Fabian were brought so low. It's a soft reset. But again, we're seeing the difference going up against a tanky fighter jungler in the Fredrin. Onyx PH were able to make the most out of what was a bad start for them since Kirk got picked. Again, Kirk and Brusco really need to be careful now with how they're getting vision.
Almost isn't quite it though. As Kelra came in, high risk, high reward. He could have thought he was going to get everything. And King Kong secures the Lord underneath Fabian's nose and diversion into the back. The Y brush for Prince. And now King Kong and Prince hunting down Fabian the Usurper. Final slash. Weedy though in the way. Onyx PH with a cheeky steal.
That was just raw retribution prowess from King Kong. It was 2v1. It was Yehezkiel helping Fabian. And in the end, King Kong just got it himself. Seems like it was the Sever and the Retri combo. And King Kong's been doing this. He was the guy highlighted by a lot of content creators about Lao. Like, King Kong doesn't basic attack. He just stands there and waits for the retribution. He uses a skill, then he retries. That was classic, vintage King Kong.
Claw of the Beast. 99% accuracy. Leading this lord down through bottom lane. Mid falls as well. Force in the winner crown from Yehezkiel. Aran gets taken down. Max range on those skills. Yehezkiel falls as well. The sweep seems inevitable. The AOG cancelled. Witty is down. Aaron Shiki as well. Fabian, the final stand. Team Liquid ID suffers a sweeping loss at the hands of the Super Fam.
They haven't dropped a single game the entire tournament. They dropped the reigning champions of the world, delivering them a harsh sweep loss. But it's a harsh reminder, the reality of it all, it is still their era. They go to the finals first, does Onyx Philippines.
Oh my goodness, there's a reason why that this team has rings on their fingers. They are world champions, and they continue to show, hey, group stage is gonna stay as group stage. Playoffs is where we're at. Let them go around and high-five the crowd because, again, the boys here in Malaysia are very happy and the crowd is really excited to see these world champions play at such a level, such domination.
How often are you able to say you are in the presence of greatness like these fans are in Johor Bahru? And to witness such a sweep, too. That's biblical proportions.
Yeah, Onyx ID, they're back. After a slight slump, you know, a lot of questions around them. They're back. They're back. Onyx PH.
Oh, man.
Onyx Philippines.
Especially when TLID was
sorry,
like...
we have two Onyx games, man. There's two Onyx teams still here. I'm sorry, I got confused.
They both won.
They both
won
won
too.
as well. Look, with that being said, let's quickly have an interview up on stage here in Johor Bahru with Rose and LaFell.
First grand finalist this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. Onyx Philippines, and ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Sigma Jungler, King Kong! Wow, that was an intense series, a best of 5, yet you guys swept it. 3-0 fast games. King, let me ask you, what did you guys learn in your previous game with TLID that you guys managed to apply to today to make sure that history does not repeat itself and you guys will get the win today?
I think we adjusted our drafts and how we play our early game.
Now, King Kong, you're talking about drafts. I have to ask this because everyone all around the world keeps asking King Kong's favorite hero, Choi and Suyo. But why is it whenever anyone faces against you guys, people don't ban it out? Why do you think people don't ban out your Joy and Suyo?
Maybe they think I'm a bad Joy and Suyo user.
Do you guys think he's a bad Joy and Suyo user? Yeah, well, there you go.
Now, King, okay? Tomorrow's the grand finals, but every single time you play, your name is screamed the loudest in this arena. So is there anything you want to say to the fans? Look, so many King Kong fans here. King, what do you want to say to them?
For all the fans that are supporting me and Onyx, I want to say I'm very grateful for you guys, and I hope you guys don't stop supporting me and my team. We'll always do our best.
Not gonna lie, his name is King Kong. I have no idea why he hasn't done this. Like,
Oh, he does that a lot whenever I give them food.
Oh.
Patingin nga.
All right. And with that being said, congratulations to Onyx Philippines. They'll be going to the grand finals. But now we got to throw it back to the panel.
Thanks so much, Rose, as well as LaFell. Man, that was quite the game, baby. Onyx sweeping TLID underneath the rug. This was quite the game because at least for game number 3, it looked like there was some hope for TLID, despite the Retry battles really just not going in their favor.
That one was that felt like a statement. Like King Kong said in the interview, people were saying, "Oh, I'm a bad Suyo Joy user," and then straight up in the final, most important Lord Retry just went, "Mine."
Yep.
Thank you. Bye bye. It's like, bro, like as a Filipino, I'm very happy Onyx PH1, and yes, I'm very happy my prediction is wrong as a Filipino. But I wish we saw more fight from Team Liquid ID. I expected way more from them.
Okay, you know what? I kept my eye on Aaron Shiki this whole game. Much better than 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But it came in too late.
I don't know. I'll cut to him just dying to the rotation. The rotation specifically.
Hey,
coming up from
his
Super
final
Friends.
score was like 9-2 or something like that.
That's fair. That is fair. Although, looking at our MVP Super Friends, I've never
Monster
seen...
Mage.
There's a reason why his Loi is so feared.
3 games, 3 wins, 3 MVPs. He is him.
Yeah, he is that guy.
He's the one-man show.
I'm so glad we're starting to see hella more MVP honors for Super Friends, bro. One-man show, the OMS, the
guy-
Monster Mage.
Wait, no, the one-man gank. There you go.
Yeah.
The one-man gank.
The one who you hope doesn't show up at night. Oh boy, he is quite the terror.
He's the boogeyman.
He really is. He comes in with Warcry on a Loi, might I add.
Yeah,
the fact that he's triggering it consistently, it just slapping people up. I mean, every single time he has that diversion, he uses it off a cooldown. I've never seen him hold it longer for 10 seconds.
Nuts. Like he got. This was like a. You know those old basketball mixtapes they used to make for like. To get into street ball, to get into the...
To get scouted?
To get scouted. This feels like this entire series was a Super Friends mixtape.
Yeah, greatest hits.
The greatest hits. Dude, he was insane. Like, when we gave him the name of Monster Mage, people were like, nah, he doesn't play like a monster. He doesn't fit Super Friends. Excuse me. Watch this series. Watch what he did with all these heroes. Watch his low yi.
This play, he was the one-man gank here because he sent himself. He would do this. See, he just sends himself.
Yeah.
And then he just turns the thing around.
Oh man, it was a crazy game coming in from Onyx
Ooh.
PH, man.
Monster jams.
I mean, when they said they adjusted the draft, they really did. They started to bring out everything which made them great, and then they remembered, oh yeah, our arsenal is actually way bigger than what we've been showing here at SPS. We're not just held down by a bunch of Hildas and Gutthoughts.
This keeps the Arlet at 100% win rate.
Oh, it does. It does. Although, I will say that Kirk got caught out a couple of times, like literally 3 seconds away from his flicker being active. Then he dies. A couple of disappointing moments for him, but generally, dangerous team, especially with that final slash.
You know what I really appreciate about Onyx Philippines in this run of SPS now is that in the previous tournaments we saw Onyx PH, of course, a lot of focus on King Kong and Keller as like the main stars of the team. But then here now, I feel like we were able to give a lot of flowers to Brusco, Kirk, and Super Friends, especially in this run here in the SPS. That now people are, if they haven't yet, for some reason, have now fully accepted they are a scary from 1 to 5, every position, every role. They are just perfect, almost perfect.
Monster Mage.
Monster Mage. Don't make that a gang sign.
Don't
make it
Monster Mage.
Oh boy, this. We'll see how badly this is gonna go on the internet. We'll find out. Now, guys, keep in mind. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with the Monster Mage, especially with the Mage? Scan the QR code and share your feedback with us because we need to know how you guys feel about the broadcast, how you feel about the live event itself happening in Johor Bahru. But Mobile Masters is going to be coming up as the next big tournament, and I mean, I'm excited to see our representatives go up to that point. Because again, scan that QR code and start supporting your teams right now, because we are also having representatives from EU, from MENA as well, to come along for this ride. And obviously, we're going to be supporting our APAC brethren, but Oh, there's a reason why we're a Mobile Legends nation.
Don't forget about China. China will be at Masters. And you know who got to play in the Chinese server?
Who?
The Super Fam.
Oh my goodness! There are a couple. Actually, I am curious. By the time we get the Mobile Masters, whether or not they're going to all the special.
It would have been like unified at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a handful of changes between ours and theirs.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. It's up in the air. But what we do know for sure is all of these teams will be there. And that'll be a competition like no other.
Yeah.
It's the S series.
The S series.
The first of its kind.
If I'm not mistaken, by the time Mobile Masters rolls around, we'll already be playing in the patch with Kalea?
Kalea, yeah, it should
Yeah,
be,
we'll already have Kalea, yeah.
We would have gone through March, and then it would have been like mid-April.
Yeah, because Revamp Hanzo just came out. There's also going to be a... What's the revamp? There's another revamp.
There's one more. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking
just slipped my
about.
mind.
Don't worry about it. We'll get to it once it comes by because, again, nothing to worry about, especially when it comes down to competitive play. But, geez, man, with everything that has happened today, let's have a quick look at the bracket. For those of you who joined and missed out on the show, boo-hoo, you're going to have to pull back to watch these epic games once again. Because right at the start, holy cow, we saw Falcons up against OP in sweeping fashion as Onyx were able to, Onyx Indonesia, knock out Team Falcons in a 2-1 series. Finally, the upper brackets where TLID took a sweeping loss to Onyx PH. And now it comes down to an Indonesian battle down in the lower brackets to see who has the honor to challenge Onyx PH one more time.
Call it a passing of the torch. What are we going to end up with here? A M6 rematch or an Onyx Civil War?
Boy, I mean, for the sake of the Onyx ID boys, they've been saying it in their interviews. We want to meet Big Bro up in the grand finals.
Wait, who's Big Bro?
Well, depends. Who do you consider more achieved in this case?
Hey, I don't want to start that, all right? Don't you put that on me, Gideon Q. Don't you put that on me.
Oh, boy, I love being Malaysian. We like just starting stuff sometimes. Anyways, hey, that's what happens. Hey, that's what happens when we get grouped every time. You know, that's when we start stoking the fire. Anyways, with most of this, with most of the competition, it's wrapping up to come to a pretty significant end here. But for tomorrow's schedule, keep in mind, TLID will have to face off once again in an Indonesian derby up against Onyx Esports.
It's a...
dude,
this is passing of the torch.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
It's really, it's gonna be tough to see because if you were expecting this in the grand finals of the previous MPL ID, well, it's happening here now tomorrow.
It's a best of 5.
Best of 5.
You know, after everything we've seen so far, and again, this is coming from the guy who got almost all of his predictions wrong in the challenge finals.
It's another wrong one, by the way.
Yeah, another wrong one, by the way. And I think what I'm about to say might come back to bite me is that, you know, the Onyx versus Onyx Grand Finals is looking more and more real.
It could be real. Who knows? I mean, if Onyx Esports was already able to upset a lot of people's predictions in Team Falcons, what's to say that maybe against TLA, you know, share some information amongst the organizations on Onyx, they might have something to help them out, spice things up.
Yeah, all I know is if Onyx Indonesia makes it to the Grand Finals, VP Yeb is just going to be there like, I'm good.
I don't have enough fingers for these rings.
Job well done. My feet are going to have to take the ring.
He only comes in sandals after that. Oh, dude.
Starts wearing them in necklace.
Oh, my goodness.
Trophy.
Trophies?
Conqueror.
I can't deal with it because Onyx's organization, it feels like it's going to be a really good year for them. And this is only like the very first international tournament of the year.
Yo, I'm trying to imagine, right? Because as cool as it is to see an M6 rematch, imagine if it does really happen. The Onyx versus Onyx Grand Finals. It'll be a brave new world. Like, we just live in Onyx world, man.
Yeah. Got the Mobile Masters where we end up dropping the game to like EU, China, or even MENA. That'd be a wild world after that. Everyone's going to be looking at EWC like, ooh.
Man, I would not mind if suddenly at the end of Mobile Masters, whoever the casters just say, Incendio Supremacy! Get the first international championship! I mean, that's what SPS has always been. SPS has always just been so full of surprises, unexpected results, maybe getting the results that we wanted to see. So I don't know. I feel like Mobile Masters is going to take that up to the nth degree.
And don't worry, for all of those out there who are like, where's the skiing coach? Where is it? Right here, right here. For first 450 players only. So stay tuned to get those codes. Don't worry, my brother, fellow Pinkman, will tell you the codes in case you are illiterate or dyslexic.
I'm not sure if any of those situations will help you when I read it. QHV 6G5 ook. That's OOK ook.
Hey, I'm noticing a bit of a trend here. That's 3 days in a row where we've got the OOs in there right at the very end. I'm looking
Coincidence?
Coinky dink?
They're using the 6 code generator because they know the ook is always just going to be there at the end. They're just generating the first 6 characters.
Yeah, no, it's not an ook, dude. There was an un, an
All right. Oh, it's always just OO.
It's something to I don't know. We gotta Zipper, we gotta have a talk after this. But even so, boys, the way that the SPS has been shaping up has been extremely exciting here. And I think, do you think that maybe amongst the Onyx organization, they're gonna be looking at each other as like, hey, we need to trade some notes?
Well, for me, I think at this point they're going to stop talking for a while. I mean, there's a good possibility they'll end up with the grand finals together. Rather than just like, all right, maybe we've been helping each other out, giving each other tips. At this point with Onyx PH there, they're just like, yeah, you are the competition now. We may be from the same org family, but we are the super family.
That's
Why did it get so quiet after I said that, man?
I don't know, because it was the
We let you cook.
Yeah, we let you cook a little here.
Thank you.
We let you cook a little here. But with that being said, we're going to be wrapping up the day. Thank you so much, Mr. Redmond and Mr. Pinkman. Of course, it's going to be Renmar as well as Leo here at the couch. Thank you so much for being around for the SPS. Shouts out to Miracle as well in the back waiting for the show to be wrapped up. My name is Gideon Q as your host here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody, and goodbye.
Namun, jangan sampai terkorban melainkan belat easy. Dalam pada masa sama, Falcon sekarang ini melarikan diri. Tak cukup orang berusaha pergi depan, tapi berusaha cukup kita bertahan semua Marco.
Calrado, Mejito, Calrado.
Semua perintah jauh, God akan mungkin ditemukan. Jika.
How are you feeling after that game just now?
Feeling good.
Sekarang dah terbang tutup berundang Sans memberikan damage demi damage. Launch sekarang ini sudah bermula untuk masuk. Satu wave saja cuba, tapi Savero mencuba lompatan daripada Ogwan. Kristal semua sudah diberikan tumpuan Vicky Boy. Savero mencari Kristal. Onyx Esports.
Satu perlu.
Team Liquid Indonesia. Onyx Philippines.
So, jauh banyak yang dikurangkan. Ada cuba untuk memperhatikan satu damage. Namun, tidak ada sebarang damage yang besar dilakukan. Di kanan dan dalam, terbaca luas. Nyawa kedua, kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Onyx Philippines.
Aku tulis saya jauh dah. Kita cuba untuk mencari bangsa di bagian dapat terlibat, tapi semua freeze. Menjatuhkan arah masa lagi itu masuk ke dalam. Yes, kali jatuhkan begitu saja bangsa dilakukan winning gugur. Dari tangan King pula meninggalkan dua pemain saja NSC King gugur dan hilang. Tim Liquid ID tak boleh nak buat apa. Onyx Philippines.
Merakit.
I'm very happy because I got to meet Kyrie and especially King Kong. So it's very fun.
So to be honest, this is my first time, to be in this event. So for me, this is good event for the youngster and for all. For me, this is so exciting.
Event ni bagus. Kita bukan sekadar boleh tengok je, tapi kita boleh belajar macam mana cara-cara nak main game dekat Mobile Legends dengan lebih baik lah daripada pro player.
pada pendapat saya apa yang paling menarik event ni, ESL ada sediakan ini yang paling unik Dia sediakan pro experience, which is kita boleh rasa macam mana pro player duduk kat depan tu lah. And I really recommend this event for all, okay? Especially untuk korang yang minat, okay, korang kena datang. Okay, see ya.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cat.
Nutrijel Donat. Kaya serat, kaya manfaat.
Sport sebenarnya
Oke guys, kita masuk ke game terakhir di sini antara Onyx Esports versus tim Falcons ya. Kita sudah memasuki best of one, yang artinya cuma satu game lagi sudah mendapatkan hasilnya siapa yang akan melanjut ke babak selanjutnya di lower bracket dan siapa yang akan pulang di sini ya.
Tapi Gatot Kaca diambil.
Kita lihat ya dari segi draftnya guys.
Ya ini kunci banget tadi Gatot Kacanya. Tabrak. Karena tadi kalau mau ditabrak, dipegangin balik semuanya. Oke Suyo. Dan siapa sekarang? Kalau mau ke Joehead, melempar Gatot Kaca, jelas opsi terburuk yang pernah ada.
Berat ya?
Berat dong. Selain berat ya, unbreakable-nya kan narik kita juga ikut dia.
Yuk, mari kita dukung untuk Indonesia penuh guys. Semoga Onyx Esports yang bisa melanjut ke babak lower bracket yang di bawah ya.
Dulu gak sih?
Ya, tapi Moskov sudah di-ban ya.
Iya, Granger.
Suyo lagi gak sih?
Irita.
Suyo sama apa ini?
Karena udah enak banget sih dengan
Hellos.
gameplay ya.
Chow.
Dengan
Chow
cukup
nggak sih, Boy?
nyamannya juga untuk Savero sekarang.
Yep.
Let's go.
Tapi kalau bicara soal marksman,
Bukan ya.
Poveus.
ya Long ya, range-nya kan jauh sebenarnya.
Tapi kita
Gua kalau
tidak pernah melihat
biliar Mas Fali kerja apa aja.
Bener
Enggak
juga.
apa-apa, yang penting gaji
Tapi
sesuai
Fobius,
aja. Fun. Nanti ya ditunggu ya. Nanti pasti buka lowongan kerja kok gua. Buat yang di Surabaya, tapi tunggu ya.
Waduh, wallpapernya
Wallpapernya Kairi.
Saya wallpaper.
Default kan om biasanya,
Default.
nggak ganti pasti.
Emang gitu ya emang ya?
Iya.
Iritel deh, nah kan?
Wah, iritelnya di ban.
Udah masuk nih, radar nih, masuk radar ya, irital ban.
Tapi opsi untuk Savero kayaknya masih ada Bruno ya.
Hilda, oke. Ini Bruno di ban.
Gua pakai whey protein kalau misalnya untuk makan. Makannya itu gua ganti pakai whey protein. Nama whey proteinnya itu carnivore nih.
Cow, ya Tigreal.
Flap is the key.
Flap is the key.
Flap easy. Bruno
Bruno atau Tigreal?
atau Tiger atau Chow?
Ini bro, nama proteinnya bro. Whey protein nih segede gini nih, carnivore.
Kena Selena.
Nah kalau diet gue pakai itu guys untuk makannya.
Pasrah juga kalau.
Nah kalau misalnya kalian buat nahan laparnya, sebenarnya
Menjadi
lu minum itu
pertimbangan yang cukup
siang
berat
dan
tentunya
sore
ya.
udah kenyang sih, nggak bakal makan lagi. Cuma kalau gue tambahin hydro koko guys di sini.
Falcon Selena terus. Kemarin
Ini bukan sponsor, bukan endorse ya.
Super Prince.
Ya,
Udah masuk kecamatan ping di mana?
Gue dietnya kayak gitu guys.
Oh, halo.
Kalau enggak yogurt, kalau enggak buah.
Ini udah tebel. Di Elim ternyata.
4 hari 5 kilo bro, real.
Lukas ya. Lukas tadi di ban terus ya di second phase ya.
Sumpah bukan endorse guys. Gue cuma pengen kasih tahu aja, pengen kalau pengen coba cara diet gue ya kayak gitu.
Banyak sih bener. Kalau Super Marco kayak dia hampir
Berapa harganya bang? Sesuai proteinnya itu kurang lebih 700 sampai 900.
ya. Tapi kalau Roger,
Segede
Roger
itu
sebenarnya
700 sampai
karena dia nggak kepake itu
900.
karena terlalu lemah di early sekarang.
Kalau dulu kan di jungle kan sangat priority ya.
Karena defense-nya dia turun waktu dia lagi human ke wolf itu.
Ya, dan makanya udah hilang dari peredaran ya.
Dipancing main Granger ya. Selena enak lawan Granger soalnya.
Band terakhir yaitu menuju ke arah Glue EXP yang kembali.
Beli yang isolate lebih bagus. Lah ini gue isolate.
Kalau bicara tentang gold ya tadi opsi
Gue yang buat muscle ini
Savera kan
guys.
masih ada Bruno.
Sesuai proteinnya buat yang muscle, bukan buat yang gendutin ya.
Nah,
Jangan salah beli
denger
guys.
dia.
Kebalik.
Buat yang muscle guys, muscle gain.
Better Bruno lah, ada Selena, ada Joy.
Aha.
Ada flying tackle untuk keluar. Dan kemungkinan Bruno bisa pakai Purify.
Jadi sehari gue minum 2 susu whey protein itu ditambah ya paling kalau
Apa?
pengen ngemil lagi ya buah.
Di bawah.
Terus kalau misalnya mau minum-minum manis, yogurt, yogurt Cimory itu bisa.
Aduh, Uranus
Kalau enggak
lagi.
ya pakai hydro koko aja.
Kembali dipakai.
Tetap
Karena
enak.
nggak match up sama Cici. Nah itu dia Kari om baru kita singgung. Mungkin kalau Uranus lebih ke dia tahu udah ada Phobius gak akan match up sama Cici nggak sih om?
Iya, tapi ada Tigreal.
Banyak yang minum air juga, iyalah pasti guys nih.
Kombinasi banget Tigreal.
Gue sehari 2 botol ini guys, berarti ya kurang lebih gue
Onyx Esports
2 liter lah.
Selangkah lebih dekatkah untuk mendapatkan game yang ketiga nih? Kalau ngelihat 5-5-nya sih aku suka.
Kalau bisa lebih bagus guys.
Mau siapapun pilihan terakhir ya buat tim Falcons. Kecuali ada yang mengejutkan gitu.
Gold lane ya.
Berapa hari habisnya whey proteinnya? Ini gue masih banyak banget guys, itu gede banget buset.
Selenanya Romer, Jonya mid.
Enggak, itu terlalu ekstrim ya dan Granger lagi
Bah!
untuk Super Marco.
Imagine bro,
Terakhir untuk kedua belah tim.
gue udah bisa bayangin ini kombonya tim Falcon cok. Lu di tahun dari dalam ambush Gatotnya,
pulang.
langsung di follow up arrow,
Best of three
udah itu
series.
langsung di ulti sama Granger guys.
sudah
Oh my
bangkit
god, what a combo man.
dari ketertinggalan tadi. Menyamakan kedudukan terlebih dahulu dan itu adalah moral boost yang
Kayaknya ini
begitu
Tigrealnya
mahal
bakal jadi
tentunya.
santapan empuk buat
Dan
tim
apakah
Falcon
rapor
guys.
merah bagi Uranus
Semoga
masih
enggak
akan
ya.
terus berlanjut?
Karena gue pengen Onyx menang
Apakah
guys.
Tidak.
Telur yang belum pecah bagi Uranus.
Dan digunakan kembali.
Alright.
Penggunaan kelima berarti ini Uranus ya.
Oke, percobaan kembali akan kita lihat.
Dan bahkan ada hero yang bisa melakukan penetration. Kari. Ada Kari dengan 3 item plus ada Tigreal Implosion. Kayaknya udah cukup deh. Meltdown tuh Uranus.
Alright. Dan ternyata
Olahraga nggak itu
terlihat
turun
dari
5
boost
kilo?
ya dari
Kagak.
Falcons
Tuh.
seperti yang apa sudah dicoba juga dan eksekusi dengan knockdown
Nggak
yang
ada
akan
olahraga sama sekali,
menjadi
guys.
pembukti.
Fiesta Strawberry dengan aroma strawberry yang sensual. Fiesta Safety Can Be Fun.
Lembur kejar deadline. Ting online kapan kelar ya? Mata sepet, perih dan lelah.
Itu mungkin mata kering. Jangan dibiarin. Tetesin Install Dry Eye. Mata kering, jangan dibiarin. Tetesin Install Dry Eye.
Siapa
Cuma
yang
main
akan
game,
melaju
tidur.
ke final bracket dan
Gitu
siapa
doang.
yang harus segera pulang.
Oke, kalau begitu, ini dia pembuktian game yang ketiga. Falcon versus Onyx.
Ya, ini akan cukup seru sebenarnya. Tinggal kalau aku ngelihatnya ya di game ini tergantung dari Keyboy sih. Selama Keyboy tidak diganggu untuk implosionnya, masih tetap akan cukup menyakitkan pastinya. Setiap team fight yang dilakukan oleh tim Falcons. Kalau tim Falcons mereka akan bisa dipegang berkat implosion atau Sacred Hammer yang dipakai dengan Keyboy.
Yap, dan ini adalah set talent emblemnya yang udah digunakan pula Om ya.
Emblem catat guys, catat emblem.
Gitu nanti ya. Oke.
Arrow.
Kayak mengganggu konsentrasi tuh. Keselin tau gak sih?
Kairi dapat nice banget.
Sans Keyboy dan juga Kairi trio yang sedang berjalan untuk di area mid. Tapi yang bahaya juga ya kalau dari tim Falcons masih dengan Gatot Kaca ya.
Yep.
Karena Gatot
Wow,
Kaca juga
ini
selalu bisa
something
menarik.
different nih
Efek
guys.
terkadang juga cukup mengejutkan.
Ini Gatotnya yang farming guys. Berarti Selenanya pengen mengaktifkan dire hit nih.
juga tadi.
Ya.
Sedangkan Kaltizi kalian diusir.
Gatotnya clear tengah loh guys. Berarti ya bener. Selenanya pengen jadiin dire hit. Lihat.
Flicker dipakai dikejar.
Oke, dan Keyboy.
Aduh, kadang ngomong tuh fakta terus guys.
Keyboy berhasil menyelamatkan diri, tempatnya berbeda ya. Ini mah besok ya kelarnya. Lusa lagi ya?
Besok terlalu cepat. Lusa.
Iya ya.
Dan ya
Gak final-final orang nungguin ntar berdua itu kalau berantem.
Nah, tapi ini menarik sih karena dengan dibukanya Uranus, akhirnya kita melihat Uranus yang berhadapan dengan hero lain selain Cici. Dan ya waktu dia tumbang ya, dia waktu ketemu dengan Cici. Tapi kalau ketemu dengan hero yang lain, nah ini akan menjadi ajang pembuktian buat Uranus ya setelah buff.
Oke, tapi cukup berani. Ada bisa rotan.
Nice, Ogwen mati. Nice.
Namun sekarang,
Buset, dapat lifesteal kenceng banget anjing.
Revitalize tadi yang memang
Wah, kenceng banget lifestealnya bro.
Ya, tapi low HP, tidak bisa melakukan setup sebenarnya untuk Ogwen, hanya bisa membantu dari belakang. Dan ada Lutfi dan Ogwen harus berhati-hati sekali.
Oke, beberapa pemain pun yang
Gila,
dimiliki oleh
di
Onyx
Jiggle Move,
sudah memiliki sedikit SP saja di dalam
Mati
tubuhnya.
Lutfi,
Tapi
guys.
ternyata turtle-nya berhasil diamankan